3 days before the engagement. My childhood sweetheart fiancée ignored my every attempt to stop her. She was determined to fly to another city for that brother of hers who was supposedly slitting his wrists. But what she never saw coming was, when she finally returned 3 days later, the person getting engaged had already changed. Right now, at the hospital where Liu Ruyan is staying, she is ordering her special assistant to call me. The long dial tones echo through the empty corridor, until the familiar automated message plays and the call disconnects. Her eyebrows knit together slightly. Impatience is written all over her face. Assistant Lin can clearly see the faint dark circles under Liu Ruyan's eyes. Ever since that incident with Yi Chen, they haven't had a single moment of rest. Even for someone used to overtime, his eyes are stinging intensely. His mind is completely foggy. Knowing how exhausted President Liu is, Assistant Lin tries to advise her gently. Maybe you should go and get some rest, miss. As for Mr. Mu, I will keep trying to contact him. After all, Mr. Mu has such a gentle temperament. When we get back, you just need to pick out a small gift to coax him, President Liu. There is no need. Liu Ruyan looks down at her phone. Aside from some random push notifications, there isn't a single message or call. The last call was from before he boarded the plane. They were supposed to pick out engagement gifts together that day. He had been looking forward to it since the night before. He even sent a photo of the clothes he planned to wear, just to ask for her opinion. When he called, he was already about to board the plane, but because she was only worried about Yi Chen, she didn't pick up. And after that, there were no more calls from him. This is the first time he hasn't contacted her for this long. He should have been jealous. He should have blamed her for leaving everything behind, for abandoning the engagement party he had been waiting for. He should have demanded an explanation. About his best friend He Wanqing being insulted at the Mu house yesterday. Instead, there was nothing but a terrifying silence. Liu Ruyan suddenly felt an unnamed sense of dread. She stared at Mu Ka's name on the screen, hesitating for a long time. She still didn't dare to press the call button. She knew she was in the wrong this time. But Yi Chen was the one who once saved her life. She couldn't just stand by and watch him suffer. Human life was at stake, after all. Surely he would understand. It has always been like this for all these years. He has never tried to compete with Yi Chen. Isn't that right? Liu Ruyan was lost in her own thoughts. Assistant Lin was scrolling through the notes on his phone. The main house reported that the madam wants to go on an overseas trip. The whole family will be going right when the engagement ceremony is held. They probably won't be attending. Assistant Lin's voice grew quieter and quieter. Liu Ruyan's face suddenly turned terrifyingly dark. What did the old man say? Assistant Lin silently observed Liu Ruyan's expression. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The call was from the old butler. He didn't say it directly, but everyone knows the butler is the confidant and mouthpiece for Master Liu. Once he makes a call, it means Master Liu has given his silent approval. After all, Liu Ruyan is just an illegitimate daughter. Over the years, thanks to the support of the Mu family, Liu Ruyan has completely overshadowed the other Liu children to smoothly become the sole heir. Madame Liu must be gnashing her teeth in rage by now. What kind of overseas trip is this? They just want to use this chance to humiliate the Mu family. They want to drive a wedge between Liu Ruyan and him. Assistant Lin let out a soft sigh. He truly felt sorry for Mr. Mu. On his own big day, not a single member of his fiancée's family would be present. You probably won't find another joke like this in all of Jingxi. Liu Ruyan remained silent for a long time. Then she coldly muttered, "Change the flight. I'll do my best to make it back exactly on the day of the engagement." In Jingxi, Shen Yuwei, the one I chose for a temporary marriage partnership, Shen Yuwei had just returned to the main residence. Grandma Shen was relaxing on a chaise lounge in the lakeside pavilion. She was engrossed in a book when she heard footsteps. She set down her antique, picked up a magnifying glass, and looked up to see who it was. It was Shen Yuwei. She leaned forward to look behind her. Her silver hair glistened in the sunlight. "Didn't Assistant Shu come with you?" Shen Yuwei glanced at her. Over the last few years, rumors that Shen Yuwei likes women spread like wildfire. Even the Shen family members had tacitly accepted it. Among them, Grandma Shen, a total novel addict, believed it the most. For a while, she even considered Assistant Shu as her future grandson-in-law. That excessive enthusiasm was enough to scare anyone off. Grandma Shen relaxed her body, then went back to reading her book. "I only want what's best for you, with your personality. If Assistant Shu ever doesn't want you anymore, don't come crying to me then." Shen Yuwei skimmed the title of the book. The title of the book in Grandma's hand was quite striking. The Little Secretary's Counterattack. Because she has such a trendy grandmother. Shen Yuwei actually understood all those weird terms. She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "Grandma, she is just my assistant. Besides, she already has a boyfriend. Stop reading these frivolous books. Grandma Shen heard this and learned that even Assistant Shu had a boyfriend. Her face looked as if the sky was falling. Assistant Shu's by your side every day. Even she's already taken. So when are you going to bring a lover home for me to see? Even if that person is a woman, the Shen family will accept it all. There's no need to look for someone anymore. I've skipped the dating phase and went straight to engagement. I came home today specifically to announce this to the family. Grandma Shen bolted upright from the chaise lounge, so fast that the book fell from her hand, and she didn't even notice. Engagement? To whom? Is registration allowed in the country now? If it's not Assistant Shu, could it be Pei Shu? Pei Shu is the only precious gem of the Pei family this generation. The Pei family treats her like fragile glass. Would they really let her marry into the Shen family? Grandma Shen couldn't help but worry. Shen Yuwei fought the urge to rub her temples. It's a man. The youngest son of the Mu family, Mu Ka. The engagement will be in 3 days. The moment she heard it was a man, Grandma's first reaction was to give Shen Yuwei a sharp pinch. Does it hurt? Of course it does. Grandma Shen suddenly stood up. This isn't a dream. There hasn't even been a male mosquito around her granddaughter for years. And now a perfect grandson-in-law suddenly appears out of nowhere. Am I really going to have a grandson-in-law? When did you say? In 3 days? Isn't that too rushed? Maybe we should delay it a bit. Our family's dowry isn't even fully prepared yet. Just thinking about the betrothal gifts and dowry. Grandma Shen suddenly felt restless. This won't do. I have to go check the storage room personally. I finally managed to get a grandson-in-law. I absolutely cannot let people laugh at us. Shen Yuwei could only watch as Grandma rushed out of the pavilion. Not even half a day later. Everyone in the Shen family knew Shen Yuwei was getting engaged. The busy Shen family members were all gathered in the living room. The turnout was better than at Lunar New Year. The fourth uncle of the Shen family pondered. The Mu family? In 3 days, could it be the son of the Mu real estate group? Since the fourth uncle handles real estate, it was easy for him to guess his identity. Shen Yuwei gave a small nod of confirmation. Fourth uncle suddenly took a sharp breath. I thought the Mu family was engaged to the Liu family's daughter. Are you planning to steal someone else's fiancée? That's. The Shen family isn't afraid of the Liu family, of course, but stealing a groom is a bit unethical. Grandma Shen was busy reviewing the gift list. Her ears perked up the moment she heard that. She looked up and gave her fourth son a piercing glare. What nonsense are you talking? Do you think our Yuwei is some kind of thug, that she would go around stealing men in broad daylight? The fourth uncle, a titan of industry, was now being scolded by his mother. He could only look at his niece with a wounded expression. He lowered his head and didn't dare say another word. Shen Yuwei picked a lychee from the fruit platter. She twirled it and said, why call it stealing? It's an effort to win him over, right, Grandma? Winning him over so that our little cabbage finally has someone to take her away. Grandma Shen gave her unconditional support. She held the thick list in her hand, then pointed at her children. I didn't call you all here just to sit around and gossip. Time is of the essence. We absolutely cannot let them feel slighted. Look through the etiquette and see if anything is missing, and add to it immediately. The matriarch gave the order. Servants immediately brought copies of the list to everyone. Each person held a copy. They scrutinized it more carefully than a business contract. Why is there no overseas real estate? Don't we still have that vineyard in France? Gifting that for their honeymoon is the best choice. I also have some antique jewelry sets from a recent auction. Add those in too, and the latest line of sports cars. Are all 5 colors available? It has to be a full set to look classy. It wasn't that the Shen family had too many assets. It was because each member managed a different business sector. So the gifts were basically their own specialties. After a round of listing gifts, the matriarch looked with satisfaction at the significantly lengthened list. She nodded with great pleasure. When it was time for everyone to leave, one by one they all filed out. Only Shen Yuwei remained until the very end. The matriarch looked at her suspiciously. Shen Yuwei scratched her head with an awkward smile. Grandma, I told Mucha that. Your health hasn't been great lately. That's why you were rushing the wedding. Remember to play along, don't let the cat out of the bag. You naughty girl, using your own grandmother as an excuse. Seeing Grandma's loving hand about to descend, Shen Yuwei nimbly took 2 steps back like a pro. Grandma didn't say anything, so I'll just take that as a yes. With that, she quickly hurried away. The night before the engagement, his best friend Wang Tang finally made it back. He had just landed on a flight back from Paris. On the way, he had heard everything about Liu Ruyan and the Liu family. The moment he saw me, he couldn't stop himself from swearing. That bitch Liu Ruyan. She dared to stand you up on your engagement day. I told you a long time ago. A heartless woman like Liu Ruyan has no character. But you just refuse to believe it. Did you really have to go looking for your own doom? And that Yi Chen guy too. I don't even want to mention his name. It was just back when we were in university. A car almost hit Liu Ruyan on campus. And you just happened to push her out of the way. Just a tiny scratch and he has the nerve to claim he's Liu Ruyan's lifesaver. Side, give me a break. I, Wang Tang, am not so easily fooled by that hypocrisy. You and Liu Ruyan were childhood sweethearts growing up together. He was just some guy who cut in halfway. And he dares to put on a suicide show. It's such a long way from Jingxi to there. If he really wanted to die. By the time Liu Ruyan arrived, his body would have been cold for a long time. The more Wang Tang thought, the angrier he got, rolling his eyes at the sky. Over the years, the cars, the house, and Yi Chen's job, even his brother's employment, Liu Ruyan took care of all of it herself. No matter how deep the debt, there has to be a limit to the repayment. If it's about gratitude, that should have been more than enough. He gave my shoulder a hard slap, then said through gritted teeth, "My dear brother Mu, women haven't gone extinct yet. Since she was heartless, you don't need to be kind. If you trust me, just cancel this damn engagement. I'll introduce you to someone 10,000 times better." Damn it, I really can't swallow this anger for you. Only now did I get a chance to interrupt him. I poured a glass of water for my friend who was so furious about Liu Ruyan and Yi Chen that his face was bright red. Even though Wang Tang was still sulking, eventually took the glass and drained it. Do you know who I ran into when I landed at the airport? It was Liu Ruyan's parents. They were all going abroad with their two favorite children. Never mind a marriage between two great families, even for a simple village wedding. There's no reason for the bride's entire family to be absent. Move, they're just taking advantage of your kind nature. That's why they're walking all over you like this. If you can still endure it at this point, then from now on, I won't say a single word about you and her. That's not it. I know very well that Liu Ruyan has no boundaries. She's arrogant and vain, not a good partner at all. I also know the Liu family is using illness as an excuse, but in reality, they're fleeing abroad to avoid their responsibilities. They looked down on my brother and me because we were orphaned young, thinking the two of us couldn't possibly manage the Mu estate. I looked up at Wang Tang with firm resolve. Because of that, I must go through with this engagement. Except, the bride won't be her anymore. If I unilaterally cancel the engagement now, the Liu family might face some gossip. But it's my brother and I who will be pointed at and mocked. The Mu family is currently in a sensitive and volatile period. I don't know how many shareholders are waiting to catch us off guard. I can't let myself drag the Mu family down. So, finding someone with a more illustrious background than Liu Ruyan is the only and most sensible choice right now. As for whether it humiliates the Liu family, that is no longer something I need to worry about. Wang Tang was stunned for a moment after hearing this. What did you say? You've changed brides? The person you're getting engaged to tomorrow isn't Liu Ruyan. It's Shen Yuwei. The betrothal gifts have all been received. The parents on both sides have officially met as well. Wang Tang's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Is it the Shen Yuwei I'm thinking of? Brilliant woman who completely overshadowed Liu Ruyan all through their youth. The one who still makes her burn with envy and resentment even now. Damn, this face-slapping scenario is so satisfying. He truly couldn't even imagine it. The moment Liu Ruyan finds out the truth, what kind of expression she'll have then? It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Being able to see Mu Ka dump Liu Ruyan makes this life worth living. It's absolutely fantastic. On the day of the engagement inside a luxury Maybach, I was sitting in the middle of the back seat, gazing distantly as the scenery blurred past the window, thinking that I would see Shen Yuwei very soon. The Shen family was so restless they were gripping their phones tightly. Buzz, buzz, the phone suddenly vibrated. I checked the phone, a photo appeared on the screen. In a VIP hospital room, a woman in a simple white shirt. She was turning away from the bed to scoop porridge, her coat draped casually over the sofa. The whole photo exuded a lazy yet very natural vibe. Even without seeing her face clearly, I could immediately tell it was Liu Ruyan. Though my heart was set on letting go of Liu Ruyan for good, seeing this photo still caused my chest to tighten with a sudden pang. A stinging, numbing sensation spread through my heart. Wang Tang, sitting beside me, quickly noticed the change in my mood. He frowned, leaning over to look at my phone screen. What's wrong? The unfinished question suddenly cut off, and was replaced by a stream of angry curses. Why don't those two scumbags just go die already? Just as he finished cursing, he tried to grab my phone to take a screenshot for evidence. But the other side had already quickly unsent the message. He didn't forget to add a fake apology. My bad. Brother Mu, I sent that by mistake. Wang Tang gripped the phone tightly. His face was so dark, it looked like it was dripping ink. He gritted his teeth and spat out. What a bastard. Such a damn green tea move. I had regained my composure by now, suppressing the emotions that had instinctively surged up. I calmly patted Wang Tang's back to soothe his anger. Since he wants Liu Ruyan so badly, then he can just have her. I picked up the phone and coldly sent a message back. It's fine. After saying that, I just blocked his number. In that distant hospital room in another city, Ye Chen was leaning against the headboard, staring at the message he had just received on his phone. He felt a bit dazed for a moment. With a man's intuition, he vaguely felt that this time, something had completely changed. Assistant Lin walked into the room from outside. With an expressionless face, he looked straight toward the bed. Mr. Yi, President Liu, shall be taking a flight back to Jingxi today. You should focus on your recovery. Your work has already been handed over to someone else. The sudden voice startled Yi Chen out of his thoughts. He gritted his teeth in frustration and resentment. President Liu is leaving. He had risked his life by slitting his wrists, and he still couldn't hold on to this woman. Yi Chen's heart felt bitter, but since Assistant Lin was still there, he had to suppress his anger. Can I go back to Jingxi with President Liu then? No matter what, Liu Ruyan is the best great tree he can cling to right now, so he will absolutely never let go so easily. Assistant Lin frowned in annoyance. He had intentionally arranged for Yi Chen to be away on business right now, to prevent him from making trouble during President Liu's engagement. But man proposes and God disposes, even with careful precautions. He still managed to pull President Liu all the way out here. Assistant Lin suppressed his disgust and gave a reluctant nod. Please pack your things. I'll go book another plane ticket. Yi Chen stared at his receding back, his hands clenched tightly in rage. This damn Assistant Lin is truly a hard man to deal with. No matter how much effort he spent trying to win him over, the man still didn't care at all. Just you wait. Once I become President Liu's husband, the first person I'll kick out is you. After Liu Ruyan's group landed in Jingxi, they immediately got in He Wenqing's car and sped from the airport to the hotel. He Wenqing was driving, while complaining incessantly to Sister Liu. The Mu family has really gone too far this time. Last time I went to the Mu house, it was one thing for them to insult you. After all, once you and Mu Sa are engaged, you'll be family. But why haven't they sent me an invitation even now? She remembered the gift she got when she went to deliver the guest list. Waves of anger kept surging within her. Since the day she followed Liu Ruyan to work at Liu's firm, she had never suffered such a humiliating disgrace, because Mu Ka's parents were already gone. Sister Liu was afraid he couldn't manage the party alone. So today, she specifically asked me to go to the venue to help out. She had planned to teach the Mu family a lesson they'd never forget, so she intentionally didn't show her face. Who knew the Mu family wasn't soft either? They didn't even bother to send her a formal invitation. The more she thought, the more unbearable the grievance became. So she went to the airport herself to pick up Sister Liu, just waiting for this chance to badmouth the Mu family to her heart's content. He Wenqing rambled on like a faucet that wouldn't turn off. But when she finished, the person in the back seat didn't react at all. She couldn't help but wonder, and glance in the rearview mirror to check the woman behind her. Her eyes were tightly shut, leaning her head back against the seat looking exhausted. There were deep shadows under her eyes from sleepless days, even while trying to catch some rest. Her brow was still furrowed with deep sorrow. Even the most oblivious person could easily see that she was in a terrible mood. By habit, she used her eyes to question Assistant Lin sitting next to her. Assistant Lin only mouthed two silent words. Mu Ka. He Wenqing's face showed her realization. Ah, I see. I get it. It must be that Mu Ka again. Starting another fight with Sister Liu, I bet. Over the years, he's caused so much trouble out of jealousy for Yi Chen. He Wenqing didn't really care much about this, because she knew no matter how mad he got, in less than 3 days, Brother Mu would be the first one to admit he was wrong. And he'd go crawling back to Sister Liu as usual. She was about to offer some comfort to put Liu Ruyan at ease, when the person in the back seat suddenly asked a question that caught her off guard. Has Mu Ka contacted you at all these past few days? Of course not. Don't you know he and I have never gotten along since we were kids? Liu Ruyan's expression didn't change at all. She only responded with a faint, indifferent hum. The car gradually approached the hotel entrance. Liu Ruyan looked down at her watch, then turned her gaze toward the hotel nearby. The area in front of the lobby was fairly empty of cars. She immediately noticed a luxury black Bentley parked right there. Something about it felt incredibly familiar. As expected, He Wenqing suddenly cried out in surprise from the driver's seat. Shen Yue again. Isn't this entire hotel booked out for today? Everyone coming in and out should be engagement guests. Shen Yue has no connection to the Mu family, and she's certainly not close with our Liu family. So what the hell is she doing here? Look, she's even linking arms with a man. He Wenqing quickly rubbed her eyes to see better. Don't the rumors say she only likes women? Liu Ruyan's eyes remained fixed on the two figures in the distance. Shen Yue was naturally very slender and tall, coincidentally hiding the man standing beside her, so his face was impossible to see clearly. Only a glimpse of a crisp white suit and trousers was visible. Liu Ruyan's eyes narrowed with doubt. Her gaze lingered on the man's back for a few brief seconds. An oddly familiar feeling welled up inside her. He looked a little bit like Mu Ka. Liu Ruyan watched blankly as Shen Yue led the man into the car. She reached up to rub her forehead, thinking to herself that her mind must really be playing tricks on her lately. How could Mu Ka possibly be with Shen Yue? They belong to two completely different worlds. Besides, he never wears such showy clothes. The car finally came to a stop right at the hotel entrance. Liu Ruyan pushed the door open and stepped out decisively. When she saw the vibrant red roses arranged along the steps, her heart suddenly began to thud with unease. The main flower for the engagement party had been changed. It wasn't the pure white roses she had always loved. The staff at the entrance politely reached out to block their path. Hello. Our hotel is not accepting outside guests today. If you have any requests, we can help you schedule an appointment for tomorrow. Liu Ruyan's figure froze. I know. I'm here for the engagement party. The staff was stunned. Miss, have you perhaps mistaken the time? The engagement party is already over. They've already started clearing the venue inside. The expression on the staff member's face was hard to describe. In all of her time working here, this was the first time she had seen someone arrive for an engagement party after 2 in the afternoon like Liu Ruyan. Her hands hanging by her sides clenched tightly. For a moment, she was speechless. With a professional demeanor, Assistant Lin had to grit his teeth and step forward. Calculating the time, the party indeed should be over by now. Should we head back first? His words seemed to wake the Liu Ruyan standing before him. She looked up into the hotel. For some reason, she felt her heart racing today, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. I want to go inside and take a look. The server was a bit troubled, but seeing their extraordinary aura, she assumed they weren't there to cause trouble. After some hesitation, she compromised. I can let you in for a quick look, but please come out quickly. Liu Ruyan strode inside. As soon as she entered the banquet hall, the intense fragrance of roses enveloped her. The server hadn't lied. The entire set was indeed being dismantled. 2 servers were carrying away a large board made of rose garlands, covering more than half of the backdrop. Only the name Mu Ka could be faintly seen on it. Liu Ruyan stared at the room flooded with red roses, remaining silent. She picked up a flower from the ground. He Wenqing picked up a black baccarat from the table, brought it to her nose, and sniffed it. This rose variety doesn't seem very common. The deep crimson color and velvety texture made the usually gaudy red roses appear much more elegant and noble. Assistant Lin pushed up his glasses. This variety is called black baccarat. It's true we don't see it often, but it's not exactly an extremely rare species. However, to mobilize such a large quantity of fresh black baccarat in a short time, I'm afraid it must have taken quite a lot of effort. Hearing that the flower wasn't rare, He Wenqing casually tossed the flower in her hand back onto the table. I thought it was some kind of prestigious flower. After muttering, she giggled and called out to Liu Ruyan. Sister Liu, everyone's gone. There's nothing to see. Let's go as well. Liu Ruyan gently twirled the flower in her hand, her gaze sweeping over every petal. Did I tell him that I was coming back? Assistant Lin stood straight and said seriously, Before boarding the plane, I sent a message to Mr. Mu. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. He knew she was coming back, yet he didn't wait at all. Due to prolonged sleep deprivation and not having eaten, Liu Ruyan felt dizzy, her slender frame swaying. Assistant Lin put a piece of candy in her mouth. It's all right. CEO Liu just hasn't eaten because of the rush. It's just low blood sugar. Actually, CEO Liu often forgets to eat due to company matters. But thanks to Mr. Mu's daily supervision and him occasionally cooking for her at the office, this hadn't flared up in a long time. So long that he almost forgot CEO Liu suffered from hypoglycemia. He Wenqing helped Liu Ruyan onto a nearby chair, her face full of dissatisfaction. It's all Mr. Mu's fault for making Sister Liu so angry. Sister Liu was already exhausted from taking care of Yi Chen, and yet he throws a tantrum at such a critical time, not even waiting a moment for the engagement party. Mr. Liu, what you said is truly unreasonable. Assistant Lin was about to say something, but eventually held back. He's paid to work. He has no right to judge if his boss is right or wrong. Liu Ruyan leaned on the table and stood up. Let's go back. On the way to the Mu residence to see me, Liu Ruyan took out her phone and called me. The long dial tone continued with no answer, making the atmosphere in the car even more frozen. He Wenqing couldn't help herself. Sister Liu, you know Mr. Mu's temper well enough. This isn't the first time he's been so unreasonable. Stop worrying about him. I told you, you spoiled him too much. Not even married yet, and he dares not to contact you for days. After the wedding, he'll probably want to sit on your head. Assistant Lin, seeing her going too far, gave a slight cough. Mr. Mu had to prepare the engagement party himself. He's so busy. Maybe he just didn't notice the phone. Busy for days and couldn't even glance at the phone once? No time for even a single reply. Liu Ruyan's face darkened, her voice cold. You're right. I have indeed spoiled him too much. She admitted she was wrong this time, but as soon as she left the hospital, she told Assistant Lin to notify him, and she had tried her best to return. After 10 years of affection, why couldn't he understand her just a little? Liu Ruyan looked at the gift in the backseat and sneered. What a waste. She had intended to make it up to him, and even in such a rush, she hadn't forgotten to bring a gift back. Now it seems it's no longer necessary. Liu Ruyan reached up to rub her aching eyes and tossed the gift box in front of Assistant Lin. Take it to Yi Chen. If he doesn't want it, plenty of others do. There will come a time when you will surely regret this. Assistant Lin was about to offer advice when his phone suddenly rang. After answering, the other end was a girl's voice, sobbing in panic. It was an assistant from the CEO's office. Mr. Lin, is CEO Liu with you right now? Yes, what's wrong? Something happened at the company. It's unclear what was said on the other end, but Assistant Lin's already grim expression suddenly turned as white as a sheet. On the way back to the company, Liu Ruyan's face was terrifyingly dark. Ever since receiving that call, Assistant Lin hadn't put down the phone in his hand once. He Wenqing sat in the driver's seat, her hands trembling on the steering wheel. Her lips quivered, repeatedly muttering, how dare he? Yi Hao, a delinquent expelled from that mediocre college, if it weren't for his brother saving Liu Ruyan's life, he'd never even touched the gates of the Liu Group in his lifetime. Yet he dared to pull a bait and switch, committing fraud in the partnership between the Liu and Li families. Keep in mind, Liu's two biggest partners today, besides the Mu family, are the Li family. Now that this has blown up so much, even if they find a way to appease the Li family, the reputation of the Liu family is ruined. The tens of millions he greedily took are destroying the very foundation of the Liu family. Assistant Lin made another call, but there was no answer, until it automatically disconnected. The usually calm man rarely showed anger, but when speaking to Liu Ruyan, his tone became sharp and irritable. For all these years, partnerships between Liu and Li have always been negotiated by Mr. Mu. The Li and Mu families are old family friends. They've never made things difficult for us in this area. This is the first time no one has answered the phone like this. Assistant Lin recalled how CEO Liu missed the engagement for Yi Chen, and his heart suddenly tightened. The materials have had issues for the last 6 months, but why did it explode exactly at this moment? We can't rule out the possibility that CEO Li is venting his anger for Mr. Mu. From the start, he didn't agree to let the Yi brothers into the company, but CEO Liu insisted on her own way, ignoring all objections to put those two in power. Now the marriage between Mu and Liu is on the brink of collapse. Not to mention the company's projects are in serious trouble. He didn't understand. CEO Liu is clearly an intelligent person, but why does she seem to lose her reason whenever it involves Yi Chen? Thinking of those two Yi brothers clinging like leeches, Assistant Lin squeezed his eyes shut, an unprecedented sense of helplessness surging within him. Liu Ruyan, hearing He Wenqing's muttering, felt her heart pounding uncontrollably, as if it wanted to leap out of her chest. Back then, when she appointed Yi Hao as warehouse manager, everyone's objections still rang in her ears. CEO Liu, Yi Hao's abilities are completely insufficient to handle the warehouse manager position. If you want to train him, let him start from the most basic tasks. CEO Liu, Yi Hao's qualifications make it hard for him to even be a security guard here, yet you've put him directly into such a high position. I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate. Even He Wenqing, who never contradicted her, rarely voiced her opposition. Sister Ruyan, are you crazy? He was expelled back then precisely for theft. Letting him manage the warehouse is no different from letting a rat into a rice jar. What did she say back then? She assumed everyone brought personal feelings into work because they didn't like Yi Chen. She felt Assistant Lin was too rigid, Judging people solely by degrees was narrow-minded. As for what He Wanqing said, the so-called theft was just a watch worth a few dozen thousand. She wouldn't even glance at a watch in that price range. To her, it didn't even count as stealing. She had said if anything happened, she would take full responsibility. She was too conceited, thinking that with Ye Hao's abilities, even if he made a mistake, she could. The car suddenly screeched to a halt, stopping right in front of the Liu Group gates. Liu Ruyan and He Wanqing were the first to get out. As Assistant Lin got out of the car, his foot brushed against a black velvet gift box. It was originally the gift Liu Ruyan had painstakingly chosen for Mu Ka, but now she told him to give it to Yi Chen. Assistant Lin intended to ignore it, but as he went to close the car door, he paused, then reached back in to retrieve the box. Passing the reception desk, he handed the gift and an address to a staff member, asking her to send it out. On the Liu Group's top floor, the young assistant brought in hot coffee for the third time, her eyes rimmed with red, as if she would burst into tears the next second. Secretary Wang, please have some coffee. CEO Liu and Assistant Lin aren't back yet, and Mr. Mu isn't here either, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and host Secretary Wang. Dressed in a sharp professional suit, Secretary Wang sat properly on the sofa, glancing at the wall clock. Her voice was far from friendly. Is your company's coffee free? Or is CEO Liu's stature so great that a lowly secretary like me is unworthy of meeting her? The young assistant trembled, her eyes already welling with tears. CEO Liu is on her way back. Please wait just a little longer. Secretary Wang was also frustrated, and seeing the young assistant's tearful state only annoyed her further. Stop crying. If outsiders see this, they'll think I'm bullying you. I don't know how Liu Ruyan climbed into the CEO's chair. What kind of people is the CEO's office hiring? On one hand, there's that Yi Chen, a secretary who constantly complains of headaches, demanding sick leave, insisting the CEO personally accompany him. And on the other, a weak, fragile assistant, good for nothing but pouring coffee, who starts crying after only a few words. Just like that. The young assistant was stunned by the rebuke, looking at Secretary Wang with red eyes, fighting to hold back the tears. I am sorry. Liu Ruyan walked in, witnessing this very scene. She gave Secretary Wang an unfriendly look, then told the aggrieved assistant, "You may leave now." After the assistant left, the office door closed, and Liu Ruyan sat down across from Secretary Wang. She picked up the contract from the table, flipped through it, and said coldly, "I will provide a satisfactory explanation to the Li family for this." Secretary Wang raised an eyebrow, scanning her from head to toe, finally stopping at the dark circles under her eyes. The corner of her mouth curled into a mocking smile. Explanation? What the Li family needs isn't just an explanation. Secretary Wang's arrogant, scrutinizing gaze only further ignited the fire of anger within Liu Ruyan. Her fingers, flipping through the contract, paused, and she asked with a hollow smile, "Then in your opinion, Secretary Wang, how should this be handled?" Secretary Wang kept a polite smile on her face. In this partnership, the Li family's losses must be compensated in full by Liu, with a public apology and payment of breach of contract penalties. Liu Ruyan looked down at the file in her hand. If I'm not mistaken, the Li family hasn't touched these materials at all, right? She closed the folder, looking up at Secretary Wang with a gaze full of calculation. How about we settle on a compromise? This batch of materials the Li family can keep, and we will refund half of the original payment. This way, the Li family saves on costs, and we don't have to bother shipping the goods back, avoiding trouble for both sides. It's win-win. Secretary Wang let out a cold laugh and clapped her hands. CEO Liu, you are quite the calculator, she said sarcastically. Then try to guess, CEO Liu, why after receiving the goods, we haven't touched them at all for 6 months. Could it be because that pile of goods is fundamentally unusable? The Li family has always focused on the high-end segment. All materials are strictly selected. Using faulty substandard goods to masquerade as high-end for customers is no different from digging our own grave. Secretary Wang's face was as cold as ice. My previous proposal is the only way. You have 3 days, CEO Liu. Best think it over carefully. With that, she snatched the folder from Liu Ruyan's hand. After 3 days. If the Li family sees no sincerity from Liu, then we'll meet in court. Secretary Wang finished speaking and stomped her heels toward the door. Secretary Wang, are you sure you have the authority to decide this? Liu Ruyan remained seated on the sofa, long legs crossed, looking at Secretary Wang with a gaze tinged with subtle disdain. Secretary Wang's steps faltered, and she turned to look at Liu Ruyen on the sofa. Her sharp eyes, meticulously lined, narrowed slightly. "What do you mean, CEO Liu?" Liu Ruyen picked up her water glass, poured herself a drink, and took a small sip. The Li and Mu families have very deep ties. And I am Mu Ka's fiancée. She looked up at Secretary Wang. "Does CEO Li know that you're making things this difficult for Liu?" Secretary Wang saw the blind confidence on Liu Ruyen's face, finding it both ridiculous and a waste of Mu Ka's devotion. It turns out she knew all along that the partnership between Liu and Li was forged by Mr. Mu's own hands. Has she ever considered that any affection will one day run dry? He stood as her guarantor before CEO Li, yet she couldn't even manage her own subordinates, letting them commit fraud with the goods. She let her male friend's brothers step on Mu Ka's resources to advance, only to use Mr. Mu as a shield when trouble arose. If CEO Li were just a bit more petty, then let alone the partnership with Liu, even the friendship between the Mu and Li families would be affected. She casually enjoyed the benefits he brought, yet always maintained his superior attitude, refusing to lower her proud head. Aside from this glamorous appearance, Secretary Wang truly couldn't understand what exactly he saw in Liu Ruyen. Secretary Wang suddenly remembered the invitation she saw in CEO Li's office 2 days ago, along with CEO Li's call earlier today, and her smile deepened significantly. "Whether I can decide is my business. No need for you to worry, CEO Liu. If you're so free, CEO Liu, then spend your time figuring out how to raise capital." As soon as the office door closed, Liu Ruyen finally snapped, swinging her arm and sweeping all the cups and glasses off the table. Just outside the CEO's office was the secretary's room. Through the glass door, several young assistants could be seen inside, frantically inventorying a pile of documents, while the desk with the Secretary Yi nameplate was completely empty. Through the crack in the door, the sound of complaints drifted out. "This disaster was caused by that Yi Hao. Why do we have to clean up his mess? Isn't Assistant Yi his brother? Why not let him inventory the warehouse records for the last few years? We couldn't finish that even if we stayed up all night. Keep it down. If Assistant Yi or CEO Liu hears you, you're finished. Haven't you heard?" CEO Liu missed her engagement with Director Mu just because of Assistant Yi. Really? Then Director Mu is quite pitiful. Exactly. A scion of the Mu family, yet suppressed to this extent by a gold digger from the countryside. Secretary Wang heard the gossip and raised an eyebrow at them significantly. She didn't stop, still clutching the folder as she stepped into the elevator. Just now, Liu Ruyen claimed to be Mr. Mu's fiancée, yet even the assistants in the CEO's office were so poorly informed about the situation. This truly is interesting. In such a large Liu group, no one knows he's already engaged to the Shen family heiress. Secretary Wang saw her reflection in the polished elevator doors, her mood seemingly very good, as she took a lipstick from her bag to touch up her lips. Things are starting to get interesting. On the other side, Shen Yuwei took my arm and we got into the car. As the partition was raised, leaving only the two of us, Shen Yuwei smoothed her skirt and turned to look at me. "You must have woken up very early today. If you're tired, go ahead and sleep for a bit. It'll wake you when we arrive." I rubbed my aching ankles, nodding honestly. "I'm not too tired, but my feet truly ache. It'll just soak my feet when I get home, and it'll be fine." To look a bit more handsome, I had worn new shoes all day. After several hours, my ankles felt like they were about to blister. Shen Yuwei leaned down to look at my ankles, and indeed saw they were slightly swollen and red. Shen Yuwei's expression softened, and she reached down to hold my ankle. The warmth from her hand made my heart skip a beat. Shen Yuwei pressed precisely on the pressure points, gently coaxing. "Don't move. Let me massage it for you for a bit. It won't hurt." I gritted my teeth. It wasn't about whether it hurt or not. It was because I was feeling extremely shy. I looked down slightly, Shen Yui's slender fingers gently encircling my ankle. Her fair, jade-like hands contrasted sharply with my ankle. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became very strange, as if the air were gradually thinning. I fought the urge to pull my foot away, struggling to find a topic to distract myself. "About today. Thank you. So when you plan for us to go register the marriage?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I wanted to slap myself. Hurriedly explaining, "Don't misunderstand. What I meant was, I've kept my word to you. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise." Shen Yui didn't stop the massage, a subtle smile flitting through her eyes. Her voice was completely casual. "I know you're a man of your word, Muka. I did misunderstand." She looked up at me with a meaningful gaze. However, what exactly are you in such a rush for, Muka? I was trying to be dignified, but under Shen Yuwei's gaze, I suddenly felt a bit guilty. But I couldn't lose face, so I straightened up, taking the chance to pull my foot back and stuck my chin out righteously. I'm not in a rush. If I were, I wouldn't have brought up the registration myself, right? I was worried that since we just met, registering right away might be too much for the young master of the Mu family to handle. It seems I underestimated your adaptability. My mistake. She glanced at her watch. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. It's probably too late for today. So, is the Mu family scion free tomorrow? I wanted to say there was no need to rush. Since I had started this, I had to swallow the bitter pill. I gritted my teeth and nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm free. To prepare for the failed wedding, I had taken half a month's leave. I still had 3 days left. Shen Yuwei let out a soft "oh." Right. I'll pick you up tomorrow. The car stopped in front of my apartment complex. Shen Yuwei got out of the car. She opened the trunk, picking up the clothes I just changed out of and the gift boxes I received today. I felt a bit awkward and reached out to take them. Let me do it myself. Shen Yuwei dodged. Your leg is injured. Let me walk you upstairs. Her gaze swept over me, making me freeze. The scene of her massaging me immediately flashed through my mind. Instinctively, I slightly hid my ankle behind me. Then, I had to compromise. Thank you. The conversation in the car just now made me realize that my resistance against Shen Yuwei is truly too weak. Whenever I'm alone with her, both my IQ and EQ plummet without a break. So, I decided to say less. I silently followed behind Shen Yuwei, stepping on her shadow, walking slowly. The house I bought isn't very large, but it's located in a high-end area in the city center. The greenery in this area is very well maintained. It's exactly the kind of place to find peace amidst the hustle and bustle. It's just that since joining the Liu Shi group, I've always been leaving early and coming home late. I had no state of mind to enjoy the beauty around me. Right now, strolling leisurely with Shen Yuwei in the tree-shaded grounds, my restless mood suddenly calmed down miraculously. I immersed myself in these rare, pleasant moments, not realizing Shen Yuwei had stood beside me at some point until she spoke softly. Do you like this place a lot? I pursed my lips. Actually, not that much. Shen Yuwei seemed to have chuckled softly. I looked up at her, confused, with that peak-level beauty. Well, it always holds the advantage, so let's skip it. When someone is this beautiful, even a strange sense of humor is understandable. Then what kind of house do you like? At the very last second before entering the elevator, Shen Yuwei asked another question. I like a small garden-style courtyard like those in Jiangnan, with carved beams and painted pillars, pavilions and terraces, where one can grow flowers and raise fish, listening to the rain, watching the plum blossoms. That Chinese-style courtyard, besides being extremely expensive, has no flaws at all. I looked down wondering, why are you suddenly asking about this? Shen Yuwei was carrying the bags. Hearing that, she looked up at me. It's nothing. Shen family just acquired a piece of land and hasn't decided what kind of project to develop yet. So I just wanted to get some inspiration from you. Is this the difference in thinking between an ordinary person and a tycoon? It serves her right, for someone like her to earn so much money. After seeing Shen Yuwei off, I took off my shoes, walking barefoot on the soft carpet. I have to admit that Shen Yuwei's massage was truly effective. At least the soreness has subsided significantly now. I carried the bags from the shoe-changing stool into the room, arranging them neatly. I intended to open the wardrobe, to pick out a pair of pajamas, so I could go so comfortably in hot water. Looking at the entire wardrobe of only black, white, and gray, my fingers holding the door handle tightened slightly. Actually, my face suits more vibrant and bright colors. I could definitely wear them well, and they really complement my skin tone. In my memory, even back when I was in the orphanage, the manager would often buy me white shirts, and praise that I looked very handsome in white. After returning to the Mu family, compensate me, the family bought all kinds of splendid clothes. My wardrobe at that time could be described as colorful and dazzling. But since when has my clothing been reduced to only black and gray? I tried to remember. It seems it was after Yi Chen appeared. Yi Chen is a weakling, always playing the victim, and needing protection from others. So whether it was Liu Ruyan or He Wanqing, who grew up with me, after so many times he feigned weakness, they gradually leaned toward him. To get more attention from Liu Ruyan, I could only suppress my own temperament, completely changing my personal style, striving to turn myself into the ideal Liu Ruyan liked, only to eventually lose my true self. When Shen Yuwei arrived at the private room, A group of people were playing the Three Gardens drinking game. Everyone was flushed from drinking. Seeing Shen Yue enter, they stood up unsteadily, calling her to play. "Sister Shen, come play with us. We saved a spot for you." They walked wobbly, crowding together like a school of sardines, jostling each other to clear a seat for her. Shen Yue glanced at the drunken blonde guy, dodging his hand that was about to touch her. "I'm not interested in this game. You guys go ahead." Shen Yue moved through the drunken crowd, sitting down next to Pei Zhu. Pei Zhu was wearing a pure white dress. Under the flashing lights, the dress reflected a cold white glow, in contrast to the rowdiness on the other side. Pei Zhu's side was extremely quiet. She looked just like a heartbroken lady acting deep in a romance drama. Shen Yue picked up the red wine bottle on the table and poured herself a glass. She mercilessly exposed Pei Shui's fake appearance. "We're like family. Stop acting." Pei Shui immediately broke character. She cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yue with her narrow phoenix eyes. "Outsiders all rumor that the two of us are a couple. Now that you're engaged, is it so wrong for me to be a little heartbroken?" Shen Yue silently shifted a bit further away, to draw a clear line with Pei Shui. "I'm a married woman now. Have some self-respect." Pei Shui laughed out of frustration. "Not fun at all. How could someone like you manage to win over Mu Ge?" She sized up Shen Yue from head to toe, then drained the glass of red wine she'd been using as a prop. "Tell me, how did you snag such a prize? You've been silent for all these years. Even I thought this girl really had no interest in men. Who would have thought that your first move would land the trump card, Mu Ji? Heartthrob of the foreign language department back then. The people pursuing him back then lined up from the department to the school gate. Mentioning me, Shen Yui's eyes flickered. She replied calmly, "What do you mean by snagging a prize? This is called fate." Pei Shu scoffed, "Fate, my foot. What kind of fate makes you run to a bar 10,000 miles away from his house, and then among thousands of people, you accidentally pass in front of Mu Ji over a dozen times? That kind of fate is truly legendary." Pei Zhu sneered, "You're really skilled. If it weren't because I refused to believe that Shen Yue would endure grievance for her family, which is why I followed the trail to find evidence, reviewing the bar's cameras, otherwise it'd still be led by the nose by this girl. But this decisive and resolute manner is exactly Shen Yui's style, spotting the right timing, delivering the final blow." Shen Yue pretended not to understand Pei Zhu's sarcasm. She nodded nonchalantly. "I've always been good. Good in every aspect." Shen Yue didn't want to discuss my matters with any other woman. She finished the glass of wine in her hand, casually placing the glass on the table. Her dark eyes looked toward the group lying haphazardly over there. "Are they very free lately? Why do they all suddenly swarm here?" Pei Zhu glanced at Shen Yue, then grabbed the wine bottle on the table, pouring another glass, and filling up Shen Yui's glass as well. She leaned lazily back on the sofa. "If you would just spend a small portion of your mind on Mu Ji, pay a little attention to the club, then you wouldn't be so clueless about them coming here for a live stream event. Clearly, the studio is run by both of them. Why is she the only one handling everything from beginning to end?" Shen Yue gave her a cold look. Years of being together made Pei Zhu instantly understand Shen Yui's intention. "You even dare to call him Mu Ji?" Pei Zhu was speechless and made a zipping motion over her mouth. She raised her glass towards Shen Yue. Shen Yue leisurely adjusted her clothes. "No more drinking. I'm afraid your brother-in-law will worry. You guys keep drinking. Just put it all on my tab." Pei Zhu looked completely exasperated. "You just got here and already want to leave. If it weren't because I can't win a fight against her, I would really want to give this girl a few scratches." Seeing Shen Yue had stood up and was preparing to leave, Pei Zhu hurriedly spoke up. "The partner's side has the intention of wanting the two of us and the blonde guy to join a live stream event. What do you think?" Back then, before she and Shen Yue retired, both of them and the blonde guy were a fixed team, known as the Three Musketeers, after graduating from university, because she and Shen Yue focused on developing Yao Guang. So after leaving the club, only the youngest blonde guy was left as the pillar carrying everything. Thinking about it, it's been a long time since they touched the game. On Weibo, loyal fans still occasionally shout out, hoping for the day they'll return. Even though returning to professional competition is impossible, but through this event, giving some perks to old fans is also a good idea. Shen Yue, who was about to walk out, paused slightly. An image suddenly flashed before her eyes. In the university study room, Liu Ruyan and He Wangqing were playing games. They scolded Mu Gi for his poor controls. Back then, he looked so timid and miserable. A flicker of heartache appeared in her eyes. It'll probably be quite busy in the coming time. I have no such intention for now. Hey, Pei Shu looked at the back of the woman who had just left. She could only roll her eyes silently. She had rolled her eyes more today than in her entire past life combined. She shook her head in frustration, mimicking Shen Yui's tone from before. With a sarcastic, mocking look, it'll be quite busy in the coming time. We work at the same company. Whether you're busy or not, don't you think it'd know? Trying to fool a child. Probably rushing home to coax your husband. Such a person who chooses romance over friendship. I was drying my hair. By the time I stepped out of the bathroom, an hour had passed. The sunset outside was beautiful. I didn't use a hairdryer. Instead, I picked up a book, planning to go out on the balcony to read, while letting the wind dry my hair. The phone thrown carelessly on the bed suddenly lit up, showing a message from an unknown number. I casually picked up the phone. While opening the message to check, I reached for the book To Live by Yu Hua, then walked toward the balcony. The message came from an unfamiliar number. There was only a short sentence attached with a picture. Is the watch Sister Lu just gave me beautiful? Photo didn't show a face. It only showed a wrist and a Patek Philippe watch on it. Without thinking, I knew it was sent by Yi Chen. Last time, I had already blocked Yi Chen's WeChat. This time, he used an unknown number to harass me. I slightly curled my lips in a cold smile, truly like a lingering ghost. Not caring about a green tea type like Yi Chen, I exited the message screen. Out of habit, I opened WeChat. Catching my eye was a message from Assistant Lin sent an hour ago. Muji, the project between Liu Shi and Li Shi is facing trouble. Could you ask Mr. Li to answer my call? The project between Liu Shi and Li Shi had always been my responsibility. When I met Uncle Li at noon, everything was still going smoothly. What problem could possibly occur? I quickly typed, what happened? Assistant Lin seemed to have been waiting for my reply the whole time. Almost immediately after the message was sent, the other side showed the typing status. The status flickered several times. But in the end, only one sentence was sent. It's just a small trouble. If you could just help me get in touch with Mr. Li, that would be great. Meaning, they don't want me to know the truth. I opened the company's group chat and everything was very quiet. Just casual chatter from everyone. Obviously, Liu Ruyan had intentionally covered this up. And as for the one who could make her go to such lengths to hide it even from me, I can guess who it is. Even if Yi Chen has many petty schemes, under Assistant Lin's watchful eyes, he has no chance of touching the company's major projects. Most likely, it was his useless brother who caused the trouble. Yahao is working as the warehouse manager. An uneasy feeling suddenly rose in my heart. The warehouse manager position isn't big, but if he really plays fraudulent tricks, it could truly cause unpredictable disasters. I gripped the phone tightly in my hand, thinking about how Liu Ruyan still wants to cover for Yi Hao even now. My intention to leave Liu Shi became stronger than ever. Not having received my answer yet, Assistant Lin sent another message. Mu Gu, are you still there? My fingers lightly slid over the screen. If it's a small matter, then just wait for me to finish my leave and handle it then. A decisive sentence blocked Assistant Lin's intention. I switched my phone to silent mode. While drying my hair, I curled up on the armchair to read, wanting to ask for my help, while also not wanting me to know the truth. How could there be such a convenient deal in this world? In any case, looking at Uncle Li's attitude today, it's clear enough that this doesn't harm Li Shi, so let Assistant Lin and Liu Ruyan figure it out themselves. Back when they brought Yi Hao into the company, didn't they boast about it very loudly? Now that something happened, let him bear the consequences himself. At the CEO office on the top floor of the Liu Shi group, Liu Ruyan stood quietly before the floor-to-ceiling glass window. She looked through the glass toward the east. That was the direction of the apartment complex where he lived. Assistant Lin stood behind her, slightly pursing his lips. Director Liu, our company's current working capital is completely insufficient to cover the deficit on the Li Shi side. Half a year's payment plus 8 months of debt and contract compensation. No matter how we scrape things together, we're still short by half. I don't know why. The Li Shi side is being extremely firm this time. Secretary Wang, who was usually gentle and easy to negotiate with, suddenly turned cold. She wouldn't even give a promise for a few days extension. 3 days means exactly 3 days. If they don't receive the money after 3 days, they will expose Liu Shi's scandal of swapping for inferior goods to the public. And they will file a lawsuit at the same time. Once this leaks out, other partners will definitely make things difficult for Liu Shi. By then, it won't just be a simple matter of paying back a few $100 million. Once our reputation is gone, Companies wanting to collaborate with Liu Shi will have to consider very carefully. Rebuilding the business then would be harder than reaching the sky. These principles. Assistant Lin understands very well. Liu Ruyan is obviously no stranger to them either. Haven't you reached Mugi yet? Assistant Lin hesitated for a moment. You could say I have in a way. Hearing that, Liu Ruyan finally turned around. Her gaze drilled into him. What do you mean by in a way? Assistant Lin carefully chose his words. Because you told me not to let Mugi know for now. About Ye Hao's matter. So he said whatever it is. Just wait until he finishes his leave and returns. Liu Ruyan gave Assistant Lin a cold glare. Message him. Tell him to come to the office right now. Assistant Lin was about to say something, but was interrupted by Liu Ruyan. Immediately. Assistant Lin. But he's no longer replying to messages now. He's not picking up calls either. Liu Ruyan felt like she had just punched a bag of wool. She had anger, but nowhere to vent it. She glared at Assistant Lin, then pulled out her own phone to call him. There were only long, continuous ringing tones. He didn't hang up, but no one answered. Liu Ruyan's face was as black as soot. What on earth has he been doing all day? She frowned and looked at Assistant Lin. Is his phone always this hard to reach, even though they grew up together? In the past, he was always the one actively clinging to her. He always took the initiative to call her, while she rarely initiated contact with him. This was the first time she was being rejected by him repeatedly. No, of course not. He is, after all, the sales department director. There are many client contacts in his phone. Usually, his phone is active 247. It used to be very easy to contact him, but at this very moment, under Liu Ruyan's sharp questioning, Assistant Lin could only bow his head, not daring to speak. Her patience had completely run out. She grabbed her vest from the sofa and strode outside. Assistant Lin hurried after her. Catching up to the director. Where are you going, director? There's still a huge mess at the company to resolve. We're still having to hide it from the shareholders and the chairman. Liu Ruyan said coldly. I have to go see what on earth Mugi is doing. With that, the phone in Liu Ruyan's hands suddenly rang. Assistant Lin's eyes lit up. It must be Mugi calling. Even if Mugi might be cold to her. But he cares for Director Liu so much. Seeing her missed call, he would surely call back immediately. Liu Ruyan's steps also faltered. She lowered her eyes, looking at the phone screen in her hand. Even someone usually calm like Assistant Lin had to rush 2 more steps. Following closely behind Liu Ruyan, his face full of expectation. Is it Muga? Liu Shi's trouble might look serious, but if Muga steps in and puts in a word with Mr. Li, then every difficulty will be solved in an instant. He had just finished speaking when he noticed. The cold aura surrounding Liu Ruyan became even more terrifying. Her hand holding the phone gripped it so tightly it seemed like she'd crush it. Assistant Lin looked down. The phone was still vibrating violently in her hand. However, the name appearing on that glowing screen was clearly Yi Chen. The joy on Assistant Lin's face vanished instantly. His entire body stiffened. He silently backed away half a step as quietly as possible, trying to minimize his presence to the lowest level. From the corner of his eye, he saw Director Liu staring intensely at that screen for a long time, not until the call was about to disconnect automatically. Did she answer? It was unclear what the other side said, but her expression was now bone-chillingly cold. I know. I'm coming over right now. I had originally intended to let my hair air dry. Who would have thought I'd fall asleep on that armchair without knowing it? By the time I woke up, the world had already turned dark. Only a faint light from distant neon lamps remained on the balcony. I reached for my phone to check the time. It was already past 10 at night. There were several missed calls on the phone. Most of them were from Assistant Lin. The last call was from Liu Ruyan. The most recent message was from several hours ago. Probably they were all about the trouble with Li Shi. For someone like Liu Ruyan to lower herself and actively call me, it seems this disaster is truly not small. I mocked myself, slightly curling my lips, then turned off the phone screen, strolling toward the kitchen. Seeing a pack of Liu Zhou's snail noodles on the shelf from before, I brought it out to cook a midnight snack. I picked up my phone intending to set a timer for the boiling water. Then suddenly a call came in. It was Liu Ruyan calling. I was going to press decline immediately, but then remembered I am still currently an employee of Liu Shi Group. After 2 seconds of hesitation, I pressed answer. The other side was silent for a moment. Even through the screen, I could imagine Liu Ruyan's stone-cold face. Muji. Liu Ruyan's voice was frighteningly hoarse as she spoke. I only replied coldly, yeah. Sensing my indifference, Liu Ruyan's end went silent again for a while. I started feeling impatient. Is something up? If it's nothing important, I'm hanging up. Why didn't you answer my calls? Why haven't you sent a single message in days? Why, knowing it'd return, didn't you even wait for me at the engagement ceremony? Why, even after I lowered myself to call you, did you still not answer or bother to call back? The moment the call connected, Liu Ruyan had countless questions she wanted to ask, but when she actually had to speak, she could only force out a stiff sentence. Extremely cold. Why indeed? I half closed my eyes. Too busy. Phone was on silent, so I didn't see it. This was originally the excuse Liu Ruyan always used to brush me off whenever she was indifferent. Today, I finally returned it all to her. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath. I know you're still angry. This was my mistake. I can apologize to you. But our private feelings shouldn't be brought into work. The project with Li Shi has always been primarily managed by you. The engagement ceremony is over anyway. Cancel the rest of your leave. Come to my office tomorrow morning. I looked at the boiling water in the pot, holding chopsticks to gently stir the noodles. Tomorrow won't work. I have plans. Liu Ruyan took another deep breath. Her voice began to show clear signs of impatience. Muga, I'm talking about something serious with you. If you want to sulk, you should at least have some sense of proportion. Can you stop making such unreasonable trouble? I heard it and almost burst out laughing from anger. Just as I was about to retort, I heard a cloying male voice on the other end call out, Mr. Liu. Immediately after came Liu Ruyan's unconcealed, impatient tone. Muka, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. If I don't see you at the office, then don't bother coming back ever again. With that, she hung up the phone abruptly. Looking at the disconnected phone, I stared blankly for 2 seconds. Not having to go to the office anymore. That sounds absolutely perfect. I was originally a bit hesitant about registering our marriage tomorrow, but after this threat from Liu Ruyan, I am even more determined to go through with it. In the study of the old Shen family manor, a woman dressed in a black silk nightgown was sitting behind the desk. A thick stack of property deeds was spread out on the table before her. Special Assistant Shu beside her was scrolling through a tablet to cross-reference each deed with the floor plans. Eventually, he selected 2 from the pile. President Shen, please take a look at these 2. He placed the selected deeds and the laptop in front of Shen Yue. Of these 2, one is a modern Chinese-style villa. The other is an ancient courtyard house in Jingxi. Both fit your requirements quite well. Shen Yue moved the mouse, examining the blueprints carefully. His words about Jiangmen-style gardens lingered in her mind. Her gaze swept past the modern Chinese villa and stopped at the drawings of the courtyard house. She remembered this garden was a coming-of-age gift from her late grandfather. It was a traditional triple-entry courtyard house, originally the residence of a Qing dynasty official. The overall style was deeply reminiscent of Suzhou Gardens. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the deed. Let's go with this one. Send someone to clean it up tomorrow. Special Assistant Shu looked at the computer screen. Though he couldn't fathom his boss' midnight deed-searching frenzy, he still nodded dutifully in obedience. Then he quickly organized the other deeds and opened the door to leave. The door closed. Shen Yue reached up to massage her brow. She picked up the deed set aside on the table, thinking to herself, I wonder if this place suits his aesthetic. Her eyes were on the deed, but her mind had drifted far away. She hadn't originally planned to register the marriage so soon, but she knew Liu Ruyan had returned to Jingxi. Even if Liu Ruyan wasn't a good partner, she still shared many years of history with him. They say old feelings linger when people reunite. She didn't want to take the gamble of whether he would have regrets after seeing Liu Ruyan. So, she had to establish their legal status as quickly as possible. I wonder if Health think this is too rushed and too sudden. Shen Yue picked up her phone and unlocked it. She opened her chat with him. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard several times, but she still couldn't type a single word. While she was hesitating, a notification suddenly popped up on her phone. It just so happened to be a message from Mu Ka. The first thing she saw was a photo. A steaming bowl of rice noodles with a golden fried egg. It looked incredibly appetizing. Immediately followed by a brief message. Let's go register our marriage tomorrow. Remember to come pick me up. Shen Yue stared at the phone screen. Her fingers swiped twice over the text he sent. After thinking for a moment, she seriously replied with one word, okay. After seeing the message was sent, she felt that sending just one word might seem a bit too cold. So she quietly added another sentence. Go get some rest after you eat. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. After the message was sent, she tapped on the photo he sent to enlarge it. She looked at it for a while, then saved it to her favorites. Then she exited the chat interface. Spinning her phone, she murmured softly, "So many years have passed. His tastes haven't changed at all." The next morning, my biological clock of 7 years woke me up on time. After freshening up, I went straight downstairs. I intentionally went down more than 10 minutes early. Unexpectedly, Shen Yui's car was already parked downstairs. Shen Yue walked around the driver's side and sat down, leisurely buckling her seatbelt. "Have you had breakfast?" I shook my head. "Not yet." Shen Yue glanced up at me, with an "I knew it" look on her face. She reached out and pulled out a bag of soup dumplings and soy milk. "I picked these up on the way. See if you like them." I took the bag, opened it. The distinct aroma of wheat filled the space inside the car, making me feel incredibly hungry. The two of us arrived quite early. Today wasn't any special holiday, so there weren't many people registering at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The process went very smoothly. Watching the stamp come down with my own eyes, my heart felt a sudden void, but also a sense of relief that everything was settled. Holding this palm-sized red booklet in my hand. From now on, I am Shen Yui's husband. It turns out that not marrying Liu Ruyan wasn't as difficult as I had imagined. As we walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the parking lot exit was blocked by a young couple's car. While waiting for them to move, Shen Yui took out her red booklet and picked up her phone. Her gaze rested on the booklet in my hand. "Shall we take a photo?" Like a supportive partner, I placed my booklet next to hers, watching her take 3 photos in a row before selecting the best one. She opened the Weibo app. I thought she was going to send it to a family group or post to Moments. But when I saw her open Weibo, I felt like my head was going to explode. Does this girl even realize how many followers she has? She's clearly lost her mind. A former esports player with millions of fans like this Shen girl. The most beloved granddaughter of the Shen family suddenly announcing marriage will surely hit the hot searches. Will her fanboys tear me to pieces? Sensing the shift in my mood. "You don't want me to post on Weibo?" I blinked. I was about to say it might be too flashy. Then I remembered that Shen Yue agreed to be with me, to have a husband in name only, to deal with her family's marriage pressure, and to reassure partners and silence industry rumors. Therefore, the more publicity this marriage gets, the better. Besides, it's just a photo of the marriage certificate cover. It won't affect me too much. I immediately waved my hands and shook my head. "You can post it." Shen Yue stared at me for 2 seconds, then looked back down at the phone in her hand. She decisively exited Weibo, but her face couldn't hide her disappointment. Her tone was also a bit sulky. "If you don't want to, then not posting is fine. It doesn't matter." The car blocking the road left. Shen Yue looked straight ahead and started the car, leaving me only with her side profile. She repeated herself. "It's fine." I don't know if it's my imagination, but I felt that even though Shen Yue said it was fine, every part of her was radiating disappointment and reproach. And I was the hypocrite, who didn't follow through, the target of her condemnation. Seeing Shen Yue about to steer out of the parking lot, I hurriedly spoke up. "It's not that I don't want to. Go ahead and post it." Shen Yui's hands remained tight on the steering wheel. She didn't move any further, only turning her head to look at me, as if trying to confirm if I was deceiving her again. Pinned by that aggrieved and reproachful gaze, I felt like a master of emotional manipulation and marriage fraud. I was the one who sought her help originally. Now that my problems are all solved, when it's Shen Yui's turn for help, I was making excuses. It reaped the benefits, but was playing hard to get. A wave of guilt surged in my heart. I said softly, "You can post it." Shen Yue, her aggrieved expression finally relaxed. She asked again to confirm, "Can I really post it?" I nodded. To show my resolve, I proactively handed her the phone she'd set aside. Post it right now." Shen Yue finally, albeit reluctantly, took the phone and unlocked it, quickly composing the content, attached with the photo chosen earlier. In posting it then, with me nodding like a woodpecker, she pressed the post button. The car began to move again, slowly pulling out of the parking lot. As expected, almost the exact moment Shen Yue posted on Weibo, her Weibo notifications started chiming incessantly, one after another. Even though Shen Yue had been retired for a few years, her fanbase remained massive and highly active. As soon as the post appeared, countless netizens flooded in with comments. Unexpectedly, the fans' focus went completely off track. Instead of caring about who she married, they were curious about which saint could tolerate her personality. I looked at the long list of Shen Yuwei's legendary online quips, then stole a glance at Shen Yuwei sitting beside me. Is this the real Shen Yuwei? But I clearly remembered on the school's confession page, Shen Yuwei always maintained the image of a cold goddess. Perhaps because I had been dazed for too long, Shen Yuwei lightly turned the steering wheel. The black Bentley stopped precisely in a roadside parking spot. She glanced at the netizens teasing on her phone. Understanding everything in her heart, she stared at me intently. Do you find me a bit different from what you imagined? I nodded honestly. A little bit. She leaned in slightly closer, looking up directly into my eyes. Then, do you want to get to know the real me? Looking at the woman right in front of me, my heart felt like it had been struck by something. I didn't hear a word she said. I could only nod in a daze. Shen Yuwei held out her right pinky finger to seal the promise. Looking at her outstretched hand, I was a bit stunned. I haven't done a pinky swear since I finished kindergarten, but for a hand lover, Shen Yuwei's slender, elegant fingers held an incredible attraction. My head was spinning. I reached out and hooked my pinky with hers. Sealed, the touch was just as soft as I had imagined. Shen Yuwei pulled her hand back, then restarted the car. Since you've agreed, let's start with a game. It so happens my club has an event in a few days. Please come participate with me. I was still immersed in the feeling of touching Shen Yuwei's hand when I heard her suggestion. My eyes went wide. A game? What game? I'm a tech illiterate. I'm terrible at games. Just as I was about to ask for clarification, the phone in my pocket suddenly rang. I took out my phone and glanced at it. It was Liu's special assistant calling, most likely coming to interrogate me. I swiped the screen to answer the call. From the other end immediately came Assistant Lin's anxious voice. Mr. Mu, where are you right now? President Liu is in a towering rage. I'm on vacation, as for work matters. Please, Assistant Lin, wait until I return to the company to contact me. Having said that, I was about to hang up. Assistant Lin was so frantic his voice broke. Mr. Mu, you know President Liu's temper. You surely don't want her showing up at your doorstep, do you? That one sentence was enough to make my hand freeze mid-hang up. With Liu Ruyan's personality, that was indeed something she was capable of. After a moment of silence, I replied softly, I understand. Rather than letting Liu Ruyan make a scene at my home, I'd rather take a trip to the company myself and pack up my personal belongings while I'm at it. After hanging up, I looked apologetically at Shen Yuwei. Could you drive me to the Liu residence for a moment? The car was extremely quiet. Only the echo of my voice remained. Shen Yuwei silently started the car. The black car sped through the streets. I watched the streetlights flash by, suddenly realizing Shen Yuwei seemed angry, even though her expression and movements hadn't changed. The atmosphere around her had completely shifted. Perhaps she's bothered by Liu Ruyan. After all, the drama between me and Liu Ruyan had been quite public. Once I agreed to be with Shen Yuwei, I should leave the past behind and keep a certain distance. Yet on the very day we got our marriage license, I was rushing to the company to meet Liu Ruyan. It's understandable that Shen Yuwei would be displeased. I gripped the phone in my hand, explaining softly, I'm going to the Liu's for business. I promise I will definitely keep my distance from Liu Ruyan from now on. I absolutely won't tarnish the Shen family's reputation. Shen Yuwei gave me a deep look. She didn't answer, but I keenly noticed the corner of her mouth, curling up slightly in a meaningful way. If I hadn't been paying close attention to her expression, I probably wouldn't have noticed. I held my phone tight, remembering He Yuanqing's comment about Shen Yuwei back in college. A woman like Shen Yuwei looks as dignified and cold as a nun, but she's actually the most pure. She can be won over with just a few tricks. I didn't agree with He Yuanqing at the time, because back then the boys chasing her could wrap around the campus 3 times. Yet in 4 years, no one could win over that cold female student. But now I'm starting to believe it. She seems very easy to coax. I walked into the lobby of the Liu building. The receptionist, who had been nodding off, immediately saw me. She stood up and called the elevator for me. General Manager Mu, you've finally arrived. Assistant Lin, he's asked about you several times today. I smiled and nodded to the receptionist. I know. Thanks for letting me know. With that, I stepped into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly slid open. I walked out. Assistant Lin was reprimanding a few junior assistants in the secretariat. Hearing the elevator open, he turned around to look. His eyes instinctively brightened. Mr. Mu, you're finally here. President Liu is beyond furious. She's in her office right now. I gave a casual hum of acknowledgement, glancing at the young assistants sobbing in the secretariat. I jerked my chin towards them and asked, "What's going on?" Assistant Lin lowered his voice to explain. "These people leaked company secrets. President Liu's plan is to pay them 3 months' salary and then fire them." I didn't try to stop it. The role of executive assistant isn't something learned overnight. Even if new people are hired, they won't be able to work in sync like the old staff if she fires them all. Is she expecting Yi Chen alone to carry the entire secretariat? Just how capable is he? Assistant Lin should be the one who knows best. Yet hearing that, Assistant Lin only gave a forced smile. "You know President Liu's temperament. This matter probably still needs you to put in a good word." I gave Assistant Lin a knowing look. He really wants me to be the scapegoat again, pushing me to the front lines, to bear the brunt of Liu Ruyan's fury. I didn't bother saying a word. I walked past Assistant Lin and went to the director's office door, lightly knocking. Even through the door, I could hear Liu Ruyan's roaring from inside. "Get out!" I simply turned the handle. The moment the door opened, a glass of coffee was hurled directly at me, landing right at my feet. The glass shattered into pieces upon impact. Warm coffee splashed onto the hem of my trousers, leaving messy brown stains. Taken aback, I took half a step back, having to lean on the doorframe to keep my balance. When Liu Ruyan saw that it was me who entered, in an instant, she leaped up from her chair. Her eyes flickered with worry yet remained arrogant. "Why is it you?" Yi Chen, standing nearby, also noticed Liu Ruyan's expression. He immediately suppressed his inner gloating and replaced it with a look of concern. "Mr. Mu, are you all right?" He intimately linked arms with Liu Ruyan and said softly, "Sister Ruyan, she's in a bad mood today. She didn't mean to target you. Please don't misunderstand her." As he spoke, he deliberately adjusted his posture to flash the watch on his wrist. When Liu Ruyan heard Yi Chen's words, she recalled my coldness over the past few days, and her guilt instantly vanished. She slowly sat back down. "Yi Chen, you go outside first. Just ignore him." Yi Chen obeyed Liu Ruyan, nodding obediently. As he was about to exit, at an angle Liu Ruyan couldn't see, he shot me a highly provocative look. Normally, when provoked by Yi Chen like this, even if I tried to stay calm on the outside, my heart would be bleeding in pain. But now, after just a few short days, the door closed behind him. I brushed off the hem of my trousers and took a few steps forward. "Does President Liu have some business with me?" Liu Ruyan closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, bringing her hand up to rub her temples. The exhaustion of several days left her with no energy to argue with me. "The project between the Liu and Li families is having issues. I assume you already know. The Li family project has always been your responsibility. I'm handing this back to you to handle. Do you have any objections? Could President Liu tell me exactly where the issue lies? If it's an error in the area I manage, then I certainly won't dodge it." As soon as the words left my mouth, I could clearly feel the aura around Liu Ruyan stiffen for a second. She stopped massaging her temples and looked up at me. "At the warehouse department, they shipped the wrong goods. It's not actually a major problem. Just give President Li a call. Tell him we give us a bit more time. I will definitely give him a satisfactory explanation." Liu Ruyan finished speaking, and her whole demeanor seemed much more relaxed, because whenever I step in, the Li family definitely won't make things difficult. At the very least, out of respect for the Mu family, President Li won't push things to a dead end, and won't actually expose this to the media. Liu Ruyan, her tightly knitted brows suddenly relaxed. She was certain I would never refuse her request. However, I shook my head firmly. President Liu must be so busy that she's become forgetful. Perhaps you've forgotten that the warehouse isn't under my management. Given the situation you just described, you should be looking for Director Yi Hao instead, if it were truly a small matter. Then Assistant Lin and you wouldn't be frantically calling me back like it was a life-or-death situation. On that engagement day, Uncle Li asked me if Liu Ruyan and I had truly broken up. It wasn't hard to guess Uncle Li's intention. The Liu family is definitely in the wrong. But he also wants to use this opportunity to pressure the Liu family, mainly to show his support for me. At this time, I can't undermine Uncle Li for the sake of Liu Ruyan, and let all his efforts go to waste. Liu Ruyan frowned deeply. This project was yours from the beginning. Now that there's a problem, what's wrong with you stepping in to handle it? Besides, don't you know perfectly well that Yi Hao knows nothing about this? I looked at Liu Ruyan standing before me, the impatience on her face, and the times before when we fought over Yi Chen suddenly seemed to overlap, that sense of entitlement, and the heartlessness of shifting all blame onto me. Suddenly, I felt that all my years of persistence and patience were so naive and ridiculous. And then I actually burst out laughing. So President Liu also knows that Yi Hao is clueless. Then why did you push him into such a high position in the first place? Liu Ruyan's eyes went wide, looking at me in disbelief. Are you blaming me now? I only asked you to make one phone call to President Li. It's just a trivial matter. Since when did you become so petty and calculating? I'm merely stating the facts. Everyone advised you to reconsider carefully. But you abused your power for personal interests and insisted on doing things your way. Now that errors have occurred, you naturally have to carry the weight of this project yourself. I am powerless to help. I came here today to give you notice. I no longer want this position of General Manager of Sales at Liu Corp. I was hired through special priority back then, without going through the company's HR department. So leaving now doesn't even require a formal resignation letter. Just telling Liu Ruyan is enough. What did you say? You don't want the GM of sales position. Then what do you want? To be the director's secretary. So many years have passed, yet you're still obsessing over Yi Chen like this. Always looking for a chance to kick Yi Chen out of the Liu family. Oh, Mu Ka. Can you stop making such a scene? I'm truly exhausted. You have everything already. Why do you insist on competing with Yi Chen? If I fire him and give his position to you, how do you expect him to survive? Liu Ruyan. I meant that I am leaving the Liu group. Liu Ruyan sat there, the impatient look on her face still visible, as it froze instantly. Have you thought this through? Walking away is easy, but coming back won't be so simple. Yi Chen and I have never crossed any lines. Exactly how many times do I have to say it before you finally believe me? I care about Yi Chen because he saved my life once. So I look after him like a younger brother. You're my fiancé, and you'll be my husband soon. If you can't even empathize with me on this, even if we do get married, our marriage will be impossible to maintain. Then in CEO Liu's eyes, what exactly counts as crossing the line? His job, the house in his name, his cars, the clothes on his back, even his brother's employment. Did any of that happen without you fixing it? Must I catch you red-handed for it to count as crossing the line? Uge! Liu Ruyan shouted sharply. Don't go too far. Too far? Since you're capable of doing those things, why are you afraid of me speaking up? Over the years, how many times have you stood me up because of a single call from Yi Chen? I bet even you've lost count. And calling me your fiancé. Don't insult those words anymore. Our bond was severed the moment you abandoned me to go to Yi Chen. It's completely over. After speaking, I walked straight to the door. Liu Ruyan watched my back as I left, the composure in her eyes crumbling bit by bit. A surge of intense, inexplicable panic rose within her. Her chest felt as if crushed by a heavy stone, so suffocated she could barely breathe. She felt she should say something, but then thought he was being truly unreasonable this time, completely disregarding the bigger picture, so she decided to ignore him for a few days to teach him a lesson. In the end, she didn't say a word. Staring as his figure vanished from sight, the nameless fire in her heart felt as though it would consume her entire being. Finally, she could no longer restrain herself, and with a swing of her arm, swept everything off the desk onto the floor. The blue crystal strawberry bear necklace hit the ground, shattering into two. The curve of the bear's mouth seemed to carry a hint of mockery. Outside the door, Assistant Lin stepped forward, forcing a friendly smile onto his face. Mr. Mu, is the matter with CEO Liu settled? I replied softly. It's done. I finished things with Liu Ruyan. With that, I walked past Assistant Lin and headed toward the elevator. Assistant Lin hurried after me. So, did you mention the matter regarding the assistants to CEO Liu? Under Lin's eager gaze and the hopeful eyes of several assistants, I reached out and pressed the elevator button and said indifferently, no. Assistant Lin, whether it's the warehouse matter or the issues in the secretary's office, none of it concerns me anymore. From now on, nothing related to the Liu group has anything to do with me. I've resigned. Assistant Lin felt as if his mind wasn't sharp enough to process this. Why would Mr. Mu resign? He's the future master of the Liu group. Once he leaves the Lius, where could he possibly go? Before Assistant Lin could wrap his head around it, the elevator doors opened with a ding. He Wenxing stepped out of the elevator holding her phone. When her eyes fell upon me, she said mockingly, "Oh, has our great Mr. Mu finally deigned to show his face at the company?" I didn't even give her a glance, stepping directly into the elevator. Until the elevator doors closed. I didn't spare He Wanqing a single look. He Wanqing stomped her foot in anger. Look at his attitude. He's not even Sister Liu's official husband yet, so what is he so arrogant about? Sooner or later, hell burn through whatever little affection Sister Liu has for him. Always displaying that funeral face. It's not interesting at all, serves him right. Sister Liu was right to leave him to find Yi Chen. After her rant, she realized the entire top floor was dead silent, belatedly realizing something was wrong. Turning around, she saw Assistant Lin with a rare blank expression. The junior assistants had bloodshot eyes, with tears rolling down their cheeks. Sniffling sounds echoed. Only Yi Chen looked normal, his face a mix of surprise and delight. He Wanqing approached Assistant Lin, waving her hand in front of him. What is it? What's going on? Why does everyone look like they're under a spell? Assistant Lin brushed He Wanqing's hand aside, his voice tinged with panic. Mr. Mu has resigned. The expression on He Wanqing's face slowly froze, replacing her previous relaxed joy. What about Sister Liu? Is she? Assistant Lin pointed mechanically toward the CEO's office. As soon as He Wanqing entered the CEO's office, she saw a scene of total chaos. Everything on the desk had been swept onto the floor. Even the blue crystal necklace she rarely let anyone touch was broken in two. The pieces lay scattered on the floor. In all these years, this was the first time she'd seen Sister Liu in such a rage. He Wanqing really just wanted to turn around and run out, but she couldn't. She even had to step over shards of glass to move forward. Sister Liu, Mu Ge is gone. So what do we do about the Li family? Liu Ruyan looked up at that, her eyes bloodshot. Why does everyone, including you, think I can't function without him? He Wanqing shook her head quickly. No, of course not. It's clearly Mu Ge who can't survive without you. The problem is the Li family project can't wait any longer. One of the 3 days has already passed. Where are we going to find 800 million yuan? Maybe you should swallow your pride a bit and coax him into coming back first. Once the Li matter is settled, you can discipline him however you want. Liu Ruyan grabbed a coat and threw it at He Wanqing. Get out. She told her to get out, but her tense expression softened significantly thanks to He Wanqing's antics. He said, the moment I went to find Yi Chen, our bond was completely severed. No way, I'll bet on it. Within 3 days, he'll come crawling back on his own. He Wanqing sneered. Looking at his tough act earlier, I thought he'd actually improved. Turns out he's still just jealous of Yi Chen. He Wanqing's words clearly satisfied Liu Ruyan. She closed her eyes, leaning back against the sofa, as the redness in her eyes faded. He Wanqing saw that Liu Ruyan's expression had fully softened, and suggested, maybe we should post a notice to fire Yi Chen and Yi Hao. CEO Li always treated Mu Gu like a beloved junior, so for him to be this ruthless now, he must be dissatisfied with the Yi brothers. The priority right now is to appease the Li family. Worst case, we bring them back once the job is done, but we have to solve this immediate problem first. Though He Wanqing said that, she was actually quite fed up with Yi Chen and his useless brother. Sister Liu has been more than generous to them, yet Yi Hao dared to meddle and sabotage company affairs. If we don't teach them a lesson now, then later, who knows what massive disaster they'll cause. Liu Ruyan now gets a headache whenever she hears Yi Hao's name. Fire him? No need for that, just make him cough up all the money he stole, then kick him out to work as a security guard. He Wanqing nodded. What about Yi Chen? Ultimately, the source of this trouble is Yi Chen. If Yi Chen hadn't become arrogant due to being favored, his brother wouldn't have even stepped through the Liu Group's doors, let alone have the guts to counterfeit such a large shipment for the company. Liu Ruyan pondered for a moment. This has nothing to do with Yi Chen. I'll find a way to handle the money. Didn't Mu Ge leave the company because he was angry about Yi Chen? She wanted to favor Yi Chen even more just to spite him. What a stubborn temperament. He Wanqing looked at Liu Ruyan's demeanor and knew she was being stubborn again, trying to play a game of chicken with him. She's done this every time before, and when he couldn't take it anymore, he would eventually back down. But this time, the situation seemed different. He Wanqing was about to explain the risks to Liu Ruyan, but Liu Ruyan raised a hand to stop her and sent her out. Downstairs in the sales department, I was packing up my personal belongings. Workspace looked full at first glance, but upon cleaning, I realized it was mostly company documents. The only things that were mine were a water cup and a box of filter coffee. I casually tossed them all into the trash. Using a key to open the drawer, I pulled out a folder from inside. This was the project it begged my brother for over a long time before the engagement to finally get. It intended to give it to Liu Ruyan as an engagement gift. Now it's no longer necessary. I put the folder into the paper shredder, watching it get shredded bit by bit. A confused sales employee approached me. "Dr. Mu, why are you throwing away even your water cup?" "I've resigned. A new director will lead you from now on. I can't stand sentimental scenes, so there's no need for anyone to see me off." With those words, I strode toward the elevator. Just as I turned the corner, I saw Yi Chen in a sleek, high-end tailored suit, waiting by the elevator, looking at me with eyes that were both complex and clearly triumphant. "Muji, you lost. So what if you have a noble background? So what if you're handsome? You chased Liu Ruyan for so long. But didn't you end up being miserably kicked out of the group anyway?" I looked at Yi Chen standing before me. Time really can change many people. For example, Yi Chen and Liu Ruyan. Did you wait here on purpose just to say this to me? I did indeed lose, but not to you. I only lost to Liu Ruyan, to her ridiculous pride and her terrible nature. She enjoyed the convenience my status provided, feeling I gave her too much, making her look useless, like a parasite flower that only survives by clinging to me. So she started favoring you, casually accepting your tenderness, then intentionally using you to provoke me, exploiting my feelings for her. This so-called life-saving debt is just an excuse she uses to dodge my questioning. In the end, she loves no one but herself. Losing to human nature, I have nothing left to say. I looked at Yi Chen in front of me, as if seeing my old self being toyed with by Liu Ruyan. You graduated from a prestigious school. You originally had a very bright future. Why waste your precious youth on such an undeserving woman? Yi Chen used to be a very smart and hardworking guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it from a poor mountain village to Beijing. When did such a man become nothing more than a trophy boy in everyone's eyes? Even Assistant Lin knows that if those assistants were fired from the secretary's office, Yi Chen couldn't handle the workload at all. Has he still not realized where the problem lies? During his time with the Lius, Yi Chen hasn't improved at all, and even his previous ability to learn has withered away. If Liu Ruyan truly wanted what was best for him, she wouldn't have turned him into such a useless person. Yi Chen's expression suddenly froze, and his face turned incredibly grim. "Muji, it's just the two of us here. So who are you putting on this concerned act for? Who's it for? You're the young master of the Mu family, with a clan to back you up. So of course you can stand on high, looking down on me like an ant. Because no matter how many mistakes you make, there's always someone behind you to bear the consequences. What about me? I have nothing. I can only throw away my dignity to fight for myself. Besides, you're the one leaving the Lius. I don't need your pity. He always knew exactly what he wanted. Then, I wish you luck." After walking out of the Liu group, I stood waiting under the shade of a tree by the roadside. Not long after, Wang Tang in the driver's seat took off his sunglasses and waved at me. "Is the handsome guy waiting for someone? Let your buddy take you for a spin." I opened the passenger door and got in. "In a bad mood? Let's go blow some cash at the mall." Wang Tang didn't ask any further questions, and casually tossed his sunglasses onto the back seat. He glanced at me, and then started the car. "Sit tight, handsome. Hold on, we're off." At the mall, after a round of retail therapy, my mood had indeed improved significantly. Then I dragged Wang Tang to have hot pot. Wang Tang placed a piece of cooked tripe on my plate and said, "Talk to me. What's gotten you so worked up? Since your second year of college, your wardrobe has been almost entirely dark clothes. You were really suppressing your good looks. Why the sudden change of heart today?" I chewed the tripe and explained softly. "I wore those clothes before to please Liu Ruyan's taste. Now that's no longer necessary." Wang Tang clicked his tongue a few times. Goddess Shen truly lives up to her name. Just got engaged, and she's already cured your years of obsession. He leaned in a bit closer, covering his mouth with his hand. "How far have you two progressed? How is she? Is she sexy?" I was in the middle of eating, and Wang Tang's question made me choke until my eyes watered. "Can you talk without being so alarming? Shen Yue and I have nothing going on. Don't talk nonsense. If someone hears you, they'll think we're creeps." Hearing my words, Wang Tang's reaction was even more intense than mine. "Shen Yue even posted the marriage certificate on Weibo, yet you dare say nothing is going on between you. Are you two going to live separately after getting married? That's no different from living like a monk. I haven't considered that issue yet. We're not really that close. Living together would be so awkward. Is it weirder that you aren't close, yet suddenly got married? Or is it weirder that you aren't close, but don't move in together as newlyweds?" Wang Tang couldn't decide which one was stranger. Separating after marriage just screams to everyone that your marriage has problems, doesn't it? I froze, gripping my chopsticks tightly. completely stumped by Wang Tang's question. That's true. Shen Yuwei's goal for marrying from the start was to reassure her grandmother and partners, wasn't it? If our separation after the wedding is exposed, wouldn't all the effort of registering the marriage be wasted? I looked at Wang Tang with a dazed expression, but if I'm the one to suggest living together, it's just too embarrassing. Wang Tang looked at me with exasperation. Of course, you can't be the one to suggest it yourself. You have to lead her into it, provoke her a little bit every now and then. I was about to ask Wang Tang for more details when my phone buzzed. A surprise message popped up. The sender was the person we were discussing, Shen Yuwei. Are you off work? You didn't drive today, so I'll come pick you up. I glanced at the time on my phone. Exactly 12 p.m. She must have messaged me the moment she finished work. She checked in and learned that the Liu family matter was fully resolved. I'm currently having lunch with Wang Tang. Hell, drop me off later, okay. Then have a good time together. Message me when you get home. Just to let me know you're safe. I stared at the two messages Shen Yuwei sent, gazing at them for a long time. Turns out not all women are cold and arrogant. Even someone like Shen Yuwei could notice, whether I had a car to get home, or if I'd be inconvenienced while out with friends, and even reminded me to tell her when I got home safely. So before, when I was sick and had to drive myself to the hospital for an IV, or when Liu Ruyan abandoned me on the roadside in the middle of the night, and I had to find my own way home all those times, what was all that for? Consider yourself to have been blind. Even though I'm now unemployed, Wang Tang still has an entire company to run. Neglecting work to accompany me all morning was already his limit, so after eating and dropping me off, he had to rush back to work to continue the grind. I sent a message to Shen Yuwei, taking a photo of the cactus I keep, and sent to her, with the words, "I'm home. It's good that you're home." Shen Yuwei quoted the photo. Do you like cacti? Not exactly. It's just that cacti are the only things I can keep alive. I've tried growing many other plants, but even easy ones like money plants or water hyacinths die in my care. Only this cactus was lucky enough to survive. Right after sending that message, I felt a second of regret. In the past, after I killed a few plants in Liu Ruyan's office, she banned me from ever touching any plant in her room again. I wonder if Shen Yuwei will laugh at me. Really? You're that good? Suddenly, I really want to hire you to work for a competitor. You wouldn't have to do much. Just kill off all their fortune plants. Thank you so much. Shen Yuwei. Do you have any free time in the coming days? Remember the gaming event you mentioned after we got our marriage certificate? Today is the first day. If you have time, we could start tonight. If you're busy, delaying it by a day or two is fine. I have plenty of time. We can start tonight. Is there anything you need me to prepare? In the CEO's office, Shen Yuwei stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at her phone. She slowly typed a few words. No need to prepare anything. I have all the equipment here. You just need to show up. I'll pick you up at 6. That works? But I should warn you beforehand. I really don't know how to play games. A slight smile touched Shen Yuwei's lips. You have me, don't worry. During the days I participated in the gaming event, Liu Ruyan's side was in absolute dire straits. After I resigned, Liu Ruyan's stubborn streak flared up again. To prove to me that she could handle everything without my help, she put all vacant properties and cars under her name up for sale. Because she needed cash urgently, she spent the entire day frantically contacting buyers. But everyone wanted to take advantage of her situation. They drove the prices down to the floor, and despite an entire day of effort, she couldn't sell a single thing. Yuanqing originally intended to contact Mu Gi to ask him to buy the properties and cars at market value, with the plan to buy them back later, once they had the funds. After all, she was the closest person to him, and when he and Sister Liu get married, wouldn't her assets eventually be his anyway? Helping them was effectively helping himself. Unexpectedly, that brat didn't even give her a chance to speak. Yuanqing sighed. If I'd known, I wouldn't have argued with him so ruthlessly back then. Now I don't even have his personal contact info. Everyone else in the company had already left for the day. Yuanqing picked up her phone to check the time, when she suddenly saw a notification pop up on the screen. Shen Yuwei's live stream. Yuanqing held her coffee cup, a few sparks of doubt appearing in her eyes. Shen Yuwei? Didn't she retire from the esports world? She casually scrolled through the introduction, then clicked directly on the attached video. The streamer didn't show her face, but it was clear from the comments and voice that it was indeed Shen Yuwei, performing very basic maneuvers. But she was explaining everything in great detail, without a hint of impatience. At the end of the video, she asked gently, Did you remember everything? A warm and familiar male voice softly replied, I remembered. When Yuanqing heard this male voice, she choked on a mouthful of coffee. She broke into a violent coughing fit. This voice sounds so much like... She must have misheard. The second video switched to a different live stream room. This time, it was from the male perspective. This video was slightly longer. He didn't say much, only a few sentences in total. Like this, right? Thanks, Yue. I'll throw a smoke bomb ahead to blind the enemy. Everyone follow me. I don't know how to shoot people, so I'll just pick up a lot of smoke grenades. It'll be safer when we escape. However, isn't the rule of this game that the last one standing is the winner? This is my first winner-winner chicken dinner. With just a few short sentences, He Wanqing had replayed it many times over. The more I listen, the more it sounds exactly like him. But how could this even be possible? That is the noble Shen Yue, after all. Not to mention that he and Shen Yue have never had any interaction. And considering their family backgrounds, the Mu and Shen families are truly worlds apart. Would the Shen family even spare him a glance? He Wanqing thought to herself, yet her entire body couldn't stop trembling. She replayed everything that had happened recently in her head. The cold shoulder she received when she went to the Mu house to deliver the list. Being out of contact for several days straight. He wouldn't even pick up Sister Lu's calls. On the engagement day, even though he knew Sister Lu was coming back, he still proceeded with the ceremony exactly as scheduled. He didn't wait for her and left to clear his head on his own, refusing to contact the Li family to buy more time. He even resigned from Lu Shi without a second thought. Separately, these actions might seem like simple sulking, but when you piece them all together, everything starts to look incredibly suspicious. He used to love Sister Lu so deeply. He had been jealous many times before, but he had never been this furious. Besides, he was never one to mix business with pleasure. He never let his personal feelings interfere with his work. This time, the Li family crisis is so massive, yet he stubbornly refuses to help. Now that things have reached this point, is he really just sulking? He Wanqing suddenly didn't feel so sure anymore. She gripped her phone and swallowed hard. This isn't right. I must discuss this thoroughly with Sister Lu. He Wanqing took her phone and rushed upstairs. Junior assistants in the CEO's office had all been fired. The lights in the secretary's room were still on, but it was completely empty inside. Not a soul was in sight. The CEO's office door was wide open. Liu Ruyan could be heard having a furious outburst inside. He Wanqing directly showed Liu Ruyan a video. Liu Ruyan's face paled, then flushed with anger. What is the meaning of showing me this? Do you really think this person is Muka? Liu Ruyan gave a chilling smirk. He followed me around for over a decade. He finally managed to almost marry me. How could he give up so easily? That is absolutely impossible. He Wanqing stared at Liu Ruyan. Her fingertips gripped the armchair so hard they almost snapped it. She thought to herself, I haven't even said it's Muka yet. Didn't you recognize his voice yourself? But she didn't dare say that to Liu Ruyan's face. She only pointed subtly to the video below. Sister Lu, I also know that person couldn't possibly be Muka, but this man's voice is just too similar to Muka's. If you don't believe me, watch the next video. It's not just the voice, even the way he plays games. That noob skill level is identical. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath. The moment she tapped to open the video, her fingertips were shaking uncontrollably. This time her eyes were glued to the screen, as if she wanted to scrutinize every detail of the man in the white suit, to meticulously analyze every move he made. Watching him take out 2 players with a single grenade, using a smoke bomb to clear the path, then excitedly telling Shen Yue that this was his very first win in the game. Liu Ruyan calmly stated her final conclusion. This person is not Muka. He Wanqing stood there completely bewildered. Liu Ruyan casually tossed the phone onto the desk. Her fingertip accidentally brushed the screen, causing the app to exit that Weibo post. And then she saw the post immediately below it. Which young master is Lady Shen's mysterious husband? The account owner had released a list of recent partners of the Shen group, along with screening results and verified evidence, narrowing it down to 2 candidates, Wang Teng and Ming Chen. Wang Teng is more active, so his vote count was the highest, while Ming Chen keeps a lower profile, receiving a few thousand fewer votes than Wang Teng. Liu Ruyan seemed to regain a bit of her confidence. The tension that had her on edge finally started to ease. See, I told you it couldn't possibly be Muka. He Wanqing picked up the phone. She read the Weibo post meticulously from beginning to end. She muttered under her breath. Muka and Shen Yue is indeed an impossible pairing. If it's not Muka, then it certainly can't be Wang Teng either. This voice clearly doesn't have Wang Teng's tone. Liu Ruyan lightly tapped her fingertips on the desk. It must be Ming Chen then. Ming Chen has been studying abroad since high school. After returning, he has maintained a very private life. He almost never appears publicly in the media. However, the Shen and Ming families have deep, long-standing ties. If Shen Yue truly wanted a marriage for family interest, then it's highly likely to be Ming Chen. Yu Wenqing still felt like something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Maybe I am just being too paranoid and overthinking things. Liu Ruyan didn't bother listening to He Wenqing's mumblings anymore. She grabbed her coat and strode straight toward the door. She wanted to go back and see if he was at home. By the time she snapped back to reality, she was already standing right in front of his door. She stared at the doorbell button within her reach. Her arm rose, then lowered hesitantly. In the end, she still couldn't find the courage to press it. If I press this, wouldn't it be like I'm bowing my head to apologize? Why should she be the one to humble herself? He was clearly the one madly in love with her. Wasn't he the one who chased after her for over a decade? Besides, she had already agreed to marry him. What more could he possibly want? Liu Ruyan let out a sarcastic laugh. The one not answering calls and demanding a breakup was him. The one who submitted the resignation was also him. It was always him. If she swallowed her pride and yielded today, wouldn't he just walk all over her even more in the future? Liu Ruyan quietly pulled her hand back, her eyes filled with determination. She turned around and strode straight into her own home. She felt that something was wrong with her body. It seemed she had come down with a fever. She pulled herself up with a heavy, dizzy head. She threw open the nightstand drawer in the bedroom. She rummaged through and pulled out a box of fever medicine. But when she opened it, she was shocked to find it was empty. Lately, he had been swamped with engagement preparations. Then, their relationship had become incredibly strained. So she hadn't even thought about restocking the medicine. Liu Ruyan's brows knitted together in exhaustion. She tossed the empty medicine box into the trash can. Waves of dizziness continuously washed over her. She had to grab the bedside to slowly sit down. Her head spun as if the world were turning upside down. Before she knew it, she had blacked out completely. She collapsed and lay unconscious on the bed. At the hospital, Liu Ruyan frowned in pain and exhaustion. She reached up to gently rub her throbbing forehead. It took quite a while before she could slowly open her eyes. Upon opening them, she saw a nurse wearing a mask. The nurse was busy changing her IV bag. This was a very quiet, private hospital room. Inside the room, besides her, only the nurse noticed her looking. The nurse smiled slightly and patiently explained, "The friend who brought you here just went out to buy food for you. Your condition was caused by low blood sugar combined with a high fever." Liu Ruyan pressed her pale, bloodless lips together, hearing that the person who brought her had gone for food. A strange glint suddenly appeared in her eyes. She fainted at home during that time. It must have been him who found her, right? On the surface, he acted cold and refused to answer, insisting on breaking up with her no matter what. But it turns out he still secretly visited her house late at night. Deep down, he still cared for her very much. He just wanted to force her to bow her head and admit her fault. Otherwise, how could he have found her unconscious on the bed? Just thinking about that. The corners of Liu Ruyan's lips curled up slightly. She allowed a very gentle and happy smile to show. She had made up her mind. She would just wait for him to return with the food, if he spoke to her properly, and humbled himself to apologize to her first. Then she would act as if all the bad things never happened. The wedding would proceed as planned, and the position of sales director at Liu Shi would always be his. While she was absorbed in those optimistic thoughts, He Wenqing walked in from outside, carrying a portion of takeout. "Sister Liu, you're awake. You gave me a real scare last night. Good thing I was quick-witted and observant. I already saw that you weren't looking well back at the office, so I intentionally followed you all the way home. Otherwise, the consequences would have been truly unpredictable." She kept talking to herself, completely unaware that the person on the hospital bed had a face that turned dark and grim, gloomy as if a storm were about to strike. It took a moment for He Wenqing to suddenly realize with shock that Liu Ruyan was flying into a rage once again. She gripped the spoon in her hand, while inwardly cursing her luck. Why is Sister Liu so impossible to please? I went to the trouble of taking her to the hospital for treatment. Can such a good deed actually be considered a mistake? Liu Ruyan forced herself to sit up in bed. She glared at He Wenqing with pure fury. And where is he? Did he not come here? He Wenqing froze for a second before she could recover. Her voice trembled, unable to speak clearly. Mu Xie doesn't even know you're sick yet. Though she spoke to reassure her, in her heart, He Wenqing was thinking, he is becoming more unpredictable than ever. I'm afraid that even if he knew Sister Liu had a high fever, he might not even bother to care enough to run here. But she absolutely didn't dare say those harsh words aloud. She could only clumsily use the excuse that he didn't know to cover it up. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan's expression softened slightly. That makes sense. He has always been a very disciplined person. Last night it was nearly dawn when she got home. He must have been deep in sleep for a long time by then, so there was no way he could have known she fainted. Otherwise, with his past personality, he surely would have rushed to her side. Liu Ruyan decisively pulled the IV needle out of her arm. She reached for the coat lying beside her, ignoring the fresh blood oozing from the needle's site. She took hurried steps straight toward the hospital room door. Before leaving, she also grabbed a few fever relief patches from the room. He Wenqing truly wondered if the fever had muddled her mind. Why does she want to go back to the office at a time like this? Aside from making her health even worse, it wouldn't bring about any positive outcome at all. Does she hope someone will take pity on her and step up to help her fill that 800 million yuan hole? Before, there was him, the poor soul who always shouldered everything for her. But now, He Wenqing let out a weary sigh. Then she also hurried to follow after Liu Ruyan. Inside the car, Liu Ruyan sat quietly in the back seat. She intentionally placed the fever patch on her forehead where it would be most visible. She knew that every department in the company had gossip groups. Even on his phone, he was part of several such groups. She had accidentally seen them before, seeing him frequently lurking in there to keep up with office rumors. Isn't he using the excuse of not knowing she's sick? Then she would directly create an opportunity for him to find out. She was ready to give him a staircase to step down and reconcile. If he continued to act high and mighty, refusing to reconcile. Then if he ever wanted to come back to her in the future, it wouldn't be such an easy thing to do anymore. After properly applying the fever relief patch, Liu Ruyan picked up her phone and began browsing Weibo. She didn't even need to search elaborately. Posts related to Shen Yuwei were appearing everywhere before her eyes. Following yesterday's 2 pieces of news, 2 more had appeared. Wang Tang himself had spoken out to crush the baseless rumors. The mysterious husband of the great Shen was actually a completely different person. A childhood photo of Lady Shen and Ming Chen was leaked, causing netizens to ship them. Liu Ruyan already knew Wang Tang could never be Shen Yui's husband, so she clicked directly to see the second piece of news. In it, a wealthy young master claimed that he was actually Shen Yui's kindergarten classmate. This person posted childhood photos of Shen Yuwei, along with a video of her and Ming Chen as junior hosts for the school, with Wang Tang's definitive denial, and the fact that as soon as the online votes started, wealthy people claiming to know Shen Yuwei immediately leaked inside information. Netizens all agree that this was a very strong hint that Shen Yuwei's mysterious husband is Ming Chen. Immediately, everyone online began enthusiastically pairing them up. Ming Pharmaceutical Group is also one of the leading enterprises in the country. A union with the Shen family would truly be a match of equal status. Liu Ruyan casually left a few comments under the posts. The tense nerves in her head finally relaxed a little. After exiting Weibo, she continued to open WeChat. There were quite a few new messages waiting in her inbox. Most of them were messages from Yi Chen. The content was just the same hollow and useless words as always. She didn't even bother to glance at them once. She scrolled to the very bottom to find her chat with him. However, there wasn't a single line of reply from him. Since he left for another city to take care of that friend, he had absolutely stopped taking the initiative to message her. Liu Ruyan stared at his puppy profile picture and gnashed her teeth in anger. The car finally came to a complete stop in the building's parking lot. This time, Liu Ruyan didn't choose to take the CEO's private elevator from the company's basement anymore. Instead, she intentionally went around to the main lobby to stride into the company through the main entrance. The Liuxi reception team was a group of young and agile girls, because the nature of the work there was quite leisurely and relaxed, and located at a very special strategic position in the building, and had long been considered the rumor hub of the entire Liu group. Any unusual sign that caught their eyes would surely be known by the entire Liu group in less than half an hour. Liu Ruyan wore the fever relief patch very conspicuously on her forehead. She slowly and nonchalantly walked past the reception desk. Sure enough, just before the elevator doors could close, she heard the whispering chatter of the receptionists behind her. Wait, is that a fever patch on CEO Liu's forehead? Is she sick? I've been working at this company for over 2 years now, and this is the first time I've seen CEO Liu this ill. It seems Mu Ka's resignation caused her quite a psychological shock. Of course, after all, they were childhood sweethearts for so many years. Those strangers who suddenly intruded halfway through. How could they possibly be compared to Mu Ka? Although I really understand Mu Ka's current suffering and feelings. Seeing CEO Liu now, she really does look so pitiful. Liu Ruyan stepped out of the elevator on the top floor with a smug look, because she had spent quite a long time in the hospital. By the time she arrived, Yi Chen and assistant Lin were already at the office. Due to the lack of effective support from the junior assistants who were just fired, Assistant Lin was swamped, spinning like a top. To the point he didn't even notice the 2 of them walking in. In another corner, Yi Chen was rarely focusing on work. However, his sluggish and slow as a snail-working pace made He Wenqing frown in annoyance just by looking at him. She used to think Yi Chen was a warm, understanding, and caring guy. Compared to someone as cold and dry as him, he was 10,000 times better. But since the moment Yi Chen caused this disaster for the company, she finally woke up and realized his true value. As someone who graduated from a top-tier prestigious school like him, his education, capability, and vision were far superior to Yi Chen's. He could even go all out to support and expand the career path for Liu Ruyan. Meanwhile, though Yi Chen looked kind and obedient on the outside, he was actually just a lazy guy, bringing his whole messy family along, to cling and live as a parasite, sucking the blood of Liu Ruyan. However, wanting to say the last bit of face for Liu Ruyan, in the end, she didn't bother to say another word. When Yi Chen caught a glimpse of Liu Ruyan and He Wenqing approaching, immediately put on a worried face and kindly inquired, "Sister Ruyan, are you sick? Is it very serious?" The gloom on Liu Ruyan's face finally eased up a bit. She softly replied, "It's nothing," but her heart was still heavy with worries, so she had no mind for back and forth or social pleasantries. After inquiring, Yi Chen quickly brushed past her and strode directly toward the office. Yi Chen stood silently, watching Liu Ruyan's retreating figure. Her indifferent and cold attitude caused a flash of disappointment in his eyes, but in the blink of an eye he managed to regain his composure. He quickly grabbed the lunchbox that had been carefully prepared earlier, and quietly followed her into the office. Actually, Liu Ruyan has never had the habit of eating lunchboxes. She always thought that food sitting too long after being prepared would definitely lose much of its flavor and freshness. However, her stomach condition was truly terrible. To take the best care of her fragile health, previously, I personally requested to set up in the CEO's lounge area, a small, simple, yet very convenient kitchen for cooking. Every day, I arrive an hour early just to cook for her personally. Even though Yi Chen had been by Liu Ruyan's side for a while, yet I hadn't even set foot inside her home's main gate once, except for that small kitchen, which was the only place only I was allowed to enter. Today, he had specially prepared this takeout lunchbox. The main purpose was to subtly remind Liu Ruyan that even if I no longer wanted to cook for her, there were still plenty of others out there willing to do so. Knowing well that she hated foods that sat too long and lost their flavor, so he took the trouble to prepare very sophisticated cold dishes, including fresh vegetable salads and refreshing fruits. Yi Chen, full of hope, carefully carried the affectionate lunchbox in his hands. Just as he entered, he saw Liu Ruyan standing motionless and lost in thought before her desk. And on the table right in front of her, an object was present. It was that crystal pendant that looked both childish and cheap. Last time, out of rage, Liu Ruyan had thrown it, smashing it in half, but then she had used glue to fix it herself. Yi Chen gripped the lunchbox so hard that his fingertips began to turn pale with anger. He had to use all his strength to suppress the burning fire of jealousy in his eyes. He forced a gentle and warm smile onto his face. "Sister Ruyan, I'm sure you haven't had a chance to eat anything yet, right? This is a salad I prepared for you myself. Please try it and see if the flavor suits your taste." At the same time, right at that moment, news that CEO Liu was so heartbroken over the sales director's resignation that she fell ill, yet forced herself to work, exploded across the company's rumor groups. In the finance department office, a young female employee was sitting there, upon scrolling through that hot news in the chat groups. She suddenly let out a laugh full of contempt and sarcasm, then quickly picked up her phone and began dialing to call someone. "Hello, I have some incredibly shocking good news to report to you." In the ancient courtyard house, a shrill alarm bell rang out, breaking the silence. If I were in my own familiar home, then I would surely linger in bed for a while longer. But currently, I am staying at Lady Shen Yuai's house. If I were to wake up too late, then I'm afraid it would be considered very rude and impolite. I opened my eyes wide, staring at the ceiling to regain alertness after a long sleep. Then I reached for the phone on the nightstand and began logging into my WeChat app. I glanced through the new messages sent from business partners. Luckily, it seemed no messages had been blocked by the system. The small sales department chat group was buzzing with new messages at a dizzying speed. Out of curiosity, I decided to click and see what was going on. Just now, while I was out getting some water, I happened to overhear people from another department buzzing about that originally Manager Mu was a prestigious young master of the noble Mu family. Yet in the end, he was forced out by some country bumpkin named Yi Chen. This is truly so stupid and ridiculous. It's unbelievable. Just thinking about it makes me feel so resentful and angry on Manager Mu's behalf. We shouldn't waste our breath on those with such distorted and short-sighted views. They're clearly jealous because our department used to benefit greatly thanks to Manager Mu. They don't even bother to think it through, that if it were for the lucrative contracts manager Mu worked hard to bring in for the company, then they shouldn't even dream of having a single drop of leftover soup. What a bunch of ungrateful people, biting the hand that feeds them. Every time this comes up, I feel incredibly annoyed and troubled. Now that manager Mu is no longer here to shoulder things and protect everyone, I truly don't feel even a shred of security while working anymore.
Why wasn't it that hateful Ye Chen who had to leave? The reception girls in the lobby just whispered to me that today, CEO Liu had to wear a fever relief patch on her forehead to force herself to work. It's unclear if the root cause is because of manager Mu's matter. I pray that the two of them will make up soon and end this Cold War. Actually, I have something I'm very conflicted about, whether to say it or not. Does anyone here regularly follow gaming live streams? I have a feeling that the voice of the great Shen's mysterious husband last night sounds exactly like our manager Mu's voice. That's absolutely impossible. Outsiders might not know, but how could our sales department not? Are you all unfamiliar with how deeply manager Mu once loved CEO Liu?
Below that post were a series of negative comments stretching out endlessly. Seeing them enthusiastically discussing the relationship between me and Liu Ruyan, a sense of profound shame surged within me, as if unpleasant past matters were being dug up. Have they completely forgotten that I'm also in this chat group? I sighed softly and quietly tapped the button to exit the chat group. Then I got up and headed to the bathroom for my morning routine. As for whether Liu Ruyan was truly forcing herself to work while ill, those idle thoughts had long since been dismissed by me. I thought I had woken up very early to prepare for the new day. But to my surprise, Shen Yuwei was already in the kitchen, busy with preparations, and it seemed everything was already nearly finished, upon hearing footsteps approaching.
She turned her head slightly to look at me and said with a smile,
"Hot breakfast has been served and is ready. My cooking skills are only so-so. So absolutely do not complain if any dish is bad." Throughout the time we sat having breakfast together, I intended to ask her a few things many times, like why back then, when she needed someone to play husband, she didn't choose Ming Chen over me. But every time the words were about to leave my lips, I quietly swallowed them back and continued eating in silence. All my awkward actions and expressions couldn't escape Shen Yuwei's eyes. She smiled and decided to give me a chance to freely express my questions. She said gently, "If you have anything weighing on your mind, just ask me frankly. Don't be hesitant at all."
I suddenly stopped chewing and stared at her in wide-eyed astonishment.
Inwardly, I wondered in shock, does this woman have the ability to read minds? But she didn't bother giving any further explanation about that. Instead, she just smiled slightly and gently reminded me, "I'll only give you exactly 3 minutes to think. If you remain silent after that, I'll consider that you've voluntarily given up this right." I began to frown, trying to think and select each word as accurately as possible. Finally, I found the courage to ask, "Weren't you and Ming Chen childhood sweethearts who grew up together? At that time, when you truly needed someone to play the fake husband in that act, why wasn't the person you turned to for help Ming Chen?" Although I clearly knew that on that fateful night I was the one who was drunk and blocked her path,
yet she had every justified reason to reject me, a stranger in such a ridiculous situation. Furthermore, with her status, she surely had countless choices far better than me. Now, whenever I calm down and reflect on everything that passed, I always feel that night was like a surreal and unbelievable dream. Yet she could so easily sign a prenuptial agreement that brought her no benefit at all. Didn't she have any suspicion or fear that I was just a gold digger approaching her for money and fame? Shen Yuwei slightly frowned, lost in thought for a moment. Then she looked up at me with sincere eyes and began to give her answer. In reality, there is no close or intimate connection between Ming Chen and me at all. The two of us were just simple friends who once studied together back in kindergarten. As for why I ultimately decided to trust and choose you, well, if I told you now that the encounter on that night wasn't just a coincidence, would you be willing to believe my words in your heart? At that very moment, in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Liu Shi building, Ye Chen was standing blankly, clutching his lunchbox with both hands. He was enduring the feeling of being completely ignored by the woman he loved. He stood rooted to the spot with a look of extreme self-pity, his eyes fixed on the girl behind the desk. Liu Ruyan was unconsciously using her hands to crush that small, damaged doll. Her eyes kept staring intently at the phone screen placed silently on the desk. Her face suddenly turned gray and extremely gloomy. Time went by and half an hour had already passed, yet absolutely not a single line of reply had been sent from him. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath to try to regain her slipping composure.
She turned and demanded He Wenqing to lend her her personal phone immediately. Then she silently opened the WeChat app without offering any explanation. She quickly scrolled through the chat list to find the sales department group. However, before she could even click to see the content inside, suddenly, the office door abruptly pushed open by someone from outside. As soon as Liu Ruyan's eyes met the silhouette of the person who just strode in, she realized it was Liu Hao's very close childhood friend, and also the current director of the company's finance department. Originally, Liu Hao was Liu Ruyan's biggest and most formidable rival for the family inheritance, so the sudden appearance of someone from his faction at this time definitely brought nothing good. He Wenqing was the first to speak, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Hey, Director Fu, didn't your parents teach you how to knock before entering someone else's room?" Fu Chang just smiled slightly, his hands still clutching the documents, seemingly indifferent to the criticism. "I heard rumors that CEO Liu fell ill because she was too troubled over Manager Mu's matter. So I specially took some time today to come and check on her health." As soon as she heard the 3 words, Manager Mu, come out of that guy's mouth, Liu Ruyan suddenly felt a jolt down her spine. Her scalp felt like it would explode with rage. If her current mood was compared to a powder keg waiting to explode, then the guy before her was the spark igniting the fuse to blow up that keg. This damn Fu Chang had indeed come here with intentions that were anything but good. The blue veins on Liu Ruyan's forehead began to bulge and throb due to her fury. "Now that you've seen everything with your own eyes, are you satisfied? Can we go now?" Fu Chang really has no fear of death. He stepped forward and scrutinized Liu Ruyan. Her complexion still looks quite good. It seems she's almost fully recovered. He pretended to pat his chest. "Then I can rest easy." Then he held out the stack of documents in his hand. "This is the project that won the bid last time. Please sign it." Liu Ruyan took the documents he handed over. It's the funds for the Hue City project that she had abandoned last time, requesting 1.5 billion yuan. The compensation for the Li family is extremely urgent. Where is she supposed to dig up 1.5 billion yuan right now? He himself is the financial director. Whether there's enough money in the company account, how could he not know? Liu Ruyan closed the folder. "I remember this project doesn't start for another 2 months. To come asking for money now, isn't that being a bit too impatient?" Fu Chang put on an innocent face. "Isn't it because the old master over there is getting anxious? He just called me, and I came here immediately." Liu Ruyan and He Wenqing's expressions changed simultaneously. Their eyes looked at Fu Chang, as if wanting to pierce right through him. The old master bypassed them to contact him directly. He must already know about Muge's situation. That old man's heart has always been made of stone. Now that he knows such a huge mistake happened here, the consequences are truly unpredictable. Fu Chang reached out and pushed the documents toward Liu Ruyan. "CEO Liu, please sign." This was the first time since taking over Liu Shi that Liu Ruyan was humiliated so blatantly. Ironically, his reason was perfectly legitimate, and with the old master's backing, she couldn't do anything to him. Liu Ruyan grit her teeth and flipped open the documents. Picking up the fountain pen, she signed her name forcefully. She threw it in front of Fu Chang. "Take your things, and get out." A cold smile curled the corner of Fu Chang's mouth. "CEO Liu, you should tone down that temper of yours. The Liu family is about to change hands. Originally, with the second young master of the Mu family, your position was rock solid. Yet you insisted on seeking your own doom by bringing back such a troublemaker." Fu Chang clicked his tongue a few times. He turned around, looking to the side. Yi Qian was pale, trying to be invisible. Fu Chang raised his hand, showing no respect as he gave a thumbs up. These 2 brothers are truly talented. One ruined the marriage alliance between the Mu and Liu families. The other wrecked the cooperation between Liu Ruyan and the Li family. Fu Chang had taken a few steps, when he suddenly remembered a Weibo post he'd seen and turned back. He leaned close to Liu Ruyan's ear and whispered a reminder. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Go check Weibo. You're about to lose your home. What's there to be so arrogant about?" After he left, a surge of rage and unease swelled within Liu Ruyan. "Muji got married? No way. How could he marry someone else?" At this moment, He Wenqing stepped forward with her phone, her voice trembling. "Sister Liu, it's true. Muji. He really is married." Liu Ruyan stared intensely at the photo on the screen. It was a sweet photo of him and Shen Yue. The comments and likes under the post were all from official accounts of major corporations. She felt like the whole world was laughing at her. Her mind was in complete chaos, unable to believe the truth. Seeing this, He Wenqing hesitated for a moment. Sister Liu, Wang Tang also posted on Weibo confirming this. She didn't want to believe it, but the logic in her heart told her that all of this was true. Muji, the man who once loved her more than his own life, had truly married someone else. Liu Ruyan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She leaned her hands tiredly on the desk. Everything came crashing down at this very moment. The moment she saw the Weibo post, images of the engagement ceremony scene flashed in her mind. Those vast clusters of black baccarat roses, they were actually his favorite flowers. Silent yet intense, just like him. It's just that back then, to cater to her preferences, such deep colors had ceased to appear in his life. She recalled the scene she saw that day, and yet she hadn't realized it then. Even on that engagement day, the flowers originally ordered were the white roses she liked. She suddenly remembered there were identical roses on Shen Yuwei's Weibo as well. She has a rose farm, filled entirely with black baccarat roses. Liu Ruyan held her phone, her fingertips trembling. Thinking of the black baccarat flowers used on that engagement day, likely grown by Shen Yuwei's own hands, the past events came back vividly, making her feel a chill run down her spine. Throughout all these years, Shen Yuwei always outshone her in every aspect, and it was actually all for him. It turns out he had been in Shen Yuwei's sights for a long time. And she had been waiting in silence, just waiting for this day. Just thinking about this possibility, Liu Ruyan felt a cold shiver in her heart. Having a competitor like Shen Yuwei was truly terrifying. Looking at the 9 photos on Weibo, from the moment he started his makeup until the end of the ceremony, not a single moment was missing, and the posting date matched perfectly. Liu Ruyan's gaze stopped at the photo in the center. He and Shen Yuwei were looking at each other. Even through the screen, her possessive desire for him was evident. Liu Ruyan let out a cold laugh. So that was why he didn't wait for her return, why he didn't answer the phone, and didn't even bother to reply to messages. So that was why he resigned so decisively. He had already found his way out long ago. Liu Ruyan only felt her chest grow colder and colder, her limbs stiff. She said resolutely, "I must go see him." She wanted to find him, to demand a clear explanation for everything. She strode quickly toward the door, leaving Fu Cheng behind, who was silently grit his teeth. On the other side, I was sitting in the car, watching the cars speed by outside the window. Shen Yuwei's words from earlier were still echoing in my head. If I said that night wasn't a coincidence, would you believe me? I completely failed to grasp the meaning of those words. Because if Wang Tang hadn't been in Paris that day, I wouldn't have gone to the bar to drink alone. Even the location was chosen at random by me. How could it not have been a coincidence? While I was lost in thought, my phone suddenly vibrated. I received a message from someone not too unfamiliar. "Liu Ruyan knows about your marriage. She's coming to find you." I looked at the Liu Shi building outside the window, feeling a bit uneasy in my heart. Yi Chen obviously wasn't helping me out of kindness. He just didn't want me to meet Liu Ruyan. But now that I was near the Liu Shi building, an encounter was unavoidable. I had no intention of avoiding her either. Having married openly and honorably, why should I have to skulk around like a thief to avoid an ex? This is also a good opportunity to use this time to settle things with Liu Ruyan, as a final farewell to my dozen or so years of youth. However, just as I was about to tell Shen Yuwei this news, our car was suddenly cut off by another black car and forced to brake hard. The momentum threw me forward violently. Luckily, I had my seatbelt on. Shen Yuwei looked at me worriedly. I shook my head to signal I was fine. He Wenqing knew Liu Ruyan was a bit crazed right now, but hadn't expected her to lose control to this extent. She had directly seized the steering wheel and charged straight towards Shen Yuwei's car. Fortunately, Shen Yuwei's speed wasn't high, avoiding a disastrous accident. The moment I saw Liu Ruyan step out of the opposing car, I felt my scalp go numb. A surge of fury shot straight up to my head. Just a bit more and she would have hit Shen Yuwei. Just thinking that Shen Yuwei was almost in danger, logic in my mind was about to be completely burned away. A fierce rage welled up inside me. I unfastened my seatbelt and opened the door to get out. I shouted, "Liu Ruyan, what kind of madness are you doing again? Do you know traffic accidents can kill people? If you had actually hit Shen Yuwei just now, something had happened to her. I truly wouldn't dare to imagine it." Shen Yuwei had stood behind me without me noticing. She took my hand as a form of reassurance. Meanwhile, He Wenqing almost slumped to the ground, losing all her composure as she clung to Liu Ruyan's leg. Seeing me and Shen Yuwei holding hands, she felt a bit helpless, but also a bit resentful. She thought, can you two please not flaunt your affection in front of Sister Liu? She's harder to restrain right now than a pig being slaughtered for the new year. Sure enough, the next second, Liu Ruyan's gaze swept across my face and Shen Yuwei's, finally stopping at our tightly interlaced hands. She went into a frenzy, as if severely provoked. "Shen Yuwei, let go of him." Shen Yue looked at the irrational Liu Ruyan in front of her and squeezed my hand a bit tighter. CEO Liu, am holding my husband's hand. I don't believe I need permission from an outsider like you. The words my husband struck Liu Ruyan's sore spot. Her eyes were bloodshot,
looking like a demon crawling back from hell, no longer possessing the aura of the cold female CEO she once was. Your husband? He's clearly my fiancé. How could he be your husband? In the middle of the bustling street, 2 luxury cars lay across the road. The argument drew many curious onlookers, causing a traffic jam. I didn't want us to be gawked at like monkeys in a zoo. Though losing face is a small matter, I still cared about the Mu family's reputation, as well as the Shen family's. So I looked at Liu Ruyan, closed my eyes for a moment, and then spoke. Liu Ruyan, for the sake of all these years, there are things I don't want to say too harshly. However, you should have some self-respect. I remembered Assistant Lin mentioning earlier how Liu Ruyan abandoned me at the engagement ceremony for Yi Chen. The helplessness when she didn't return, combined with past incidents, and the time she stood me up, my voice held a hint of indignation. The relationship between us, from the moment you left me for Yi Chen to go to Hu City, has completely ended. If you still want to keep some shred of dignity, then let's just let it end peacefully like this. Having said that, I gripped Shen Yui's hand tighter and added coldly, furthermore, Shen Yue is the one I am engaged to and married to. She is my wife, recognized by the law. I hope that when you meet her in the future, you will show some respect. Liu Ruyan stood there frozen, and hearing my words, her entire body began to tremble. I already told you. Yi Chen slit his wrists. A human life was at stake. Why couldn't you understand me just once? I suddenly found it ridiculous. So he slit his wrists. Does he not have parents? Or worse, is his brother dead too? Is it an outsider's turn like you to cancel an engagement just to go take care of him? I rarely speak such biting words, but I was truly driven mad by Liu Ruyan and Yi Chen's audacity. Are you a doctor or a nurse? If he really wanted to commit suicide, by the time you traveled all the way there, wouldn't his body already be cold? The guy who supposedly slit his wrists yet went to work earlier than you, and even had the leisure to provoke others. I'm afraid you arrive at the hospital so late that his wound had time to heal. Can't Liu Ruyan see something so obvious? Once is a miss, twice, and then 3 times. Do you really not understand after countless times? Liu Ruyan heard my accusations and couldn't offer any rebuttal. Then what about you? You and Shen Yue got engaged and married. Did you ever say a word to me, your official girlfriend? I let out a mocking laugh. Liu Ruyan, when you made Yi Chen your close male secretary, did you ask me? When you bought him a house, a car, and transferred money, did you ask me? My face hardened as I shook my head. No. Even the fact that you weren't attending the engagement, you waited until you were on the plane to let me know. So when I changed my fiancé, why on earth should I have to tell you? Shen Yue and I didn't get engaged in secret. Liu Ruyan, if you had even a shred of concern for my situation that day, then you wouldn't have waited until now to find out. So why are you here now acting all sentimental? Who are you trying to impress? Every word I spoke seemed to make Liu Ruyan's shoulders sag a bit more. Muga, you weren't like this before. I was truly speechless. What was I like before? I was always enduring, patient, always putting Liu Ruyan first, only to be rewarded with her contempt, her trampling, and then even Yi Chen bullied and plotted against me. Now that I've finally woken up, she stands on that moral high ground to criticize me, saying I've changed. I suddenly felt like everything I was saying was falling on deaf ears. Liu Ruyan's arrogance meant she would never truly understand anyone else. I no longer had any desire to communicate with her, so I took out my phone and dialed the police. Hello, hi. Is this the police station? I want to report a crime. I reported Liu Ruyan for attempted murder. By the time I stepped out of the station, night had fallen. Making statements shouldn't have taken that long, but because the Shen family heard that Shen Yue and I were almost in an accident, Grandma Shen and Madam Shen rushed immediately to the police station, demanding severe punishment. At the station entrance, I stood beside Shen Yue, looking somewhat dejected. I said, Mom, Grandma, I am truly sorry. If it weren't for me, today's events wouldn't have happened. Seeing my pitiful state, Grandma Shen immediately took my hand. What are you talking about? It was all her fault, not yours at all. As she spoke, she glanced sideways at Shen Yue standing nearby. She's tough-skinned. A little scratch wouldn't have hurt her. Besides, wasn't she not even hit?
Madam Shen, standing nearby, also nodded repeatedly. The culprit is in there now. You're such a silly child. Don't torture yourself like that. Thinking of Liu Ruyan, Madam Shen's elegant brows furrowed slightly. However, since no one was injured, and even the car wasn't touched, I'm afraid charging her will be a bit difficult. She'll probably be out on bail by tomorrow at the latest. Grandma Shen pouted. Isn't that right? If I'd known, I'd rather have let her bump Yu Wei a little bit. That way we could charge her and vent some anger for Mu Ge. Those words made my pupils dilate slightly. I hurriedly shook my head. No need, that's not necessary. Shen Yu Wei leans slightly behind me, half joking, half serious. Ma, do you even want this granddaughter of yours anymore? I've waited for so many years. Just finally got a husband. I don't want to leave so soon. Grandma Shen gave her a look. I really wanted to tell you two to stay at the old house for a few days, but thinking about the shock you both just went through, I didn't have the heart to ask. So she just said, then your mother and I will head back first. Make sure you two visit the old house in a few days. I quickly replied, yes, of course. After seeing the car off, Shen Yu Wei turned to look at me. Let me take you home. I nodded in agreement. Throughout the drive, I struggled mentally for a long time before daring to speak. About today. I'm truly sorry. Shen Yu Wei gripped the steering wheel tight, her deep eyes fixed on the road ahead. You don't need to apologize. It wasn't your fault. She paused for a moment and added seriously, besides, the fact that you didn't force me to forgive her, but chose to call the police immediately made me feel very happy. Actually, the moment the car was forced to stop, Shen Yu Wei was incredibly angry, not because she herself was almost hit, but because I was still in the car at the time. Liu Ruyan's impulsiveness and disregard for consequences directly threatened my life. After getting out of the car, Shen Yu Wei was prepared to confront Liu Ruyan. However, a person who was always soft-hearted like me, this time didn't hesitate to stand up and protect her. Without a second thought, the feeling of being shielded by someone and being understood like this was truly wonderful. I felt my actions were perfectly normal. Liu Ruyan's behavior was, in a way, attempted murder. One cannot simply let it go just because there were no casualties. If I forgave her this time, who knows if she would do something even crazier next time. There is no room for favoritism in the law. Furthermore, I've suffered more than enough of Liu Ruyan and Yi Chen's moral blackmail. I would absolutely never let the same happen to her. I gently squeezed my fingertips, recalling the words I blurted out in anger. Don't you think what I said back then was very cruel? Shen Yui stopped the car, turned to look at me seriously and said, there's a saying in Taoism, go with the flow, follow your heart. If they hadn't provoked you first, then why would you have had to scold them? I was stunned. Those words might sound a bit illogical, but they made one feel incredibly refreshed. The car stopped at a red light. She glanced at me, a hint of concern suddenly rising in her heart. Arriving at the apartment building, she walked me all the way to my room. After opening the door, I asked if she wanted to come in for a bit. She leaned lazily against the door frame, but ultimately declined my invitation. As the door was about to close, Shen Yu Wei softly called my name. I opened the door, looking at her inquiringly. She hesitated slightly before saying, you can't stay here forever, right? But this place isn't a rental. It's a house I bought with my own hands. She dropped her lazy demeanor and said softly, but I don't want you to continue living here. I was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood her concern. She had already put Liu Ruyan on the list of dangerous people. She simply didn't want me in danger by staying in this house. I also shuddered at Liu Ruyan's madness and decided to move. But I hadn't found a suitable place to stay right away. You can move into my place. She looked at me, her voice calm, my reflection clearly visible in her dark eyes. My place has many rooms. You can just keep staying in the room from last night. I promise I won't intrude on your private space. I agreed to her proposal almost without thinking. Shen Yu Wei immediately finalized it. Then let's move tomorrow. Is that okay? Tomorrow I'll send people over to help you out. I nodded in agreement. Thinking to myself that Liu Ruyan might be out on bail soon, moving out early was a way to avoid running into her. After seeing Shen Yu Wei off, I began packing important items. I sorted out unused clothes for donation and contacted a real estate agent to list the house for sale. I truly didn't want to live here for another second. Once everything was settled, I finally mustered the courage to check Weibo for updates. Seeing that videos related to Shen Yu Wei had been taken down, I breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Shen Yu Wei announcing a hiatus from live streaming for personal reasons and generously giving away millions in red envelopes to fans set the internet abuzz with discussion. At that moment, witnesses shared accounts of our incident, accompanied by some photos, which drew a lot of attention. The scene was very chaotic then, and the distance was quite far, so the photos were blurry and unclear. Fans were very understanding about her hiatus, and sent worried inquiries about our well-being. Shen Yue replied to 2 messages, confirming everyone was safe, and thanked everyone for their concern. Everything was settled smoothly. Millions in red envelopes were sent out, successfully diverting the internet's attention. As for me, the center of the mess, I managed to become perfectly invisible. Regarding what happened with Liu Ruyan, I feel I have nothing to be ashamed of. My only fear was whether this would negatively impact Mu Shi or Shen Shi. As for the netizens' judgment on me switching brides right before the ceremony, I was prepared to take the criticism of being a gold digger or heartless. The next day, Shen Yue brought people to help me move. These helpers were temporarily dispatched from the old Shen family manor, and every one of them appeared incredibly happy and excited, because they heard I was about to move in with Shen Yue. After the nannies entered and spoke with me, they began packing things that needed attention. I gave each of them a bottle of water, and took the important items with me heading out first. They would arrange the rest and move it all over later. Shen Yue led the way in front, while I walked closely beside her, helping to open doors and pressing the elevator buttons. The 2 of us divided the tasks very clearly. Downstairs was the Bentley that Shen Yue usually drove. After putting the suitcases in the trunk, the 2 of us got into the car. The moment the car rolled out of the apartment complex gates, watching the gates fade into the distance, I finally felt the reality that I was moving in with Shen Yue. The feeling was a bit magical, making me want to share it with someone. So I picked up my phone to bother my buddy Wang Tang. I'm about to move into Shen Yui's place. Just after sending the message, the tips of my ears turned red first. At that moment, Shen Yue held the steering wheel with one hand, took out a bottle of water, and handed it to me. Want some water? I was glued to my phone, and when I heard her voice, I was so startled my hand shook. I immediately turned off the phone and took the water. Sensing her gaze, I gave a soft cough. While stopped at a red light, Shen Yue tilted her head leisurely, looking at me with a meaningful expression. Have you ever heard this saying? I looked up at her with clear eyes. She said, when people feel shy, they usually act very busy. I was speechless, thinking to myself, oh, thank you so much for educating me on everything. While drinking water, I asked about the people in the Shen family, especially the hobbies of Mother Shen and Grandma Shen, realizing they had been caring for me all this time. Shen Yue said, my mom loves beauty, so you could get her skincare products. Grandma likes reading novels, collecting anime souvenirs, and phone and car models. But plushies are also a pretty good choice. In another development, Liu Ruyan, after a night in police detention, was bailed out by Assistant Lin. After just one night, she looked like a different person, as haggard as a wooden doll. He Wenqing, seeing this contrast, couldn't accept it for a moment. As soon as they left the station, she was truly afraid Liu Ruyan would want to go find you. She had already offended Shen Yue yesterday. Finding you now would only make things worse. It was currently the final deadline from the Li family, and no more mistakes could be allowed. Fortunately, Liu Ruyan seemed to remember that the company had a mess to deal with, so she didn't cause trouble and went straight to the office. Assistant Lin didn't say a word and drove away. Liu Ruyan sat dazed in the back seat, like a carved statue. As soon as she entered the Liu Corporation lobby, she heard the receptionists gossiping. Did you hear? Mu Gi has entered a marriage alliance with the Shen family. Nonsense, I even know why President Liu didn't show up today. Yesterday, she went to President Shen and Director Mu for an explanation, and ended up getting thrown straight into the police station. The company's executives are discussing her dismissal right now. He Wenqing's head was now filled with the word dismissal. She was truly worried that if Liu Ruyan were dismissed again, she might collapse completely. She didn't dare look at Liu Ruyan's face, only staring in shock at Assistant Lin, hoping to find a bit of comfort. Assistant Lin noticed He Wenqing's hopeful gaze and could only nod helplessly. Liu Chenyuan didn't just have Liu Ruyan. He had other children, such as Liu Hao, the one he actually valued. Even though Liu Ruyan gained status through the Mu family's resources, this incident had severely shaken her position. Assistant Lin sighed in frustration. He could only say it was self-inflicted. Seeing He Wenqing's face grow paler, Liu Ruyan's mood was also incredibly heavy as she trudged towards the elevator. The receptionist immediately recognized Liu Ruyan, their faces going pale, and they silently stepped aside. The moment she stepped into the elevator, Liu Ruyan looked at her reflection in the elevator, her face expressionless, but her heart was in a violent turmoil. Finally reaching the chairman's office, Liu Ruyan went straight inside and slammed the door, suppressing all her emotions deep within. He Wanqing said to Assistant Lin. Sister Liu is very aggrieved. Bottling it up like this isn't the solution. Assistant Lin gave her a cold look and asked back, So, what do you want to do? He Wanqing could only manage a wry smile. Maybe I should go in and try to comfort her. Assistant Lin just rolled his eyes. Why don't you just go then? He Wanqing awkwardly rubbed her nose, nudging him with her shoulder. Mu Gi and Shen Yuwei are married now. But is there still a chance to fix things with the Li family? Assistant Lin replied, There is and there isn't. The only way now is through a marriage alliance. He Wanqing heard this suggestion, but felt it wasn't feasible, because she knew all too well that Liu Ruyan's temperament wasn't the type to solve things with marriage. So they threw themselves into work, almost ignoring Liu Ruyan's presence, until they received a call from Guishuan Pavilion when He Wanqing rushed over, only to find Liu Ruyan drinking with several big bosses, empty bottles scattered everywhere. Clearly, she had drunk way too much. He Wanqing indignantly questioned the bosses on why they were acting like this, but they only scoffed, saying they didn't need loans, but rather it was the Liu family who was begging them. In their eyes, Liu Ruyan was no longer that high and mighty chairwoman. Faced with those harsh mocking words, He Wanqing could only support Liu Ruyan as they left, but her heart also became gloomy and incredibly helpless. A dazed Liu Ruyan was guided out of Guishuan Pavilion, and as soon as they passed the gate, she vomited violently, beholding a terrifying bright red before her eyes. He Wanqing rushed forward, horrified to find pools of dark red blood in the vomit. He Wanqing's mind exploded with a bang, as if a nightmare had struck her head hard, ears ringing with constant buzzing, her mind completely blank. Her arms reaching out to support Liu Ruyan shook uncontrollably, her voice cracking. Sister Liu, don't scare me like this. In the hospital corridor, she looked through the small glass pane of the ward door, seeing Liu Ruyan lying on the bed with a deathly pale face, unconscious and in a coma. Her heart rate finally began to stabilize. The hospital's preliminary diagnosis was gastric hemorrhage, but since she was brought in on time, her life was not in danger. Liu Ruyan had always suffered from chronic stomach issues, and in the past, thanks to my careful attention, they never had to worry about it. Previously, even if it flared up, a little stomach pain medication was enough. This was the first time she had vomited blood. He Wanqing took out her phone and found my number, but then suddenly remembered that I was already married. What an irony. She silently tucked the phone in her pocket, leaning her back against the wall and slowly sliding down, her heart filled with sorrow. Shi Yu and Liu Ruyan had known each other since childhood, not just as childhood sweethearts growing up together, but as friends who had weathered many storms. The only difference was, at that time, she and Yu were orphans, while Liu Ruyan was not. It was just that the Liu family hadn't taken her in yet, and the old master Liu had never visited her once. Yet every month the Liu family would send someone with some money, clothes, and snacks. Compared to the other children in the orphanage, Liu Ruyan's living conditions were much better. Initially, she followed Liu Ruyan, mainly for those clothes and food. After a long time together, gradually, Liu Ruyan became the sister and most important relative in her heart. She once thought the three of them would never be apart, never imagining things would turn out like this. Even when Sister Liu suffered a gastric hemorrhage, she didn't have the face to call you. But she couldn't help but think, how could feelings from over a decade be let go overnight? She didn't believe you had completely forgotten Liu Ruyan. Sending Sister Liu to the police station yesterday seemed heartless, but if seen from another perspective, for Sister Liu, wasn't that also a form of protection? By taking the initiative to hold her accountable, you not only gave an explanation to the Shen family, but also helped them cool down. Compared to turning a blind eye then, only to be retaliated against by the Shen family later, spending one night at the station was nothing. The more she thought, the more she believed her guess was right. Sister Liu's image must still be in your heart. Given your care for Sister Liu, if you knew she had a gastric hemorrhage and was hospitalized, you would probably be worried sick. This might be the best chance for you and Sister Liu to reconcile. So she pulled out her phone again, opened your WeChat, composed a message, and hit send. At Shen Garden, you spent the entire afternoon, arranging all the belongings you had just moved in. I stood up, looking at the familiar layout, and let out a sigh of relief. As expected, setting things up like this brings a sense of home. Through the pearwood window frame, I saw it was already getting dark outside, and the courtyard lights were being lit one by one. Next door, the lights in Shen Yuwei's room and the study were off. It seemed no one was there. I took my phone and walked toward the kitchen. As expected, as I drew near, a delicious aroma of food wafted out. Seeing Shen Yuwei's back as she busied herself in the kitchen in apron, I couldn't resist sneaking my phone out to snap a photo. Checking the photos, I realized
that the ones I took during my previous visit, which I originally intended to post on my profile, I had completely forgotten because of the live streaming situation. Moreover, I had also photographed Shen-Yue from behind while she was cooking last time. Comparing the new photo with the old one, I found I liked them both very much.
However, since the previous one was taken from a closer range, showing Shen-Yue's delicate profile, it was successfully selected. After choosing, I felt that having just 3 photos didn't look quite right. Just then, Shen-Yue came out of the kitchen carrying a tray, and I quickly put my phone down to help her. She handed me a plate of stir-fried choy sum with garlic that wasn't too hot, her gaze lingering on my handsome face. "When did you come out? Why didn't you call me? You must have been bored waiting, right?" I set the plate down. "No. I just finished tidying up and came out." Then I asked, "You're cooking. Why didn't you ask me to help?" "Actually, my cooking skills are decent. And besides, I've moved into Shen-Yue's house, so letting her serve me food made me feel a bit shy." I felt a little embarrassed. Shen-Yue set the tray down, then brought out the bowls and chopsticks, her voice very calm. "I've always loved cooking. I find being in the kitchen very relaxing." "You didn't come to my house to be a servant." I blinked. Did she take over all the kitchen work for just that reason? How is this world becoming more and more surreal? Shen-Yue finished setting the table and looked up to see me still dazed, tilting her head to call, "Come help me out." I walked over vaguely as Shen-Yue turned her back to me, "Help me untie my apron strings." I reached out my slender fingers, gently grasping the black strings, and with a light pull, they came loose. I pressed my lips together in surprise. I thought she might have accidentally tied a knot, and asked for my help. So how could it be this easy? Shen-Yue took off the apron accordingly, hung it up, and turned around, asking me as if coaxing a child, "All done now. Do you feel like you've contributed now?" When I realized what she meant, I found it a bit amusing, and not a child anymore. Before dinner, I took one more photo. Choy sum with garlic, stir-fried shrimp, sweet and sour ribs, and a pot of fragrant stewed corn and pork ribs. Every dish looked incredibly appetizing. I didn't even need a filter, combining it with the 3 I just picked into a 4-square collage. I composed a status: Miss Shen's award and the meal she cooked herself. As soon as it was posted, people immediately started liking and commenting. "Wang Tang, fine, great, you don't even reply to my messages, but you're here flaunting your relationship to torture your friends. What a classic case of prioritizing love over friends." After I replied to Wang Tang, I exited to check other messages. Just as I was about to tap on Wang Tang's profile picture, the phone buzzed, and a new message notification appeared. It was from He Wang King. Before I could even see the content clearly, the phone buzzed again. It was an attached photo. I hesitated for 2 seconds, then tapped to see He Wang King's message. Sister Liu was hospitalized for a gastric hemorrhage. Could you come visit her for a bit? In the photo, in the middle of a vacant hospital ward, Liu Ruyan, face as pale as a sheet, lay on the bed with an IV drip in her hand. She and I grew up together from childhood, and to say I didn't care at all would be lying to myself. Even if we couldn't be lovers, I wasn't so malicious that I'd wish for her to live in misery. However, I had already tasted the pain of not knowing how to keep distance, and I didn't want to impose that pain on Shen-Yue. Liu Ruyan clearly hasn't given up yet, but I know well that there's no longer a chance between us, so I absolutely will not give her even a glimmer of hope. So I swiped my finger, replying, "Isn't she already in the hospital? If she's unwell, just call a doctor." With that, I decisively exited, quickly checking the message Wang Tang just sent. Just as I imagined, it was truly explosive, the kind that if ever discovered by anyone later, would definitely be a legendary scandal. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the rib soup Shen-Yue had just pushed toward me, so I replied with a sentence: "Go for a walk on the streets with me tomorrow, and I'll tell you all about it." After dinner, Shen-Yue and I loaded the dishes into the dishwasher together. Shen-Yue looked up to ask if I wanted some fruit. "I don't know what kind you like, so I bought some grapes, strawberries, and blueberries." I quickly replied, "Sure, since you cooked the meal. Then don't you dare compete with me over washing the fruit." Shen-Yue arched an eyebrow and smiled, stepping back half a pace to make room for me. I laughed at her action, stepped forward, and opened the refrigerator, seeing that the food inside was arranged perfectly, which was a real gift for a clean freak like me. But a box of Dewey's soy milk stood out prominently. I let out a soft cry of surprise and picked it up. Isn't this the brand our school canteen used to sell back in high school? When Shen-Yue saw me pick up the bottle of milk, a flash of joy appeared in her eyes, but as soon as she heard me speak, the light in her eyes suddenly vanished, and she forced a faint smile. You still remember this kind of milk? I nodded. Of course I do. I absolutely loved drinking this in high school. Shen Yui gave a small huff. I was a bit curious. This milk had stopped production back in university, so how does she buy it? She smiled softly. That company was bought out. It's just not sold on the market anymore. I fingered the soy milk box in my hand, turning my head to look at Shen Yui, feeling like she looked as if she were about to crumble. I thought to myself maybe this bottle was very important to her, so I quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I just picked it up because I was so surprised. I hope you don't mind. At that moment, my heart felt like a drop of lemon juice had fallen into it, both sour and choking. It turned out Shen Yui also had someone she deeply cherished. Seeing her head bowed, her face filled with disappointment. My heart was filled with a sense of guilt. I racked my brain before finally blurting out, I'm sorry. It's my fault for touching your things. To show my sincerity, I'll handle all the milk you drink from now on. I secretly observed her expression, thinking to myself, even if that box of milk was truly special, I only touched it for a second. It's not like I drank it all. She probably wouldn't be that petty, right? While I was lost in my wandering thoughts, Shen Yui suddenly burst out laughing, the fog in her eyes vanishing, placed by sparkling lights like stars. Actually, I was just checking to see if this milk was expired, to see if it was still drinkable. She leaned slightly against the refrigerator, lazily looking up, gazing at me with an amused look. But since you've put it that way, then let's pinky promise on it. Seeing her pinky finger curl slightly, dangling before my eyes, I narrowed my eyes and looked at her skeptically. Then why were you in such a state just now? She let out a long "oh" and asked back, what state? I recalled her appearance at that moment. She looked exactly like a small puppy abandoned by its owner. In the end, choosing between the truth and a pinky promise, I chose the pinky promise. I resignedly extended my pinky to hook into hers. The heat of her body made my hand tremble slightly. So I quickly looked away, still stubbornly muttering, how childish. Shen Yui didn't find it childish at all. Her expression was full of reverence, as if she were attending a grand ceremony. Her clear and serious voice rang out, so we've pinky promised now. You have to provide milk for me for the rest of your life, hear me. Her words felt like a soft touch on my heart. For a lifetime, I softly agreed. At the same time, in the hospital corridor, He Wenqing sat huddled in a corner, having lost all sense of decorum. Seeing your message status display typing. Small spark of hope ignited in her heart. However, when she finally read your reply, the smile on her lips instantly froze. Every word in the message exuded sarcasm toward Liu Ruyin, recalling how she had once abandoned you for Yi Chen. He Wenqing gripped the phone tightly, realizing a truth clearer than ever, that you and Liu Ruyin truly had no way back. After a long moment of contemplation, she silently deleted the entire chat history between the two of you to prevent Liu Ruyin from accidentally seeing it and losing emotional control. He Wenqing didn't know when she had fallen asleep, but she was awakened by the persistent ringing of her phone from Assistant Lin. As soon as she picked up, Assistant Lin's grumpy voice blared at a high volume from the other end. Something huge has happened at the company. Where are you and President Liu? Without waiting for her to respond, Assistant Lin ordered them to return to the office immediately. He Wenqing hurriedly explained, we're at the hospital. Sister Liu had a gastric hemorrhage from drinking too much. She still hasn't woken up. Assistant Lin was silent for a moment, then asked for the hospital's exact address. While waiting for Assistant Lin to arrive at the hospital, He Wenqing opened Weibo, and as expected saw negative news about Liu Corporation everywhere. The posts revealed that Liu Corporation had engaged in fraud, using inferior goods to replace authentic ones, with the amount involved reaching 800 million yuan. The Li family was likely to take Liu Corporation to court, even though the PR department quickly issued a statement, blaming all the responsibility on a newly hired warehouse manager. The comment section was filled with countless insults. No one could believe a company of that caliber would blame a new employee. The more He Wenqing scrolled through Weibo, the more shocked she became. The statement released by the PR department was both rushed and amateurish, and without Liu Ruyin's permission, who would have the authority to speak out like that? She immediately opened the company's general chat group. The group that was usually lively every day was now unusually silent. Not a single soul spoke up, indicating just how serious this situation was. The last time Liu Ruyin had a conflict with you, most in the group just stood by to watch the drama, but now they were all as quiet as mice. He Wenqing had a premonition that something was wrong. She sat dazed on the hospital bed, messing up her hair like a bird's nest. Assistant Lin arrived sooner than she expected, almost bursting into the ward. Is President Liu awake yet? Right as He Wenqing was about to answer that she hadn't woken up, seeing Liu Ruyen lying on the opposite bed. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had already opened her eyes. Liu Ruyen's dark eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. She looked just like a corpse that couldn't close its eyes. He Wanqing took a risk and waved her hand in front of her eyes to check if she was still blinking. Assistant Lin glanced over. Liu Ruyen then turned to question He Wanqing with his eyes. What is going on here? He Wanqing winked as a signal. Feeling a bit guilty, she mouthed two words. Mu go.
Assistant Lin furrowed his brows deeply and said coldly to Liu Ruyen, President Liu, the Li family won't give us any more time to delay. The news of the Liu family using inferior materials has already hit the hot search. Liu Ruyen lay on the bed without any reaction. Assistant Lin continued to add, all the shareholders have gathered at the company. They are currently in the chairman's office, waiting for you to provide a satisfactory explanation. Can you please snap out of it? Hearing this, He Wanqing's eyelids kept twitching uncontrollably. She tried hard to wink at Assistant Lin, but he acted as if he saw nothing. Usually it was fine if Liu Ruyen favored Yi Chen, even if she was throwing a tantrum. He had never said a single word before. But now is not the time to mess around with her. Between Shen Yuwei and Liu Ruyen, she would definitely choose Shen Yuwei. Even though he was Liu Ruyen's man, he had to admit that Shen Yuwei was much more reliable than Liu Ruyen. Assistant Lin let out a weary sigh. Feeling exhausted, he said, just give up. President Liu, Mu Gi is already married. Losing to Shen Yuwei is nothing to be ashamed of. The name Mu Gi was like flipping a switch inside Liu Ruyen. She finally turned her head to look over. I know now. Assistant Lin and He Wanqing looked at each other in confusion. They couldn't understand what she had just realized. Liu Ruyen stared blankly into the space before her. Her dull eyes slowly regained a bit of spirit. That day on the street, when he questioned me, I shouldn't have stood up to protect Yi Chen. Her voice became low and hoarse. It was clear that her mind was in total chaos. I shouldn't have used Yi Chen to provoke him. Liu Ruyen muttered to herself. I should apologize to him. I admit I was wrong. Keeping Yi Chen around was my fault. Missing the engagement because of Yi Chen was also my fault. I really should apologize. I really do need to apologize. As she spoke, her cracked lips began to bleed. He Wanqing really couldn't bear to watch any longer. She handed Liu Ruyen a glass of warm water. Drink some water first. But Liu Ruyen brushed He Wanqing's hand aside and suddenly bolted upright from the bed. I have to find Mu Ge. Go and make everything clear to him. He's just throwing a tantrum. That's why he intentionally went to Shen Yuwei, the person he hates most. Yes, that must be it. She mumbled to herself as she rushed out, obstinately deceiving herself. Assistant Lin snatched the water glass from He Wanqing's hand and splashed it straight onto Liu Ruyen's face. He asked coldly, Are you awake now? If you're still not awake, there's still boiling water in the kettle, and if that's still not enough, the faucet in the hallway is right there. Let's see if that can wake you up. Otherwise, you wouldn't call himself Lin anymore. Assistant Lin was usually the calmest of the three. He Wanqing saw that he was truly furious, daring to even raise a hand against Liu Ruyen. She couldn't help but swallow hard. She thought to herself, truly a ruthless man. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was the boss and who was the employee. Liu Ruyen was also stunned into place by the cold water, seeing that she was subdued. Assistant Lin pressed his advantage. What's the point of looking for Mu Ji now? He looked Liu Ruyen up and down. The disgust in his eyes was undisguised. Liu Ruyen, don't you want to buy a mirror and look at yourself right now? You want to find Mu Ji looking like this. Other than making Shen Yuwei look better and proving Mu Ji's choice was absolutely right, what else can you possibly achieve? Hearing these words, Liu Ruyen clenched her hands into fists, letting the water droplets roll down from her forehead. She didn't say a word, but the rage in her heart had reached its peak. He Wanqing stood nearby, trembling. She thought to herself, if they really start fighting in a moment, who should I even try to stop? Finally, she decided to hold back Assistant Lin for old time's sake, to prevent Sister Liu from getting hurt. But deep down, she also hoped Assistant Lin would scold Liu Ruyen into her senses, because Sister Liu had been acting truly out of line lately. Still remembering when she tried to ram her car into Shen Yuwei. At that time, she was hugging her big dog tightly, to the point where she almost couldn't restrain her own fists. Unexpectedly, Assistant Lin leaned close to Liu Ruyen's face and sneered. Oh, so you're planning to hit me too? Come on, hit me right here. If this punch lands,
Then I'll have a perfectly good reason to go work for Shen Yue. Not only would I not blame you, but I'd even have to thank you for handing me a bright future on a silver platter. After all, everyone in the company knows you're about to be deposed. He Wanqing rushed forward to stop the assistant, weakly trying to mediate. Talking like that will hurt your relationship. But Assistant Lin just gave a cold laugh. What relationship, at this point? Just look at her wretched ghost-like appearance, and she still thinks she can win Mu Gi back. Keep wasting away like this, and even Yi Chen will end up leaving you. He was worried sick. Every passing minute, he wished he could split himself into 8. And yet he still had to play the role of a psychological counselor here, cursing in his heart. Damn it, who am I even doing all this for? Hearing those words, anger and helplessness intertwined in Liu Ruyen's heart. The veins on her arms were bulging out. However, just as she seemed about to lose control, she suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. She pulled back all her sharp edges, wiping her face with her hand. The hazy mist in her eyes vanished. She became unusually clear-headed. Her voice was hoarse, but incredibly calm. Stop using reverse psychology on me. I'm not going to hit you. Because she had realized that she had already suffered too much due to her impulsiveness. She couldn't keep acting based on her emotions. She couldn't let those around her down anymore. She thought, Mu Ge and Shen Yue had known each other for years with no deep bond. Being suddenly close now must just be despite her. Besides, everyone in their circle assumed Shen Yue liked him. Everything before was surely an act for her benefit, because she was so desperate. She had fallen right into Shen Yue's trap. So she made up her mind. The most important thing right now was to stabilize the Liu family, after figuring it all out. Liu Ruyen wiped her face again, straightened her back, and walked toward the door. First, report the company's situation to me. Assistant Lin immediately got into work mode. After the Li family leaked the news, many partners who had placed deposits were demanding to withdraw. The sales department's phones had been ringing off the hook. Liu Ruyen and Assistant Lin discussed the company's situation as they walked. Their figures gradually faded into the distance. He Wanqing stood dazed in the hospital room, thinking about what had just happened. Why was it that, in just an instant, she felt like she had become completely irrelevant? At the same time, I also noticed the Liu family keyword on the hot search. Compared to the Liu family's crisis, I was more concerned about the number following it, 800 million yuan. My heart felt uneasy, thinking about how Uncle Li had been enduring all this, without uttering a single word to me, but for the Liu family's scandal to break right on the engagement day. If I had actually gotten engaged to Liu Ruyen that day, how much longer would Uncle Li have had to put up with them for my sake? Thinking of this, my nose suddenly felt sharp and stinging. An indescribable sense of gratitude and guilt surged in my heart. I decided to call Uncle Li to apologize, and also to check if this had affected his company. Only then did I feel a bit more at ease. Then I went into the kitchen, found a thermos and a note on the dining table, and also a black card. I'm off to work first. The food is in the thermos. That card is my salary. I'm handing it over to you. I know you're going out with your friend. Let me cover all the expenses today. After reading those lines on the paper, the void in my heart was instantly filled with warmth from Shen Yue. I enjoyed the meal happily, then took out my phone to send my location to Wang Tang, along with a photo of the black card. You rascal, come pick up your father. Father just stole his wife's money to take you out for a grand celebration. Not long after, Wang Tang replied via text, Yes, foster father, just wait, I'm coming to get you right away. At the gate of Gu Yuan, a cool red Ferrari braked sharply in front of the gate, stopped and lowered the window, revealing Wang Tang's handsome face. He pulled down his sunglasses, squinting at the Shen family's traditional courtyard. Tisk tisk, absolutely magnificent. I opened the car door, got in, and buckled my seatbelt. While I was deep in thought, Wang Tang leaned over and asked, Tell me the truth. Does that family have any other eligible sisters? Do you think I'm son-in-law material for the Shen family? I felt a bit helpless, tentatively suggesting, How about I keep an eye out for you another time? Wang Tang snorted, looking me up and down meaningfully. Let's talk seriously. Honestly, have you slept with her yet? Is she top-tier material? My ears turned a suspicious shade of red. I awkwardly looked away, avoiding Wang Tang's X-ray-like gaze. Can you be a bit more serious? I just moved in here. Nothing has happened between Shen Yue and me yet. I spoke up to clarify.
Wang Tang rolled his eyes over my face and physique, his voice full of doubt. No way. Someone with a top-tier face and a body as charming as yours, sharing a bed with her. And she doesn't have any reaction? If it's not because she's frigid, then she must really, really like you. He took off his sunglasses, resting the temple of the glasses against his chin, reflecting for a moment. Then suddenly turned to ask me, so early in the morning, what happens when you get a morning wood? His torrential downpour of questions made my face flush bright red. My whole body felt like it had just been pulled from a pot of boiling water. I just wanted to reach out and cover that mouth of his. I looked around guiltily and lowered my voice. Can you stop with your vivid imagination? She and I don't even sleep in the same room. What? Wang Tang reacted as if he heard a joke, raising his voice. You two are already legally married. Living in the same house but separate rooms? What era are we in that you're still being so reserved? Finally, I couldn't take it anymore and covered his mouth firmly, complaining softly. Can you please lower your voice? This isn't something to go blabbing about. Wang Tang nodded silently, tapping his finger on the back of my hand, signaling for me to let go. I let out a breath of relief before finally letting go. Wang Tang still couldn't help but mock me. Are you a ninja turtle or something? Looking at a goddess like Shen Yu Wei, and you don't feel anything at all? You should know that back in university, countless men dreamed of even drinking her bathwater. Someone like that is already married to you, and you can still stay celibate. It's completely legal, you know? Seriously, brother, haven't you ever felt a flutter? I didn't know how to answer. I just knew that if we continued this topic, I would be cooked through with embarrassment. I gripped the seatbelt tightly and cleared my throat. You want to go spend some money or not? Wang Tang waved his hand helplessly, knowing that if he said any more, I would turn from embarrassed to angry. He immediately changed the subject. Speak up. Why did you suddenly remember a punching bag like me? I gave a slight smile. Am I not currently unemployed? I finally have some free time. Of course, I have to spend it with Wang Tang. He started the car. Eyes fixed forward. Talk like a human, please. Old Madame Shen kept wanting us to visit the old family home. I can't go empty-handed, so I want your advice on what gifts to buy. I explained. Wang Tang's face said clearly I knew you only remembered me when you needed something. I immediately pulled out the black card Shen Yu Wei gave me. I'm not letting you accompany me for nothing. Miss Shen is covering all the costs today. I gestured for him not to be modest. Only a fool would hesitate to spend a woman's money. Since Shen Yu Wei offered it voluntarily, just use it freely. That way the giver feels a sense of accomplishment. Besides, she is your legal wife. Spending your wife's money is only natural. Wang Tang curled his lips in a smug smile. Miss Shen's picking up the tab for everything today. I laugh and raise my hand to mock hit him. Are you looking for a beating, Wang Tang? He shook his head vigorously. Oh, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Shen Yu Wei said. Just some skincare products and plush dolls would be fine. But I felt that was a bit too casual. So I dragged Wang Tang to a jewelry store to pick a jadeite hairpin for old Madame Shen and chose a high-end oriental pearl necklace for Madame Shen. Then I thought about how Shen Yu Wei had been taking care of me all this time, while I had never given her anything. So I picked out a pair of diamond earrings as well. After finishing our shopping, it was time for lunch. Wang Tang and I were planning to go for BBQ, when my phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Shen Yu Wei. Shen Yu Wei is about to finish work. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting Mu Gi and your friend to lunch. My mind stalled for a moment and I texted back a question mark. She replied almost instantly. I remember in university when dating, we'd usually invite our partner's roommates to a meal. Sort of like a public announcement to establish our status. Not to mention we're already officially married. Mu Gi, can you give me a chance to confirm this status? Reflecting on it, there really is such a custom. But when I looked over at Wang Tang, I was genuinely worried about his big mouth, afraid he'd say something shocking in front of Shen Yu Wei. Wang Tang was taking pictures of his new clothes. The post on Weibo. He noticed me staring at him with a puzzled expression. Is there something on my face? I handed him my phone. See for yourself. He glanced at it for a few moments. Just let her come. A good chance for me to see how she treats you. I sent the location. Shen Yu Wei arrived very quickly. The two of us put the shopping bags in the car, before walking into the reserved barbecue restaurant. Just as we sat down, I saw her figure approaching through the glass door. There are always people who become the focus just by standing there. From the moment she appeared, everything around seemed to fade into a blurry background. My eyes followed her every step. Seeing that she had spotted where we were, I turned to look at Wang Tang.
As a warning sign, Wang Tang made a zip lips gesture to me, but a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. The wind chime at the restaurant door tinkled clearly. The moment Shen Yue pushed open the glass door and walked in, the whole restaurant seemed several shades brighter. It was during peak hours. Many diners turned their heads to look at her, and their gazes were instantly locked onto her. I saw quite a few guys turning red with embarrassment. Shen Yue smiled politely at the people around her, then walked straight toward Wang Tang and me. She naturally sat down beside me and took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello, I am Shen Yue, Muba's wife. Wang Tang, who was noisy just now, responded with great elegance. Hello, I'm Wang Tang, Muba's best friend. The waiter approached and asked, has everyone arrived yet? Would you like to order now? Shen Yue nodded, accepted 2 menus, handed one to me first, then handed the other to Wang Tang. You two are more familiar here. What should we have? I'll follow your lead. Wang Tang was very pleased with Shen Yue's subtlety. In the past, Liu Ruyan always showed contempt for the hot pot and barbecue places we frequented, let alone eating there together. Jed looked disdainful just hearing the restaurant's name. He intentionally didn't change the restaurant to see if Shen Yue was like Liu Ruyan and unable to accept my lifestyle habits. Very good. Up until now, she has performed exceptionally well. The place was packed with customers. Our dishes still hadn't arrived after a long wait. Shen Yue went to get some boiling water. I looked at the waitstaff rushing around busily, feeling a bit helpless. Let me go and hurry them up a bit. Wang Tang nodded in agreement. Shen Yue returned, saw that I wasn't there, and took the initiative to rinse my bowls and chopsticks, and also poured water for Wang Tang's utensils. Wang Tang turned off his screen, observed Shen Yue, and said, out with it. Being so eager to meet me. Is there something you want to ask me? Shen Yue's gaze pierced through the crowd and settled on me talking to the receptionist. She went straight to the point. What do you think is the percentage chance of me winning him over? As I thought, you've got designs on him. Wang Tang raised an eyebrow from the day of the engagement. Had noticed Shen Yue had feelings for me. It's just that I was also really good at enduring, to the point that even after registering the marriage, you still foolishly think she's just a nominal wife. Shen Yue poured him a glass of hot water. Her manner and voice were completely nonchalant. This isn't called having bad designs. It's called being a refined gentleman. A graceful lady is a fair match for a gentleman, after all. Wang Tang stared at her. If you pursue him actively, the success rate is 0. You can't just keep attacking aggressively. You must use your charm to make him actively pursue you instead. Shen Yue muttered the word charm to herself and began to reflect carefully. I walked over. Smiling, I asked what the two of them were talking about. Wang Tang held his phone, laughing while complaining. The food's coming so slowly. I explained. The receptionist said, it's very crowded today, but the dishes should be out soon. Wang Tang was a chatterbox and extremely lively, so the atmosphere never went dull. Shen Yue had a very high EQ and a broad range of knowledge, so she could chime in on any topic during the meal. The meal proceeded very comfortably and happily. My fear of Wang Tang talking nonsense didn't materialize at all. But in Wang Tang's heart, he felt that. Shen Yue spent the whole time grilling meat and serving me food, handing me drinks, and then tissues. The sweetness of the two of us made his teeth ache. He felt like a giant, moving light bulb. After lunch, while Shen Yue went to get the car, Wang Tang crossed his arms over his chest, in a seemingly profound tone. This one is good. Don't keep hesitating. Don't let once bitten make you twice shy forever. Take the chance when it's there. I also felt that Shen Yue was very good, an absolutely fantastic partner, gentle, thoughtful, and even good at making money. But I didn't like Wang Tang's profound-looking act at all. I smiled and said, none of your ex-girlfriends lasted more than 3 months. Are you sure you're a good judge of character? Wang Tang gave an exaggerated laugh, covering most of his face with sunglasses. Don't worry about me. I have my own rhythm. His car was parked quite close. After taking out all the things I just bought, Shen Yue arrived in her car just then. Wang Tang poked his head out of the car window and called out, I'm handing him over to you. Shen Yue nodded and smiled. Drive safely. I put the things in the trunk, then got into the car with her. I buckled my seatbelt and turned to ask her, don't you have to go to work this afternoon? You seem quite free today. Isn't Dao Wang's profit doing very well right now? Shen Yue said with a smile, Mr. Muck, have you forgotten that we just got married and are still on our honeymoon? I suddenly realized it a bit late. So that's how it is. It makes me feel a bit awkward. I notice that this path doesn't seem to be the way home. Where are we going? Back to the old house for a visit. Grandma has been looking forward to this for so many days. If we still don't go back, then she will probably call until my phone explodes. I restlessly interlaced my fingers. It was so sudden. Shen Yuwei's gaze rested on me. Her eyes were filled with a playful smile. Haven't you met her a few times already? Are you still nervous?
Or should we just not go today? She was about to turn the car around. I hurriedly spoke up to stop her. No need, today is fine. Actually, I'm not that nervous. Grandma has been waiting for so long. I don't want to disappoint an elder. The car stopped in front of the Shen family's old house. The servant at the gate saw the license plate and immediately opened the gate to welcome us. Someone rushed inside to announce our arrival. Shen Yuwei got out of the car first. After taking the gifts out of the trunk, she walked over to my side as I stepped down. I smoothed my bangs with my hand to make myself look a bit more mature. I was born as handsome as the viewers watching this on screen, but not the traditional type of handsome. In popular terms, I'm more of a flower boy. Back when I was with Liu Ruyan, Mrs. Liu often mocked me both openly and subtly. At that time, I knew she wasn't Liu Ruyan's biological mother. Their relationship was poor. So I never let it bother me, but Shen Yui's family is very kind. I also wanted to present myself a bit better, to gain recognition from the Shen family. Inside the door, Grandma Shen was walking hurriedly. Mrs. Shen in high heels followed behind. Mother, please slow down, watch your step. The old lady was full of energy as she prepared to welcome her granddaughter, so she had no mind for her daughter-in-law behind her. Just as she was about to reach the door, she suddenly remembered her granddaughter's instructions before the engagement. Mid-hurried step. She abruptly stopped, and her straight back hunched over a bit, revealing a somewhat frail appearance. Mrs. Shen almost bumped into her. Surprised, she said, "Mother." The old lady waved her hand, letting her daughter-in-law support her towards the door. She whispered a reminder. "Remember that my health isn't good. Don't let it slip." Grandma Shen had always been agile. Mrs. Shen replied instinctively. While the two were delaying, we had already stepped through the door. Though I had met them a few times before, and knew that the old lady and Mrs. Shen were very approachable. But when I actually walked through the gates of the Shen family home, I still couldn't control my nervousness. The hand holding Shen Yuwei's tightened slightly. Seeing Grandma Shen and Mrs. Shen coming to greet us, I obediently called out, "Grandma." Then I turned to look at Mrs. Shen. The word mother lingered in my throat for a few moments before I could say it. Calling an elder grandma didn't give me any psychological pressure, but calling someone I'd only met a few times mother, I still felt a bit unnatural. After saying it, I felt a little embarrassed. Grandma Shen already liked me very much. Hearing me call her grandma, she immediately let go of her daughter-in-law's hand, pulling me away from Shen Yuwei's side toward her. Grandma has been waiting so anxiously. Finally, I've waited long enough for you to come. She gave Shen Yuwei a stern look. You naughty girl, bringing Muji back without even a word of notice. Leaving the boy to rush out in such casual clothes. It's not formal at all. What if my grandson-in-law thinks the Shen family doesn't value him? Just see if I don't break this rotten girl's legs. Shen Yui smiled indifferently, not resisting her grandmother's reproaches at all. Yes, it's all my fault. As long as Grandma Shen has her grandson-in-law, everything is perfect. She immediately pulled me inside. This Yui girl tricked you into coming home, and didn't even say a word. During these past few days of marriage, she didn't bully you, did she? Grandma Shen observed my expression. She even gave a gentle pinch to the soft skin of my hand. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. I see you've grown thinner. Yue really doesn't know how to take care of people. I'll personally head to the kitchen to cook something nourishing for you. I touched my own face. It still feels quite full. Did I really lose weight? Shen Yue cooks very well. Lately I've been eating more than usual. How could I be thin? Unfortunately, Grandma Shen didn't give me a chance to explain for Shen Yue. She just pulled me toward the back courtyard. Behind us, Shen Yue was carrying all sorts of gift bags. She looked toward her mother. Have I fallen out of favor? Mrs. Shen replied offhandedly. Are you coming in? No? Then stay here and meet your uncles and aunts. I'm going in first. She was in a hurry to see her son-in-law. Shen Yue watched her mother's retreating back. Feeling a bit dazed, the servant stepped forward to take the gift boxes from her hands. Perhaps the young lady should go inside first. We will wait here. Shen Yue waved them away. Just take the things inside. Don't worry about me. Everyone dispersed.
Shen Yue stood alone by the door, pondering the meaning of attraction. Attraction. How exactly can I attract him? She opened her phone to search for the definition of attraction. She saw, to cause the force of an object or the attention of others, to be directed toward oneself. She opened WeChat and clicked on the chat with Pays You and asked, how do you attract someone? Pays You replied instantly.
Girl, was your account hacked? Shen Yue was helpless. Do I need to come to the office and ask you in person? Silence for a few seconds. Then Pays You responded. Who are you trying to attract? You're a married woman now. Did you know that? This is making me feel so awkward. Shen Yue's face darkened. Do you have a death wish? Pays You immediately corrected her attitude. Back to the main topic. Had you ever heard of the soft rope binds tight strategy? Simply put, it's knowing yourself and the other person, and playing hard to get. She felt that talking through the screen wasn't enough, so she called directly to Coach Shen Yue. In the main hall, Grandma Shen and Mrs. Shen sat on either side of me, staring at me. Their eyes were glowing. I sat in the middle. Both hands were placed neatly in front of me, even more well-behaved than a kindergartner. The old lady waved her hand. A servant brought up a tray. A green velvet box was opened. Inside were an imperial green jade pendant and bracelet, villa title deeds along with keys for a Cullinan and several other cars. Each item had an astronomical value. Grandma Shen said with a smile, Uge, it's your first time here. This is a welcome gift from your grandma. These stones aren't worth much. Just take them home to play with. My hands placed in front of me tightened. Grandma, I really can't accept these. They are truly too precious. The old lady patted my hand. She said comfortingly, What's so precious about them? Silly child. She casually set the box aside. Then she took a sealed file from underneath and presented it to me. Yu's grandfather passed away early. These things were prepared for her husband. Since it's our first meeting, open it and take a look. I looked at Mrs. Shen with a pleading gaze for help. Mrs. Shen said with a smile, You can't refuse a gift from an elder. This is Grandma's love for you. Don't be so modest. As I took the file, my fingertips trembled slightly. Peeled back the wax seal and saw the heading, Shen Group Equity Transfer Agreement. My eyes widened in shock. These are shares in the Shen Group. Not just any subsidiary, even if it's only 2%. It's an astronomical sum. The old lady said happily, Grandma has already signed and stamped it. It will take effect as soon as you sign your name. She took a pen from a servant. Before I could even refuse, she shoved it right into my hand. Hurry and sign. Soon your uncles and aunts will be here, and you'll have red envelopes to collect. I bit my lips softly. I still didn't dare to set the pen to paper. Mrs. Shen softly advised me, Muji, we are family now. We're giving this to you because you deserve it. Don't feel pressured. With the pen in my hand, my eyes grew red. I grew up in an orphanage, after returning to the Muck family, even though my parents treated me well. After all, I wasn't raised there from childhood, so I always felt a bit restrained. This is the first time an elder has told me they're giving me something, simply because I deserve it. It was just as simple as that. Then Mrs. Shen picked up a Patek Philippe watch and tried it on my wrist. At your age, if you know how to dress, you'll be even more charming and elegant. At this moment, Shen Yue and the others of the Shen family entered one by one. The Shen family offspring are quite numerous. A group of people in formal tailored suits appeared. The brothers all look like cold, overbearing CEOs. I consider my memory to be quite good. But right now, I couldn't tell who was who. Luckily, they were very considerate. Before speaking to me, they each introduced themselves. I politely greeted each one of them and committed them all to memory. By the time I recognized everyone, I was holding a thick stack of red envelopes. The old lady suddenly remembered. Muji, you probably don't have our contact information yet, right? She took out her phone and opened WeChat, telling me to scan her code to add Grandma as a friend. If Grandma misses you later on, I will message you directly. Mrs. Shen and the others also scrambled to take out their phones to add me. Witnessing this scene, the old lady immediately stopped them. Let me. Add Muji to the family group chat. If anyone has something to say, just post it in the group. She turned to me and said gently, Our Shen family doesn't have much. Just a little bit of money, and a bit of a voice in this world. If anyone dares to bully you, just say the word in the group, and let your uncles go and vent their anger for you. I nodded slightly and carefully. After the welcome gifts from the elders were all given, Shen Yue took out the gifts they had prepared to distribute. Shen Yue arranged everything very thoughtfully. Each gift was prepared according to the recipient's specific tastes, especially when presenting gifts to Grandma Shen and Mrs. Shen. She intentionally emphasized that I had chosen them.
At first I was a bit shy, because I felt my gifts were quite ordinary. But Grandma Shen and Mrs. Shen loved them beyond my expectations. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The old lady personally went to the kitchen to cook delicious food for me. Mrs. Shen followed into the kitchen, worry about her, while Shen Yue stayed in the living room to chat with the elders. I finally had a bit of free time, so I strolled around the tea room next to the living room. The tea room felt much cozier. Many Shen family photos were hanging on the wall. At first glance, I immediately saw a childhood photo of Shen Yue. She was wearing a white princess dress. Her hair and pigtails was incredibly adorable. That rosy-lipped, pearly-toothed appearance. It was truly too cute. I looked along the photo wall and saw an old-fashioned photo album on a bookshelf in the corner, so I carefully took it down to take a look. I saw that the album was full of records of Shen family life, from Grandma Shen and Grandpa Shen's wedding photo, stretching to every important moment of their children and grandchildren. I watched with great interest. Just as I flipped to the section on Shen Yue, suddenly a hand reached out from behind to stop me from turning the page. A familiar, pure fragrance enveloped me. Looking up, I saw Shen Yue. She was standing so close to me. I could almost hear her breathing. Her voice dropped low. Warning, no looking. I looked at Shen Yue's photo album. I didn't expect her to be so nervous. Originally, I only intended to flip through it casually, but now I was filled with curiosity. I gripped a corner of the album, stubbornly confronting her, but Shen Yue only gave a helpless smile. One hand covered my eyes. The other gently unpried my fingers, and she easily took the album. She explained, I can't let you see this yet. I still give up, trying to grope around to find it, but she stretched it and hid the album away. I gave her a helpless glance and muttered a quiet phrase, go. So I followed Shen Yue back to the living room. In the room, Mrs. Shen was indeed inviting everyone to take their seats in the banquet hall. Seeing Shen Yue and me coming out of the tea room, seeing my hair was a bit messy, Mrs. Shen smiled brightly and told me to sit down, and she didn't forget to give Shen Yue a quick glare. I sighed inwardly, knowing for sure that she had misunderstood. After the meal, the uncles departed one by one. I sat back with Grandma Shen to drink some tea. Grandma Shen suggested that since Yue and I finally made it back, we should stay the night. I turned to look at Shen Yue. She said she didn't bring any clothes. Mrs. Shen immediately shot her a cold glance. Grandma Shen said, my heart is hurting so much. I immediately became worried. I recalled how she agreed to cooperate with me earlier. Because the old lady's health was poor, I decided right then and there to stay the night, to put the old lady's mind at ease. Grandma Shen joyfully took my hand, walking toward her room. You're still my good grandson-in-law. You know how to care for me. Come in here and chat with me for a bit. Only the mother and daughter remained in the living room. Mrs. Shen finally asked about her and Mu Go, and what was really going on with that Liu girl. Shen Yue answered slowly, do you remember the time I got into a fight in high school? He was the one who helped me. You know what happened after that? Liu Ruyan didn't know how to cherish what she had. She shouldn't blame me for stepping in and poaching him from her. Having said that, she straightened her back slightly. Mu Go knows nothing about this. Mrs. Shen interrupted her. I know, this is called being a lucky man, and not marrying an unlucky girl. With that, Mrs. Shen went back to prepare some clothes for him. Shen Yue watched her go helplessly. Just then, her phone rang. It was a message from Pei Xiu. I got some major gossip to tell you. Pei Xiu muttered, talking to you is no fun at all. Pei Xiu secretly complained. I just heard a rumor. Massive amount of Liu Group's orders were returned. Losses are extremely heavy. The shareholders have been swarming Liu Ruyan for an explanation since early this morning. Shen Yue simply replied with a few words. So? Pei Xiu's head seemed to have several black lines appearing. So, is that the attitude you should have toward a rival in bad luck? You should be excited. Shen Yue pondered to herself. She couldn't help but click her tongue slightly. Her long, slender fingertips tapped several times on the phone screen. Of course, she understood Pei Xiu's point, but now wasn't the time to celebrate. She even hoped Liu Ruyan could be a bit more useful, and not lose so pathetically. The more foolish Liu Ruyan was, the more it showed how poor his judgment of people used to be. After all, the fact that she grew up with him was an unchangeable truth, even if he was completely heartless toward Liu Ruyan now. Even raising a dog creates a few feelings of attachment. If she made a move against Liu Ruyan now, it would only push him further away. So she only told Pei Xiu to just stand back and watch the show. Don't intervene. Inside the car racing from the hospital toward the Liu group, He Wanqing in the passenger seat was busy giving medicine to Liu Ruyan and saw her determined expression. He Wanqing didn't dare break the silence in the car, leaving only the sound of Liu Ruyan flipping through documents, echoing steadily in the vehicle. After the car pulled into the parking lot, the three of them went straight to the CEO's private elevator. In the confined space, Liu Ruyan's chilling vibe grew even colder. She felt this path seemed endlessly long. However, as the elevator doors opened, the shareholders filling the top-floor meeting room had grown impatient from waiting. This made her feel a bit uneasy. Seeing them arrive, one of the shareholders spoke mockingly. Why didn't CEO Liu wait until after closing hours to show up? He Wanqing, indignant, was about to speak for Liu Ruyan. Yesterday, CEO Liu, is there a place here for you to speak? Who do you think you are? He Wanqing's face turned red from the shareholders' scolding. She gritted her teeth and didn't dare say another word. Liu Ruyan stepped forward. Uncles, you are all the predecessors who built this business with my father. Elders should have tolerance. There's no need to pick on her. Those present were all old foxes. Naturally, they understood. Liu Ruyan had drunk until she had a stomach hemorrhage last night. It wasn't convenient to make things too difficult. Most importantly, he had loved Liu Ruyan for decades, in case old feelings still lingered. Just a little help from him would be enough for her to turn the tide. In the office, several shareholders had just sat down. Assistant Lin brought in tea. However, before the teacup could be set down, the office door was kicked wide open. A man in a high-end tailored suit rushed in from outside. The shareholders were startled by this sudden event. Before they could even see who it was, the man rushed to Liu Ruyan's side, grabbing her arm, crying and pleading, "Sister Ruyan, I beg of you, please save my brother. He's been taken away by the police." Yi Chen's voice echoed through the office. He was used to acting bossy on this top floor. Except for Liu Ruyan and the Liu family, he didn't respect anyone else. You promised me before that it would be fine as long as my brother returned the embezzled money. Instead, the legal department had the audacity to actually sue my brother. He didn't notice the shareholders' expressions becoming increasingly ugly. Liu Ruyan's face also gradually darkened. Assistant Lin, standing nearby with the tray, wanted nothing more than to smash the tray into Yi Chen's face and be done with him. This clueless idiot. Assistant Lin took a deep breath and grabbed Yi Chen's arm, preparing to drag him out. Get out for now. Whatever it is, we'll talk later. Unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't get the hint at all. Instead, he flung Assistant Lin's hand away. My brother has been detained. How can you expect me to stay calm? His eyes grew red as he pulled his usual green tea act. Assistant Lin, I know you've always disliked me, but this time it involves my brother. Can you let me off this once? I just want to save my brother. Meanwhile, the shareholders looked at him, with mockery and deep meaning. Even the way they looked at Liu Ruyan had changed. The shareholders sitting here were all business veterans. They had seen every kind of demon and ghost. They didn't need to speak. Their gazes alone were as sharp as knives, cutting into a person with immense pain. Being looked at with such mockery and contempt by them was no different for Liu Ruyan than enduring the death of 1,000 cuts. Her face hardened. Her gloomy eyes stared at Yi Chen's fake posturing in front of her. She gritted her teeth and spat out, "Get out." Yi Chen was interrupted mid-performance. The rest of his act suddenly froze. He was about to throw a tantrum when he realized the voice sounded somewhat familiar. He looked at Liu Ruyan in a daze. How could Sister Ruyan tell him to get out? He must have misheard. However, in the very next second, Liu Ruyan spoke up again. I said, get out. Do you not understand human speech? Yi Chen couldn't believe his ears, his eyes wide. Sister Ruyan, a shareholder watching the drama nearby, finally couldn't take it anymore and covered his eyes. All right. If you want to act out some tragic romance, then go to a film set. Watching this makes my eyes hurt. He was a man with a short temper. He had been standing here waiting for half the day and was forced to watch this play the whole time. My patience was exhausted a long time ago, since President Liu Ruyan has more pressing matters here. Then annoying old men like us won't disturb you any longer. Let's meet some other time. Though it's hard to say when that other time will actually be, especially since such a huge crisis has hit the company. Master Liu and Liu Hao will surely return soon. Next time we meet, I wonder who we'll be making an appointment with. Hearing these words from the shareholder, Assistant Lin's face suddenly turned pale. He immediately stepped out to mediate. Director Liu, please calm down. I will take him out right now. Director Liu waved his hand. His tone was filled with undisguised sarcasm. Don't bother. Isn't he your President Liu Ruyan's little treasure? Better keep a tight hold on him. Let's go. With that, he led the way straight out the door. Seeing this, the other shareholders also stood up and followed. As soon as the shareholders stepped out of the office, they began whispering loudly without any restraint. An illegitimate child is just an illegitimate child. Really pathetic. Just for a man like that. She dared to dump the young master of the Mu family, with a lucky star like the Mu family's young master. If he had eyes for our daughters, our whole family would serve him like a king. Liu Ruyan. Where does she get the nerve? An illegitimate child. If it wasn't for Mu Gi, the Liu family might not have even brought her back. Those people deliberately spoke loudly. Their words were sharp. Every word stabbed like a knife to the heart. They clearly wanted everyone in the office to hear. The atmosphere in the office froze to a breaking point. Yi Chen also knew he had caused a massive disaster this time. See, Sister Liu Ruyan. I'm sorry. Didn't know they. Liu Ruyan stood there expressionless. It seemed as if her entire body had gone numb. After a long time, she finally spoke slowly. Leave. Pack your things. Leave right now. I never want to see you anywhere again. Yi Chen stumbled back, looking at Liu Ruyan in disbelief. Liu Ruyan. I know I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. Please give me one more chance. He knew exactly how limited his abilities were. If he left the Liu family, he wouldn't even know how to survive. He took a step forward, habitually reaching out to grab Liu Ruyan's sleeve. President Liu Ruyan, I've been with you for so many years. Just because of this one small mistake, you have the heart to kick me out. Liu Ruyan took half a step back, avoiding his hand. A small mistake. How ridiculous to call a mistake that ruined my reputation small. She took a deep breath, using almost all her lifelong self-restraint to suppress the urge to slap him across the face. Leave now. The things I gave you before. I might not take them back. The house and the cars. I will have Assistant Lin transfer them to your name. A flash of calculation appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. He secretly calculated in his mind. Liu Ruyan had indeed given him a lot over the years, if he left now, and sold all the cars and the house. It would be enough for him to live comfortably in a small city forever. But looking at the Patek Philippe watch on Liu Ruyan's wrist, he had already tasted the peak of high society wealth. How could he bear to return to the lower class? After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to take one more gamble. Liu Ruyan, I've been by your side for so many years. Don't you truly understand my feelings for you? Everything I did was out of love for you. I don't care about the material things you gave me. I can ask for nothing else from you. Just please, don't kick me out, okay? Liu Ruyan only curled her lips in a mocking smirk. If you don't care about the things I gave you, then before you leave, return all the cars and houses to me. After speaking, she didn't even spare Yi Chen a glance, and directly ordered Assistant Lin to escort him out. Give him 3 days to move out. Standing beside Yi Chen, Assistant Lin flashed a professional fake smile. Secretary Yi. Oh wait, Mr. Yi, please leave. Yi Chen's lips quivered several times, trying to say something more. But unfortunately, Assistant Lin didn't give him a single chance to speak, and dragged him straight outside. The office finally became quiet. Liu Ruyan walked into the lounge alone. In the small, separate kitchenette, all the kitchen utensils were arranged very neatly. Only the busy figure of Mu Ji was gone. At the old Shen family villa, I held the pocket money Grandma Shen had secretly given me, and walked out of the room. Noticing Shen Yuwei wasn't around, after asking the servant about the room prepared for me, I headed upstairs alone. The door was unlocked. I pushed the door open and entered. The room was huge. The decor had a distinctly pink theme. This made me frown slightly in confusion, although it looked very luxurious. Why did it feel like a girl's room? Not entirely sure, I took a few more steps inside and saw a dressing table. It seemed a bit out of style, covered with the gift boxes received this afternoon. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed I hadn't entered the wrong room. I turned around and closed the door, carefully putting the bank card Grandma gave me into a box before I could even stand up. I suddenly heard a soft noise coming from within the room. I curiously turned my head to look around. My gaze finally settled on the bathroom door. It sounded like running water. Was there someone else in this room? At this hour, the only person who could be in my room, aside from Shen Yuwei, could be no one else. To confirm my suspicion, I walked up to the bathroom door, tried asking aloud. Shen Yuwei's clear, sweet voice drifted out. Yes, it's me. I'll be out in just a moment. I was so nervous my voice trembled. Take your time with your bath. There's no rush. I just wanted to check. I didn't mean to hurry her. Inside the bathroom, Shen Yue turned off the shower. She reached for the pajamas prepared nearby. Just as she was about to put them on, she suddenly remembered the tactics Pei Shui had taught her. So she quietly hid the pajamas in the storage cabinet and grabbed the bathrobe hanging nearby instead. I stood before the bathroom door, still worried about the fact there was only one bed. How would Shen Yue and I sleep later? By the time I snapped out of it, I realized the sound of water in the bathroom had stopped long ago. Yet I was still standing there like a statue, looking like some pervert eavesdropping on someone bathing. Instinctively, I wanted to flee from this dangerous spot. But just as I lifted my foot to leave, the bathroom door in front of me suddenly swung open from the inside. Shen Yue appeared, looking disheveled, loosely draped in only a bathrobe. Droplets of water rolled down from her neck. Her collarbones peeked through the towel. Amidst the hazy steam, her normally cold eyes suddenly held an enchanting allure. I stood there dazed. My steps faltered. My body wobbled, and I tumbled toward the floor. As I closed my eyes, I felt my body twist, and I ended up spraining my ankle. At that very moment, a delicate hand managed to pull me back up in time. But I still couldn't avoid the sprain. I groaned softly in pain. Shen Yue held me firmly, letting me lean almost my entire weight on her. She looked at my ankle and whispered self-reproachfully, "It must be sprained. It's my fault." If she hadn't walked out wearing only a towel, she wouldn't have startled me so much. In my panic, my hands were flailing everywhere. Even when the pain in my ankle subsided slightly, the first thing I noticed was her exposed chest. Her face was right next to mine. When I looked down, the sight before me made my head spin. It wasn't until Shen Yue spoke that I finally found my voice again. "I don't blame you. It was my own doing. I was just careless." I was about to shift away. But then I heard her ethereal voice. "Don't move around recklessly." I slightly pulled back my fingertips, but I still didn't let go. She helped me sit down on the sofa, adding some cushions so that I could sit comfortably. She leaned down to check the injury. It wasn't severe, but it still required care. "Let me massage it for you a bit and get some medicated oil," she said, while leaning down to gently press on my ankle. Beneath her collarbones, her snowy skin was partially visible. I tried my best not to look at her. "Maybe you should go change first." She looked up at my face, then looked back down at her bathrobe. Her face suddenly flushed with a hint of pink. "I'll go change." She stood up and went to the wardrobe, pulled out a set of pajamas, and turned back to look at me. "I'm going to change now." Embarrassed, I turned my head away. Sitting quietly and obediently, I promise I won't peek. I closed my eyes tightly, but the sounds behind me echoed clearly in my ears. Shen Yue finished changing and walked over, softly snapping her fingers by my ear. "Mr. Muga, please open your eyes." I opened my eyes and met her gaze instantly. She had changed into pink silk pajamas, seeing that I was ready. Shen Yue once again crouched down. "Let me massage the pressure points for you. If it hurts, you have to tell me immediately." I nodded. Her fingers gripped my ankle, gently removing my shoe, and began to press and knead around the ankle bone. After a moment, I took a deep breath. She noted the painful spot, and then proceeded with extreme care and gentleness. Madame Shen was currently standing outside the door. Her hand, about to knock, froze in midair. She couldn't help but scold softly. This child, getting up to mischief so early. Madame Shen was just about to leave, when the door suddenly opened from the inside. Mother and daughter stared at each other. Both pairs of eyes were filled with astonishment. "So fast? Why are you here, Mother?" they both asked in unison. Shen Yue asked coldly, "What do you mean by fast?" Madame Shen hurriedly tried to deflect. "The clothing company really delivers quickly." Shen Yue then turned to look at me sitting on the sofa. "Mu Ji sprained his ankle. I'm going to get some medicated oil." Madame Shen suddenly became anxious. "Mu Ji is injured? Then why haven't you rushed to get the medicine? What are you just standing there for? Are you waiting for the oil to crawl upstairs and find you itself?" Having said that, she walked into the room to examine my injury and reminded Shen Yue to bring her clothes. Shen Yue resignedly went downstairs for the medicine. Madame Shen approached, tried to stand up to greet her, but she held me down. "Your leg is in pain. Don't move." She looked at me, her eyes full of concern. I coughed awkwardly. It was just my own carelessness. It's nothing. Don't worry too much, mother. Madam Shen took my hand. I didn't know your size, so I prepared quite a variety. See if there's anything you like. Shen Yue returned with the medicated oil, followed by several neatly dressed male staff. They pushed in racks full of clothes. The store manager stepped forward with a smile. Madam Shen. Madam Shen nodded. Today I'm buying things for my son-in-law. Just have the models try them in the next room, and then show them to him. Witnessing this scene, I suddenly remembered what Wang Tang had gone through,
and felt even more that the service here was truly high-end. Madam Shen intended to apply the medicine to me herself. I quickly declined. Shen Yue took the bottle of medicated oil, quickly poured some onto her palm, rubbed her hands together and carefully applied it for me. Shen Yue doesn't normally know how to care for others. In the future, you just go ahead and tell her what to do. If she doesn't listen, just text me immediately, okay? Hearing this, my face turned bright red. Actually, she has already taken very good care of me. Models performed their clothing demonstrations one by one. I picked out a few outfits I liked. Then I saw everyone out. The room suddenly became quiet. Miraculously, my mood also stabilized somewhat, Thinking that since Shen Yue didn't like men anyway, I gathered the courage to stand up. Noticing the pajamas next to me were locked away, Shen Yue seemed to read my mind. I'm going into the bathroom first. When you finish changing, just call me. At this moment, it suddenly dawned on me. Why didn't I just change in the bathroom earlier? She closed the door. Getting ready to enter the bathroom, I also decided to wipe myself down a bit. Shen Yue had prepared hot water and a stool, helping me into the bathroom. Although she was fully dressed this time, I still felt a bit awkward. After all, this was my first time sharing a room with a woman. I tried not to make too much noise. Soft music suddenly started playing outside, cleverly masking the sound of running water. Shen Yui's thoughtfulness warmed my heart deeply. Shen Yui sat down in the bedroom. Her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. She took a sip of water, checking a message sent by that little rascal, Pei Shu. Hot news. Liu Ruyan's negotiations with the shareholders have failed. I heard that when she stepped out of the Liu residence, her face was as pale as a ghost. Shen Yui stared at Pei Shu's message, lost in thought. This wasn't surprising at all. Liu Ruyan was already at a disadvantage due to being an illegitimate daughter. Now she's lost the support of the Mu family and messed everything up. Partnership with the Li family. Goods are being returned in massive quantities, causing the stock price to plummet disastrously. It's inevitable that the shareholders wouldn't accept it. She had already figured out Liu Ruyan's situation long ago, but she was curious to see how she would handle it. As for Yi Chen, she found him even more interesting. Muga had suffered so much humiliation because of Yi Chen. Thinking of that, a cold smirk appeared on the corner of her lips, and she asked, "What about Yi Chen? Is he still at the Liu residence?" Pei Shu found it slightly odd, but still reported truthfully. Yi Chen went to plead for his brother. Consequently, he burst in right as Liu Ruyan was meeting with shareholders, so he was kicked out unceremoniously. He was thrown out of the Liu house and his car was repossessed. Speaking of this, Pei Shu couldn't help but sigh. Liu Ruyan kicked Yi Chen out to save the company. This move might seem smart on the surface, but in reality, it's a huge strategic blunder. Shen Yui understood Pei Shu's implication. Just as she was about to reply, she heard the water in the bathroom stop completely. She quickly sent back one last message, "Keep an eye on Yi Chen," then exited the chat interface. Mu Ji had changed into black silk pajamas. I held onto the doorframe, standing timidly to the side. Noticing my overly cautious behavior, she walked over quickly to support me. "There's still water on your shoes. Be careful not to fall." The warmth from her body radiated through her thin clothes, making my heart race incessantly. Heat flushed up to my face. Seeing Shen Yui's reddened ears, my heart felt a little more at ease. This time, she led me directly to the bed. The bed was very wide with 2 blankets ready, but I was afraid of accidentally offending her. Shen Yui comforted me in a low voice. "It's all right. I'll sleep on the sofa for now." After saying that, she grabbed her blanket and pillow, quickly arranging a sleeping spot on the sofa. I knew she didn't mean to blame me at all. It was just to prevent both of us from feeling awkward, and to give me the most comfortable space. Shen Yui. After turning off the lights, I hugged the blanket carrying her scent. Strangely, I fell asleep very quickly. Waking up early the next morning, I didn't see her anywhere. Only the blanket remained folded very neatly. It was clear she had been up for a while.
Checking the clock, fortunately, it was still early, just a little after 7. I didn't intend to let myself sleep in just because I was at the old villa. I quickly got myself ready, feeling that my ankle was much better after a night's rest. I could already walk on my own, just as I was about to head downstairs. Shen Yue walked out from the bathroom. "You're up so early? Is your leg injury better now?" I tried taking a few steps, and then nodded in response. "It feels much better." After confirming I could manage myself, Shen Yue said, "Then you go ahead and freshen up and change. I'll head downstairs first." I gave a slight nod. An indescribable warmth suddenly swelled within me. While freshening up, I discovered Shen Yue had prepared everything for me, from face wash to toothpaste already squeezed onto the toothbrush. Looking in the mirror, I saw the corners of my mouth had curled into a smile. I couldn't help but let out a brilliant smile, to avoid disrupting Shen Yue's and my life. On the way back to Shen Garden, she personally drove Mama Wang to her new residence first. Once we were home, Shen Yue helped me carry numerous gift boxes and thoughtfully placed them on the table right outside the bedroom. Seeing my slight hesitation, she looked at me and spoke tentatively. "I didn't expect Grandma to send Mama Wang over. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, I can tell her that there's no need to clean the bedroom area." I didn't really mind that part, but thinking about the fact that we were sleeping in separate rooms, I started to get a headache. If we didn't let Mama Wang in to clean, she would definitely start having suspicions. And wouldn't I notice too? Mama Wang will find out that we don't actually sleep together. Shen Yue agreed. She put on a very troubled expression. "So what should we do now? Or should I go talk to Grandma? Ask for Mama Wang to go back." I immediately shook my head. "No, you can't. Grandma would be very sad." A secret meaningful glint of a smile flashed in her eyes. "Then how are we going to deal with this?" I gritted my teeth and made a decision. "What if we move into the same room?" Shen Yue slightly raised her head to look at me. Her eyes were brimming with amusement. "So when does the dedicated Mr. Muji plan to move in?" My face turned bright red as I replied, "Whenever you're ready, I'm fine with anything." She tapped the watch on her wrist. Her tone was incredibly soft. "Then let's move in right now." I looked at her with suspicion. "Back at the old villa, you didn't talk like this." And Yui smiled and said, "I am the chairman of Dao Quang. The final right of interpretation always belongs to me." I felt as though I had just walked into a trap, but I had no proof. In the afternoon, at the Dao Quang chairman's office, Pei Zhu sat across from Shen Yue. She kept scrutinizing Shen Yue from head to toe, asserted firmly, "You look quite different today." After a close inspection, Pei Zhu clicked her tongue. "Your whole aura is practically radiating the scent of spring." Shen Yue looked up and shot her friend a glare. "Get out." Then she tossed the newly signed documents to Pei Zhu. "If you're so bored, go distribute these files to the lower departments." Pei Zhu caught them with precision. She rubbed her chin teasingly. "Things with your husband must be going great, huh? How far have you two progressed?" Shen Yui's eyebrow twitched. Her patience was almost completely gone. "If you keep babbling, I'll send you right back." To the Pei family, Pei Shu immediately surrendered. Fine, let's get down to business. I found information about Yi Chen." As soon as Pei Shu mentioned Yi Chen, her eyes were filled with schadenfreude. After Yi Chen was kicked out of the Liu family, his cars and houses were all repossessed. Currently, he's staying in a hotel, selling his watches and clothes bit by bit just to survive. However, it's easy to go from rags to riches, but going from riches to rags is the hard part. He's still trying to find a lawyer for that useless brother of his. Spending money like this, he'll be bankrupt in no time. Shen Yue tapped the table lightly after hearing this. Her thin lips curled into a slight smile. Liu Hao from the Lion's Charity might be able to help him. Pei Shui immediately understood what she meant. She muttered under her breath, "You really have a devious heart. If being devious means I can have Mu Ge all to myself, then nothing could be better." She took a lazy sip of her coffee. "He hasn't visited old Master Pei since we got married." Pei Shui immediately raised her hands in surrender. She grit her teeth. Fine, she said. "I'll go investigate right now." When Fu Cheng called, Liu Hao had just finished playing golf with the old master. Even though he was in Country F, his mind had never truly left the Liu group. He was always closely monitoring the situation back home. Fu Cheng puffed out a cloud of smoke. "Do you know that Yi Chen was kicked out of the Liu group?" Liu Hao gazed at the lawn outside the floor-to-ceiling window. He knew the Yi brothers had caused a disaster. The old master had already ordered the legal department to sue Yi Hao. It wasn't surprising that Liu Ruyan fired Yi Chen, but what she couldn't understand was, because of this, Liu Ruyan had backed herself into a corner. She repossessed Yi Chen's car and house. I heard he's staying in a hotel now. Fu Cheng's voice pulled Liu Hao's thoughts back. Hao, you can't keep being so hesitant about certain things. Doing this might damage the reputation and drag Liu Ruyan down from her position.
Liu Hao wavered slightly, but he still worried about the Liu Group's reputation, which had already plummeted due to the substandard goods scandal. This storm would only make the Liu Group more chaotic. While he was still hesitating, Fu Cheng hung up, leaving him alone in deep thought. Liu Jingshu stepped out from behind him. She and Liu Hao were twins. They looked incredibly alike, but her aura was one of arrogance and conceit. Brother Fu Cheng is right. This is the best chance to crush Liu Ruyan once and for all. Isn't it just Yi Chen? We've already investigated his background. His parents are the most shameless scoundrels on earth. Liu Ruyan used to love Yi Chen more than her own life, and now she's taking back his car and house. Don't you find that satisfying? Let's bring those stupid parents of his here. Well, put on a grand performance. I want to see the Yi parents constantly kneeling and begging for their son. Who knows, Mu Ji might change his mind and leave Shen Yue. Liu Hao understood his sister's resentment toward Liu Ruyan, but his reasons still made him hesitate. Jingshu, the risk is too high. After all, we're all part of the Liu group. We share the glory, and we share the shame. Jingshu said with disdain, Brother, you worry far too much. That's why that bastard is walking all over you. She believed their father wasn't helping Liu Ruyan because he was intentionally letting her fail. She let out a cold snort. She continued leisurely, Brother, think about it carefully. Why was the Li family matter made into such a big deal? 800 million for goods plus compensation isn't a small amount, but can Dad really not afford that? It might not be on the company books, but Dad definitely has it in hand. Besides, when Liu Ruyan and Mu Ji were supposed to get engaged, why did Mom and Dad go abroad? Even knowing it would offend the Mu family patriarch, he still agreed to let the old master have the legal team sue Yi Hao and fire Yi Chen. This is Liu Ruyan's punishment. If we take this chance to drag Liu Ruyan down, then this is the perfect time. Liu Hao was still wavering, but Liu Jingshu stepped closer. Brother, we have a chance to crush her. Just tell me, are we doing this or not? Hearing his sister's goading, Liu Hao lit a cigarette. After a moment of silence, he finally made up his mind. Fine, let's do it. Jingshu's eyes lit up. And what about Yi Chen? I'll take care of making a scene. Yi Chen walked listlessly out of a law office. He had run around to almost every law firm, but not a single person dared to take this case. He stood in the middle of the street looking around blankly. His phone rang. Seeing a call from his mother, shrill scolding came from the other end. I've been calling. Why did it take you so long to answer? Where on earth are you? Hearing his father's nagging, he could only say in a flattering tone, There's been a change in Brother's work. He must be very busy. After hanging up, he transferred 10,000 yuan to his mother. Seeing his balance at just over 100,000, he felt a wave of helplessness. As a former general manager's assistant, his salary actually wasn't low. But with supporting his family, Yi Hao, and his extravagant spending, he didn't have much savings left. Right then, another call from an unknown number came in. Tu Tuong was a famous private restaurant in Jinshi, but today the entrance was unusually chaotic. Liu Ruyan was being supported by He Wanqing. Her face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She was dry heaving repeatedly. Several employees holding mouthwash and towels intended to step forward to help. The floor manager advised He Wanqing to arrange a room for Liu Ruyan to rest and sober up. He Wanqing shook her head and said, I've already called a car. Very soon, Assistant Lin and the driver arrived. Once they took over, a weary He Wanqing helped Liu Ruyan rinse her mouth. Just then, Shen Yue and Wang Yao walked out of the main hall. She smiled and shook hands with Wang Yao to say goodbye. Hearing the words CEO Shen, He Wanqing reflexively turned her head. She saw Shen Yue walking out with a gentle, poised smile. Fearing Liu Ruyan would cause a drunken scene, she urged Assistant Lin and the driver to quickly take her away. But it was too late. Liu Ruyan heard the noise and struggled to break free from those holding her. Then lunged towards Shen Yue. He Wanqing hurriedly held her tight to avoid a more embarrassing situation. By now, Shen Yue and Wang Yao had noticed the commotion. Shen Yue told Assistant Shu to step back. Liu Ruyan glared at her ferociously. Shen Yue, you opportunistic bee. Assistant Lin quickly covered her mouth. He Wanqing and the driver dragged her into the car. Assistant Lin picked up the contract files from the ground and smiled apologetically to Wang Yao and Shen Yue. Once inside the car,
Liu Ruyan still wouldn't stop causing a scene. He Wenxing couldn't control her alone. Assistant Lin pulled out some nylon rope and tied Liu Ruyan up. And he looked over at He Wenxing.
If you don't say anything and I don't say anything,
How will she ever know? He Wenxing thought to herself. Assistant Lin is getting more and more efficient. The car rolled toward Liu Ruyan's residential complex. It took nearly 40 minutes to arrive due to traffic. The car stopped at the complex gates. From a distance, they saw a young man waiting. He Wenxing squinted to see better. Is that Yi Chen? Assistant Lin recognized Yi Chen's face even better than He Wenxing. It's him all right. He's probably here to see CEO Liu. Assistant Lin said nonchalantly. As soon as He Wenxing saw Yi Chen, a flash of disgust appeared in her eyes. Yi Chen's appearance had made everything complicated. He hadn't just interfered in Muga and Liu Ruyan's relationship, but also manipulated Liu Ruyan into planting his brother in the company, causing so much trouble. As their car approached, Yi Chen recognized the license plate. He waved desperately, but He Wenxing let out a cold snort. She told the driver to ignore him and just drive past. The car sped right by. He stood there frozen, watching the car disappear into the distance. His heart felt cold as ice. He pulled out his phone to answer his mother's call. He finally understood. There was nothing left to cling to. The relationship between him and Liu Ruyan had ended long ago. Shen Yue shook hands with Wang Yao. After saying goodbye, Assistant Lin asked if she was angry. She smiled. Angry about what? I should actually be happy. After getting into the car, she urged the driver to go a bit faster. She wondered if he was getting impatient. She looked down at her silent phone and gave a self-deprecating laugh. He probably wouldn't be, right? Suddenly, her phone lit up with a notification, showing a message from me. Are you very busy today? Seeing the typing. Indicator. Appear and disappear several times. A smile spread across her lips. She replied, I was just signing a contract. I'm on my way back now. I quickly replied, okay, I'll wait for you. Those 4 words, I'll wait for you, sent a surge of sweetness through her heart. It seems I really am a lucky woman. Returning to Shen Manor. While buying gifts for old Mrs. Shen and Mrs. Shen before going back, I saw a bracelet that suited Shen Yue perfectly, so I bought it. But I kept forgetting to give it to her. Thinking about how she might ask why I'm giving her a gift, paced back and forth in the porch corridor, my mind filled with all the possible scenarios. It wasn't until Shen Yue's figure appeared at the courtyard gate that I hurried forward to meet her. You're back. She looked at me and supported my arm with one hand. Slow down. Your leg hasn't fully healed yet. Her familiar warmth made my heart flutter slightly. The tips of my ears suddenly turned red. Holding my hand, she said caringly, I'll try my best not to drink any more in the future. I followed her into the living room. While I was pondering how to bring up the gift, she had already noticed the black velvet box on the table. What's this? She asked. I stammered, trying to hide it. Oh, it's nothing. It's a wedding gift for you. Think of it as a return gift. She opened the box curiously. Seeing the pink diamond bracelet, her eyes brightened slightly. It matches our wedding rings perfectly. Since you've given it to me, you can't give one to anyone else, okay? She said meaningfully. I couldn't help but laugh. Then give it back to me. She dodged my hand, her smile growing even brighter. How can you ask back for something you've already given? I just wanted to remind you not to give any to others in the future. She put the bracelet away, and then opened the food container. She brought out a bowl of hot bird's nest soup. I brought this back specifically for you. Be careful, it's hot. Looking at the bowl wrapped meticulously in layers, just to keep a single small bowl warm, I felt a bit touched. It reminded me of my childhood days in the orphanage, when my friends would show off things their parents brought them, while I always craved the feeling of being remembered by someone. Now I was finally tasting that feeling of being cared for. I stood up to prepare some honey. Wait a second. This is the return gift for the soup. She chuckled. All right then. A return gift for the soup. In the kitchen, I scooped 2 spoons of honey. Once mixed, I placed it in front of her, then began to enjoy my bird's nest soup. The light sweetness melted in my mouth. It was very refreshing without being cloying. Shen Yue took a sip of the honey water. I came home a bit late today. Were you getting impatient waiting? I shook my head. Not really. And just not used to it yet. I paused for a moment after saying that. In just a few short days, I had subconsciously become accustomed to her presence. After Shen Yue finished her honey water, she said gently, it was my oversight. From now on, I'll let you know my schedule. I looked up at her, letting out a slight, I thought she was just speaking casually, so I didn't pay it much mind. Shen Yue noticed my perfunctory attitude. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "You don't believe me?" I shook my head. "I believe you." She looked at me deeply, then lowered her head to continue drinking. When Shen Yue walked out of the bathroom, she was wearing black pajamas. Seeing her dressed so conservatively, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her move toward the sofa to get a blanket, I asked hesitantly, "Are you still sleeping on the sofa tonight?" She stopped, turning her head to look at me with a meaningful tone. "Then where does Mr. Mu think I should sleep?" I hurriedly explained, "It's not like the old mansion here. Sleeping on the sofa for one night is fine, but you can't keep sleeping there forever." I bit my lip and said, "Our bed is wide enough. It can fit 2 people. Shen Yue smiled and replied quickly, "Of course I don't mind." She casually tossed her blanket onto the bed, her tone full of joy. Mr. Mu is actually concerned about me. I couldn't be happier. In the darkness, hearing her breathing, I spoke softly. "My sleeping posture isn't very good. If I accidentally bump into you, just push me away. Or you can just wake me up." She let out a soft chuckle. I felt like I was being teased, so I secretly made up my mind to sleep very well tonight. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight was streaming through the gaps in the curtains. I rubbed my eyes and discovered I had rolled over to Shen Yue's side. My heart began to thud. I secretly hoped that I only rolled over after she had already left. After washing up, I changed into a neoclassical-style outfit and went down to the dining room. Mama Wang was cleaning up. Seeing me arrive, she hurriedly put down what she was doing. "CEO Shen has already left for work. She told me not to disturb you." Her smile made my heart feel warm. I gave a shy smile. "Thank you, Mama Wang." After sitting down, I saw the familiar carton of soy milk and asked in surprise, "Wasn't this milk expired?" Mama Wang explained with a laugh. "This one isn't expired. It was just delivered this morning. The fridge is full of milk produced yesterday." She walked toward the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Sure enough, it was packed with soy milk. Hearing that, I was stunned for a moment. I picked up the bottle to check the production date. It really was fresh. A surge of warmth rose in my heart. I didn't expect Shen Yue to be so attentive. Every little detail I'd mentioned, she had kept in her heart. Suddenly my phone pinged with a new message. It was a message from Shen Yue. With the straw in my mouth, I swiped to unlock the screen. The chat interface showed several messages. The previous ones were sent before I had even woken up. "I've arrived at the office. Finished signing 3 files this morning, and just finished a small meeting. Only the last line was newly sent." "Wait, what? Don't tell me. Is someone still not awake at this hour?" Nibbling on a crab roe bun, I looked at the phone screen. I could almost see Shen Yue's playful eyebrow raise and her half-smiling face. To prove I was awake, I took a photo of my breakfast. While selecting the photo to send, I paused and exited the gallery. Then I took another shot. This time, I intentionally placed the soy milk I was drinking in plain sight. I hit send, then held down the voice recording button. "I'm awake, and I'm drinking the soy milk you sent over. Since you're supplying me exclusively like this, won't the person who gave you the milk be angry if they find out?" I deliberately mimicked her playful, drawn-out tone. I set 2 more voice messages. After sending, I realized I sounded a bit like a manipulative green tea guy. I took a bite of my bun. I thought to myself, it turns out I have the potential to be a green tea flower. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should recall the messages. Then my phone vibrated. A new voice message appeared. Still chewing, I tapped to open the voice message. On the other end, Shen Yue's voice was full of joy and amusement. He definitely won't be angry. I stared at the screen and muttered, "So certain, are we?" It seems that guy is held in high regard by Shen Yue. At least he's a reasonable sort of person, and knows how to behave. Fine then. I took a large bite of my bun. Suddenly, I didn't feel like looking at the phone anymore. Elsewhere, Shen Yue was leaning back in her chair. She kept replaying the voice messages I had just sent. Pei Shu pushed the door open and walked in. She was wearing a pristine white dress, but leaned directly against the desk without a care for her image. Texting Brother Mu again. She glanced at the wall clock. It was barely past 8 a.m. Is it really that necessary? You've been at the office for less than 2 hours. Shen Yue exited WeChat and put her phone down. Her fingers toyed with her new bracelet. She gave Pei Shu a nonchalant look. For someone who's been single since birth like you, it's only normal that you wouldn't understand. Pei Shu grit her teeth in frustration. Do you want to bet? If I send that bar clip from that night to Brother Mu, so he can see very clearly that this seemingly elegant and cold person is actually a calculating vixen inside. Shen Yue leisurely played with a fountain pen on her desk. Her expression was perfectly calm. Go ahead and try. See if I can call old Master Pei faster, or if your internet speed is faster. Pei Zhu couldn't take it anymore and paced around angrily. Fine, fine. I give up. Let me take you to the Liu Group entrance to watch a good show.
If we're late, well, miss it. Shen Yue calmly replied, I'm not going. Pei Shua's eyes widened in surprise. Aren't you curious at all? Even if you're not curious, don't you want to see Liu Ruyan suffer? What could be more satisfying than seeing your rival humiliated? She muttered, how can someone be so dull? Shen Yue leisurely took off her gold-rimmed blue light glasses. Her wedding ring and bracelet sparkled under the lights. She shook her head. There are so many media lenses waiting there today. If I were to be caught on camera, then my image in Muga's heart would be ruined. Pei Shua rolled her eyes disdainfully. She looked thoroughly annoyed. You really know how to restrain yourself. Shen Yue chuckled. Actually, I'm not that restrained. Pei Zhu tilted her head to look at her. So? Shen Yue said while gently moving her mouse. She clicked a link. That's why I hired some people to start a live stream. Pei Zhu was stunned for a moment. Then she gave a thumbs up in admiration. That's high level indeed. A live stream makes it much harder to handle. Pei Zhu turned around, resigned. She intended to go back and prepare some snacks and drinks to sit down and watch the stream. Pei Zhu turned back, her face full of confusion. What is it? Shen Yue leaned lazily against the back of her chair. Her finger with the wedding ring tapped lightly on the desk. Don't you notice anything different about me today? Pei Shu observed Shen Yue closely for a while, then asked suspiciously, that you look unusually beautiful today. Shen Yue raised an eyebrow, her fingers still tapping the rhythm on the deck. Only then did Pei Shu notice her new bracelet. She asked tentatively, new bracelet. Shen Yue gently adjusted her sleeve. A smile played on her lips. Mugi gave it to me. He said it goes perfectly with the wedding ring. Pei Shu was speechless. I've completely lost my sister to him. In front of the Liu Group headquarters, Ye Chen stood there in a plain white t-shirt. His black hair was a disheveled mess. A bright red handprint was seared onto his face. His eyes were blurred with unshed tears, yet he still maintained that pathetic, pitiable look. But Mother Yi clearly didn't care about his feelings. She had been waiting for hours without a sign of CEO Liu. She was already in a foul, explosive mood. Seeing Yi Chen acting so helpless next to her was like throwing pure gasoline onto a fire. Mother Yi swung her arm and delivered a stinging slap. Stop your damn crying. If it weren't for that pathetic job you found for your brother, would he have been dragged away by the police? Yi Chen's head snapped to the side from the force. A metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Mother, it's because you replaced the company's supplies on his own. It's not your fault. How dare you talk back to me? Mother Yi raised her hand in fury, ready to strike again. The thought of her eldest son in a cell for theft sent a wave of absolute terror through her soul. She was well over 50 years old. Her eldest son was her pride and joy. She relied on him to take care of her in her old age. Even though Yi Chen had promised her repeatedly that if today went as planned, he would definitely get his brother out. But the fact remained that he was behind bars. Her heart was a chaotic mess of anxiety. In her biased eyes, her Yi Hao was perfect in every single way. Stealing and replacing company materials, that was just a clever business move. He only did it because he had no choice. It's the stingy Liu family's fault for driving him to this. No matter how many times Yi Chen gave his word that today would be an absolute success, it did nothing to soothe her frantic mind. Deep down, she was convinced that everyone else was to blame. She screamed as she moved, wanting nothing more than to tear into Yi Chen. Father Yi sat in the corner mindlessly puffing on a cigarette, ignored the vicious fight between his wife and youngest son. Suddenly, a sleek black car turned toward the curb. Silver Flying Lady emblem on the hood looked familiar. It was exactly like the photo his son showed in last night. Father Yi crushed his cigarette out. He scrambled to his feet. He yanked his bickering wife and Yi Chen together. Stop the fighting. They're here. Mother Yi let go of Yi Chen's hair. She looked up sharply. Her eyes instantly lit up with predatory greed. She had done her research beforehand. She recognized that prestigious emblem immediately. A flicker of dark hope ignited in her heart. Inside the car, Liu Ruyan looked cold and detached. She tilted her head back to swallow her stomach medicine. Because of last night's loan negotiations, she had been forced to drink far too much. She vaguely recalled seeing He Wenqing arrive before passing out. But when she woke up this morning, her knee was covered in a nasty bruise. Her hands were also badly scratched. Her wrist was ringed with an angry red mark. She rubbed her wrist, filled with suspicion. She asked He Wenqing, who was driving, "Did anything unusual happen last night?" He Wenqing glanced at the rearview mirror. She gave a forced, nervous laugh. "I watched over you all night.
What could possibly happen? To sound more convincing, she puffed out her chest in a show of sincerity. Her voice rose an octave. Sister Ruyan, don't you trust me? Just then, a middle-aged woman suddenly lunged into the street. Liu Ruyan. Her pupils constricted in shock. She screamed in terror for the driver to stop. He Wanqing slammed on the brakes by instinct. Luckily, they were moving slowly. They couldn't hit her. The momentum threw her violently forward. Without the seatbelt, she would have been seriously injured. Once the car came to a dead stop, she was seething with rage. She rolled down the window and began screaming. Are you blind? Didn't you see the car coming? Do you have a death wish? Unexpectedly, the woman didn't move away after being scolded. Instead, she collapsed onto her knees right there. CEO Liu, I am begging you. Please spare my son. Just this once, please. He Wanqing stared at the strange woman. She realized she had no idea who this person was. Sister Ruyan surely didn't know her either, yet the woman kept shouting. CEO Liu, making it clear that she had the right person. She leaned further out of the window. She demanded loudly, Who are you? And who exactly is your son? Then her eyes caught sight of Yi Chen standing dejectedly in the distance. Everything suddenly clicked into place. Yi Chen came from a struggling, impoverished family. His parents only ever cared about his older brother. They had always treated him like absolute garbage. This was common knowledge to them. Now that they were pulling this stunt, this was going to get very messy, very fast. He Wanqing's heart sank. She turned to look at Liu Ruyan. Sister Ruyan, what do we do? Liu Ruyan sat in the back seat. Her expression was frozen and cold. She spoke with icy indifference. Her son is the one in the wrong. It's perfectly legal and right for the company to sue him. There's absolutely nothing to fear. He Wanqing knew they were in the right, but the woman outside clearly wasn't the rational type. She was about to tell Liu Ruyan to stay put, but Liu Ruyan had already opened her door. He Wanqing felt a surge of pure dread. She scrambled out of the car after her. Died seeing Liu Ruyan emerge. Mother Yi crawled forward on her knees. She scrambled toward Liu Ruyan's feet. CEO Liu, you are the famous CEO Liu, right? My son has served you faithfully for so long. Even if he didn't achieve much, he worked himself to the bone. Please, for the sake of Yi Chen, just treat my son like trash and throw him a break. Those crude words made Liu Ruyan's brow furrow in disgust, especially the mention of Yi Chen. Her frown deepened into a look of intense irritation. Please, stand up. Let's discuss this calmly. Liu Ruyan reached out to help the woman up. Instead, Mother Yi grabbed her wrist and began wailing. Oh, CEO Liu. My Yi Chen has followed you for years with nothing to show for it. You can't be this heartless and cruel to us. Passers-by and office workers began to swarm around them. He Wanqing frantically called the head of security. She ordered them to send backup immediately. As soon as she hung up, she saw Liu Ruyan being trapped by the growing crowd. She moved to help. But a swarm of reporters with flashing cameras suddenly descended. They surrounded Liu Ruyan, leaving her with no way out. He Wanqing's sharp eyes noticed something worse. She saw famous reporters holding selfie sticks, broadcasting live. Her heart plummeted into a dark abyss. She tried to warn Liu Ruyan, but the situation had already spiraled out of control. Amidst the chaos, Mother Yi's shrill voice cried out in fake agony. May the heavens witness this injustice. Pity this poor, helpless old woman. I'd only have one precious eldest son. If I'd known the Liu group was such a den of monsters, I would have kept him unemployed at home. Anything would be better than letting him set foot in this place. The reporters, hearing the Yi family's dramatic wailing, swarmed around them like flies drawn to a rotting carcass. They immediately began twisting the narrative. Are you the family being sued by the Liu group? Yi Chen's parents are making a scene here. Is there a hidden truth behind all of this? Does the Yi Chen you mentioned have an illicit affair with CEO Liu? Did Yi Chen use that connection to secure his position? You claim the Liu group harmed your son. Are you suggesting CEO Liu herself is the one behind his downfall? The reporter's questions became increasingly sharp and predatory. It was clearly a calculated ambush. If Liu Ruyan didn't realize she was being set up by now, she would be a complete fool. The Yi parents were the type who could scream for hours, even without an audience to support them. Now, fueled by the reporter's encouragement, they seized the opportunity to play their parts perfectly. Yi Hao is my poor, innocent eldest son, and Yi Chen has served CEO Liu since his college days. We only asked her to help him find a decent, stable job. Who knew that instead of earning money, he would end up behind bars? Mother Yi sat on the ground, gripping Liu Ruyan's hand tightly. She slapped her thighs rhythmically as she let out a heart-wrenching wail. "Oh, CEO Liu, I am begging you. I am on my knees. Please, for Yi Chen's sake, give my Yi Hao a chance to survive." She spoke as she made a show of trying to kowtow, even though she was a woman. Mother Yi was sturdy and powerful. Years of heavy farm work had hardened her body. Her grip was incredibly strong. Liu Ruyan stood paralyzed before the flashing cameras and reporters. For a moment, she had no idea how to handle this woman. She could only stiffen her face and try to explain. "Yi Chen and I have nothing but a professional relationship. He is merely my secretary. As for your eldest son, I only hired him at Liu Group as a favor to Yi Chen. But we have undeniable proof that he swapped warehouse goods. Everything is being handled strictly according to the law. If you have any questions, you can take them up with the police, or you can hire a lawyer. Do not stand here defaming me and the Liu Group before the media. Otherwise, I will sue you for defamation and slander." Liu Ruyan spoke through gritted teeth. She thought her explanation was clear and logical, but the Yi couple only focused on the word lawsuit. Mother Yes' screams reached a new pitch. "You're trying to dodge your responsibility and deny it." She sat on the ground and opened her mouth to howl. "Everyone, please, help me find justice. My son was a pure and honest young man. He served her faithfully without any official status. And now that something went wrong, she not only kicks him out, but she threatens us as well." She pointed an accusing finger at Liu Ruyan. "You call yourself normal colleagues with my son? Then why did you buy him a car? Why did you give him a house and designer clothes? Why did you keep sending him all those large sums of money?" Afraid the reporters wouldn't believe her, she whipped her phone out of her pocket. She swiped through a series of photos for them to see. "Look for yourselves. This outfit right here. And this watch, all gifts from CEO Liu. Even the house in the background. And that luxury car, she bought everything for him." She looked up at the reporters and asked, "Does anyone give such expensive gifts to a normal colleague?" Reporters shook their heads in unison. These items, not even counting the car, and the house must be worth tens of millions. No one is that generous to a mere coworker. The reporters' cameras flashed incessantly. Some were even broadcasting the whole scene live. They shoved their selfie sticks right in front of her phone. Liu Ruyan was stunned into a suffocating silence by the accusations. The house and car were because Yi Chen was living in a dark basement. He was constantly late for work as a result, and the job required him to stay late almost every night. Liu Ruyan had simply taken pity on him. She let him stay in her vacant apartment as a temporary fix. The car she gave him was a very basic, unremarkable model. The gifts and money were just impulsive handouts during her fights with Muji. She saw it as compensation for using him to make Muji jealous. She thought her reasons were perfectly sound and logical. But faced with the evidence of such massive sums of money, no one would believe a single word Liu Ruyan said. Seeing Liu Ruyan's silence, a gleam of malicious victory flashed in the Yi family's eyes. Father Yi, who had been quiet, suddenly let out a roar. "Your Liu family is truly heartless and oppressive. You ruined my son's life and then have the gall to sue us." He lunged straight at Liu Ruyan as he screamed. From the initial deception to this physical assault, every single detail was perfectly choreographed. The elite circles Liu Ruyan moved in always maintained a facade of polite smiles even in hatred. She had never experienced such raw, barbaric chaos before she could even process what was happening. Father Yi charged at her like a human cannonball. Liu Ruyan threw her hands up instinctively to protect herself, but in the very next heartbeat, Father Yi, the aggressor, collapsed onto the ground like a victim. The dull thud of his body hitting the pavement echoed. The entire area fell into a brief, eerie silence. Then Mother Yi erupted in a series of blood-curdling screams. "Murder! She's trying to commit murder!" She wailed as she began pummeling Liu Ruyan with her fists. Liu Ruyan's clothes were torn and shredded in the struggle. Long, pale scratches were gouged across her face, pushed and shoved by the surging crowd. Her blood felt like it was boiling in her veins. Her ears were filled with a deafening, painful ringing. She felt like a piece of driftwood lost in a violent storm. "Call the police, now! Get an ambulance immediately!" Someone in the crowd screamed at the top of their lungs. Hands scrambled to phones to dial emergency services. The absurd drama at the Liu Group entrance was finally ending. Social media exploded with news of the incident. The reporters who had been live-streaming already had massive audiences hungry for a scandal. Countless viewers were already recording their screens. The footage of the chaos at the Liu Group gate spread like wildfire across every platform and news site. It dominated every headline in the country. Medicines dug up every detail on Yi Chen, Yi Hao, and the Yi family. Well, that's a whole new meaning for normal colleagues. The Liu Group is one of the top 100 companies. Yi Hao's worthless degree doesn't even compare to mine. And here I am, just a food delivery driver. How the hell did he become a warehouse manager? You're just missing a younger brother who knows how to please the boss. His brother has been with CEO Liu since their college days. My childhood friend told me that when CEO Liu and Yi Chen first met, she actually already had a boyfriend. He was a wealthy heir and her lifelong childhood sweetheart. In the end, Yi Chen personally destroyed their engagement. Birds of a feather, they're truly a match made in hell. The ex-boyfriend really dodged a bullet with that one. And then there's this Ye Hao guy. He already had a criminal record for theft, a person like that. And Liu Group actually dared to hire him. Don't they even do basic background checks anymore? And to put him in a position involving billions of dollars. It's hard to say what's really going on there, if there wasn't something suspicious happening. Ye Hao's parents wouldn't be causing such a scene. As the scandal continued to gain momentum, Liu Group's stock began to plummet because of the supply scandal. Investors were furious, frantically dumping their shares. After breakfast, I was in my study translating a classic English masterpiece. I wanted to sharpen the professional skills it neglected for so long. I had majored in English back in college, and I even took French as my secondary language. But now many technical terms and rare words had slipped from my memory. Still, after a morning of hard work, despite some hesitation, I finally felt my old skills starting to return. The vintage mechanical clock in my study chimed, signaling exactly 12 o'clock noon. I stretched my shoulders and wrists to ease the tension. Then I reflexively picked up my phone. That's when I saw the barrage of news about Liu Group trending on Weibo. Liu Group's stock price continues its sharp downward spiral. Is there a deeper secret behind this substandard goods scandal? I watched the footage of Yi Chen's parents causing a scene at the Liu gates. It had even forced Liu Ruyan to go to the police station for questioning. A sense of "I told you so" flashed through my mind, along with a secret, subtle feeling of satisfaction. I had suffered so much because of that man, Yi Chen. And yet Liu Ruyan and He Wanqing always defended him blindly. They used his pitiful background as a constant excuse to force me into concession after concession. Now I wanted to see it with my own eyes. What happens when their pitiful Yi Chen turns and bites them back? Will they forgive him as easily as they forced me to years ago? I scrolled through the comments section below the article, although my name was mentioned. Fortunately, not much information was leaked regarding my true identity. Once I was sure this wouldn't harm the Shen or Mu families, I focused back on the news of the collapsing stock price. But before I could check the specifics of the Liu family stock, the door suddenly swung open. Shen Yuwei was home. She was still wearing the bracelet I gave her yesterday. I looked up at her. "You're back." Shen Yuwei raised an eyebrow, her tone sounding a bit distant. "Why do you look like I'm not exactly welcome here?" She strode over to my side. Her eyes caught the Liu family headline on my phone screen. The faint smile on her lips instantly withered. The atmosphere suddenly turned thick and incredibly tense. I felt a premonition of disaster. I glanced at her face again. Though she looked calm on the surface, I had learned enough about her temperament to know better. Based on her look, there was a 90% chance she was upset. So I gently tugged on her sleeve. I looked up into her eyes and said, "Can you do me a favor?" She stared deep into my eyes, looking at the handsome man before her. Flashes of him with Liu Ruyan years ago crossed her mind. They finally settled on the Weibo news page she just saw. She assumed that deep down he still longed for Liu Ruyan. After all, a decade-long romance isn't something you just erase. If he really asked her to help Liu Ruyan, should she agree to it or should she refuse? She looked down at my fingers clutching her sleeve. After a long silence, her beautiful lips finally parted. "What exactly do you want me to do? Can you help me buy up all the Liu Group shares?" Right now, Liu family's stock is absolutely crashing. Retail investors are all frantically selling their Liu shares. They don't want those shares falling into the wrong hands. They'll definitely try to reclaim those shares eventually. I can't compete with them on my own. But with her help, everything would be different. Her face showed a look of just as I expected. "So you still want to help Liu Ruyan?" "No, I just want to swing trade the Liu family stock." I kept a firm, steady grip on her hands. My gaze was unwavering and resolute. Although the Liu family is suffering heavy losses now, as long as old man Liu is there, they'll bounce back. This stock price drop is only temporary. I'll take this chance to buy a massive amount. Then I'll sell for a huge profit when the price recovers. A golden opportunity like this. And I didn't make a killing on it. That would be a waste of a gift from the heavens. Her face brightened like it was touched by sunlight. The cold, dark aura around her vanished instantly. She gently squeezed my hand. She replied softly, "All right, I'll help you." At the police interrogation room, an officer sanitized Liu Ruyan's wounds and began taking her statement. Then he revealed a grim truth to her. Because the scene was so incredibly chaotic, neither the security cameras nor the reporters caught clear footage. The victim's family at the scene only identified her. They claimed she was the one who pushed the husband down. Therefore, she might be liable for all medical expenses. Liu Ruyan sat there in a complete hollow daze. Her eyes were devoid of any spark of life. She looked like a lifeless wooden statue. The police escorted Liu Ruyan out of the interrogation room. He Wanqing had been waiting on a bench in the hallway. Seeing Liu Ruyan, she instantly bolted to her feet. She rushed toward her with urgent steps. Her eyes overflowed with deep concern for Liu Ruyan. "Sister Ruyan, you haven't eaten a single thing since last night, have you? Let me take you to get something to eat first." Liu Ruyan gave no response at all. She just followed He Wanqing like a silent, empty ghost. They walked out of the police station together. Just as they reached the entrance, a luxurious black Maybach screeched to a halt in front of them. The car door opened. A butler in an elegant black tailcoat stepped out. He stood formally and gave a stiff, polite nod. He spoke in a perfectly modulated professional voice. "Elder Miss, Master requests that you return home immediately." He Wanqing's hand, holding her car keys, froze midair. Her face turned a ghostly, sickly pale. "I'll drive Sister Ruyan home myself." The butler stopped her with a polite but firm smile. "Young CEO He, this is a private internal matter of the Liu family. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for an outsider to be present." That smile was professional, but it was a blunt warning to stay out of it. "You had better not stick your nose in where it doesn't belong." Liu Ruyan gave He Wanqing a reassuring look. "You should go home first. I can handle this on my own." The black Maybach gradually disappeared around the corner. He Wanqing stood there alone, gritting her teeth in fury. If only Mugi were still here. With his status, he could walk into the Liu residence with pride and help Sister Ruyan deal with that cursed villa on the hill. In the Liu living room, Mr. Liu sat on the sofa. His brow was deeply furrowed with a look of intense gloom. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the day was bright and radiant. Waves continuously crashed against the shore in the distance. The sound of firecrackers echoed endlessly from afar. Mr. Liu slammed his teacup onto the table in a rage. How much money did the Mu family spend on fireworks? They start setting them off the second the scandal at our gate breaks. They've been at it for hours with no sign of stopping. The explosions are getting louder and more frequent. Mrs. Liu gave a faint, weary smile. "I heard that since Mu Ge started seeing the Shen family, the Mu relatives and shareholders have become much better behaved. Even Mu Baichuan is carrying out radical reforms in the company. They're young and their careers are soaring like kites in the wind. It's only natural for them to act a bit arrogant and reckless. Why are you lowering yourself to hold a grudge against those brats? You think they're setting off fireworks to celebrate for themselves? They're clearly mocking us, treating the Liu family like a joke." Mr. Liu snorted in irritation and cold anger. He slammed his hand painfully hard against the tabletop. Ever since Mu Ge and Shen Yuwei went public with their relationship, people have been whispering that our Liu family is blind and incompetent. Mrs. Liu gave her daughter a subtle signal with her eyes. Liu Jingshu understood her mother's intention immediately. This is all because of the eldest sister. Mu Ge was originally supposed to be in our pocket. Now he's married into the Shen family instead. Mu Beichuan only endured it because of Mu Ge. It's a pity eldest sister drove him away. Now we've even offended the Shen family. Jingshu, is that something a daughter like you should say? No matter how many mistakes she made, she is still your eldest sister, Mrs. Liu scolded insincerely. Mr. Liu listened to his daughter's words. He began to calculate in his heart, although Jingshu was just casually complaining. But those words were not without reason. That child Mugi, though I can't say much else, but his appearance is truly a rare masterpiece. No matter how excellent Shen Yuwei is, in the end, she's still just a woman. If Mugi has any dissatisfaction toward Liu Ruyan, and it ends up implicating the Liu family. His expression froze. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. It seems it's time to make a decision. At the same time, at the Mu residence, Mu Beichuan was sitting on a rocking chair on the balcony, taking a sip of red wine. He asked Secretary Wang, "How is the progress on quietly buying up the Liu family's shares?" Secretary Wang replied with a smile, "It's already in progress, but since noon today, someone has always been a step ahead of us. At least it's definitely not the Liu family." Mu Beichuan nodded. On his normally stern face, a rare trace of youthful radiance appeared. "Very good. A sense of satisfaction welled up inside him, seeing his enemy being targeted. The spot he chose was truly perfect, just enough to see the Liu family's Maybach passing by the Mu residence's gate. Mu Beichuan curled his lips. He picked up a megaphone and spoke to everyone. Keep lighting the fireworks freely. I'm happy today. Once they are all finished, I'll give everyone a raise.
As soon as he finished speaking, the servants on the distant lawn immediately cheered loudly. Inside the Maybach, Liu Ruyan turned to look at the lively scene at the Mu residence. A sharp pain welled up in her heart. At this moment, she finally had to accept the reality between him and Shen Yuwei. But she didn't even have time to grieve, because the car had stopped in front of the Liu family's gate. In the Liu family's living room, as Mrs. Liu handed a freshly brewed cup of tea to the old master, she said gently, "When Liu Ruyan returns later, please don't be angry. Just advise her calmly. That child grew up in an orphanage after all. She was never close to us from the start. If you act in anger, it might damage the relationship." It wouldn't be good if father and daughter grew apart. Liu Ruyan stood at the door and heard Mrs. Liu's words. Her footsteps faltered. Then she stepped inside with determination. Hearing the footsteps, everyone in the room looked up. The smile on Mrs. Liu's face didn't fade at all, but her eyes were bone-chillingly cold. The old master was expressionless. One couldn't tell what he was thinking. The youngest, Liu Jingshu, put down her phone. She looked up and appraised her a few times. Her clothes were torn to shreds by Yes' mother. Injuries on her face were still red and swollen. She looked absolutely pathetic right now. Even though they had watched that live stream repeatedly, seeing her in this state with her own eyes was truly satisfying. Liu Jingshu raised an eyebrow, her voice full of sarcasm. Did Big Sister change her style? Is the beggar look trending again? After saying that, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. You came back from a trip abroad and have no idea what the capital's fashion is anymore. But your taste is truly special, actually liking someone like Yi Chen. Normally, even if the old master favored Liu Hao and Liu Jingshu, he wouldn't allow her to be so unruly. But today he just stood there, watching coldly. Mrs. Liu feigned a glare at Liu Jingshu. "Jingshu, don't talk nonsense." Liu Jingshu was still smiling radiantly, but her mouth uttered words that would make anyone boil with anger. What's there to fear? Big Sister's fiancé has run away. Project failed. And then you were bitten back by the puppy you raised. These words are probably just like mosquito bites to her. After Liu Jingshu finished speaking, she winked provocatively at Liu Ruyan. Her silver eyeshadow shimmered under the lights, looking quite playful and cute. Liu Ruyan shot her a cold glance. Then she walked past her to look at the old master. Finally, she bowed her head. "Father." The old master looked at her. His gaze rested on the wound on her face, determining that it wouldn't leave a scar. Before starting to speak, voice full of chill, "Kneel." In reality, the old master rose to power with Mrs. Liu's support. He is a man who values pride above all else. The family rules are extremely strict. Whenever the children make a mistake, they are usually punished by kneeling. But now that the children are adults, to save face, he usually dismisses the servants before handing out punishments. But not today. Even Liu Jingshu was present, and no one had any intention of speaking up for her. On the contrary, she even picked up her phone as if to record this scene, to leisurely watch it over and over again. Liu Ruyan stood alone in the middle of the living room, just like a prisoner awaiting trial. She gritted her teeth. Her hands were clenched tight, nails digging deep, leaving red marks in her palms. Taking a deep breath. Despite her reluctance, she had to obediently kneel. "Do you know where you went wrong?" The old master let out a cold laugh. "One should ask how many mistakes you've actually made." She lowered her head. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. The old master said, "Ruyan, you must know why I once valued you. You were always so steady. Why did you act so foolishly at the most critical moment? Behind your back, everyone says you're a parasite clinging to Mu Ge. But is being a parasite really that easy?" The old master's eyes were full of mockery. "If you had just endured a little longer. Endured until you married Mu Ge. How could things have come to such a sorry state? You've even implicated the entire company." Liu Ruyan was drunk last night. After being tormented all day today, her head was spinning. Hearing this, she still raised her head to look directly at the old master. "Then how do you think I should have acted, father? Groveling before Mu Ji, coaxing him into marrying me, just so we could swallow the Mu family, and use them as a stepping stone for the Liu family. I am not that lowly." Even if she used the wrong methods with him, his feelings for her had never been tainted by self-interest. Just because he is Mu Ji, because her insecurity took over. That's why she used Yi Chen to provoke him, wanting her to become gentler and more obedient.
to satisfy his pride, but that was purely the love he had for her. The old master's hidden motives were struck by Liu Ruyan's words. He grabbed a teacup and threw it straight at her.
"You ungrateful child!" The teacup hit her right on the head. Then it fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Tea flowed down her cheek. The hot water seeped into the wound. It stung intensely. Yet she didn't even blink. "I know this family has never welcomed me. I have the title of the eldest daughter, but even the butler dares to show me attitude." She took a deep breath. "Regarding the Li family, I've received the loan agreement. I will pay that money back myself. As for the company matters, it's because I used the wrong person. Everyone can blame everything on me. I have no excuses." She stood up abruptly. "You all can do whatever you want to me. I only have one request, to sever ties with the Liu family." As soon as the words were spoken,
Mrs. Liu looked up, observing closely. To determine if she was telling the truth, or if it was just a retreat to advance tactic. Liu Jingshu was busy touching up her lipstick. She looked at her in surprise, a hint of thought in her eyes. Only the old master's eyes were filled with clear anger. "You want to sever ties with the Liu family, if you leave this house. What would you even be? And what about the debt? What will you use to pay it back? Do you really think there's a second Muji waiting for you?" She was about to speak. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from outside the door. Liu Hao rushed in from outside. His expression was extremely grim. "Father, something has happened at the company."